Hey, Happy Chef. Hello, hello, everyone. We are going to be returning to this Kurdistan game, which we started out as Ormuz, and then we formed Kurdistan, and with Kurdistan, we are going to get another little bit of niceness. You can see that we have both of our pieces of content in here. This is our Kurdish content. We're going to get another source of 0.001 dev. We already have 0.001 dev from Ormuz. And when we flip Armenian culture, we are going to get another source of 0.001 dev. Armenian culture is actually pretty hot. But we're going to get this, and we're also going to get this, and we need to flip... or we need to form Persia before we flip Armenian. Now, in theory, it would be better for us to flip Turkey and then... It would be better for us to flip Turkey and then swap Armenian, which is perhaps even more memey. But the idea was to try and do some sort of strategy for forming Persia, and that's what we've been working towards. And so that's going to be the plan for today. But we basically have to recreate our capital economy. Because we had to move our capital over here to form Persia. Now, we could just move it back, but that's a little bit more boring, maybe. There's not really a lot of wealth kind of generated over here. A lot of our wealth is over here, where the former capital was in Ormuz. And I think our income would be better if we just moved it back there. However, we forgot to enable our mod, so actually we're going to go back. We're going to go back. Actually, we didn't do anything. Let's go back to the main menu. The stuff for the proximity has been reverted, so exiting out of a location, proximity to capital, Bueller, capital, proximity. Game doesn't want to show the proximity to these locations. It's going to be much better. Do we need to take a monthly tick? It should be like another 5-ish proximity at least. Exiting. This location's too far from the capital. It's a local regional capital, my guy. It's a local region. It's a Vlasic pickle. We have a capital here. It's right there. Please show our proximity map mode. Thank you. This is now a lot cheaper. Instead of like 30, it's harbors are going to reduce it in the old way. Oh, wait. Yeah. We're getting the river exit. I thought they took that out of the game, but okay, fair enough. We get the river exit there. And now the cost going in is going to be significantly less there, and the river entrance, I guess. Coming over to Ormuz, it's still going to be expensive, but this 40 is decreased considerably by this being a percentage discount rather than what it is before. So we will get a little bit of proximity up in this area, but this is still going to fall in terms of control. We will look to annex. There's a lot of pops up here, so we will look to annex this, but we have to keep it an exclave. So we're going to do some funny business over here. But let's exit to our mod, because we have changed things up. The auto-expand mod was not getting updated. The harbor rebalance is not necessary, because they patched it. This has been hotfixed, but we want the forked one, so we're going to apply this. Apologies to the chat. We did not set up properly. New patch day. New patch day indeed. I don't think that they didn't fix the economy thing that people were complaining about, but honestly, we're gonna feel pretty good because we're out of Ormuz, we're out of that awful market, and so everything is just gonna feel better for us anyways today, because we were in apocalypse, no wood market, and now we're in a little bit of a better place. I think one of the issues is the AI doesn't expand out the... Oh no, what happened? Restream, please. What are you doing? The AI just doesn't, Restream? Bueller? Let's respond to each of the chats individually, although I don't know if the stream is still kicking. Because Restream is being funny. What tips do you have for early game in the new economy? I'm struggling to live in Northern Europe. Expanding lumber a lot, and sometimes tolerating expensive prices on some of the stuff. Baldman's still alive, but why is Restream telling me something went wrong? It's trying to load. It's trying its best. Alright. Okay, it's back. Are we good? Are you good? No, not like this. The stream was dead before it even began. Please, I beg you, stop doing this to yourself. Playing in this region. It's gonna be so much better here, though. We are gonna have some difficulties with markets, but look how many lumber mills we can build. Not on the grassland, not on the, not on the sparse land, not on the grassland, not on the woods, not on the, not on the desert. But we can build lumber mills on the farmlands and the woods. We can be good for just a little while longer. Sweden should be good. Yeah. Search for some help. Find God. Yeah. Big true. We're probably going to want to move these markets around. I was taking a little bit of a look at this last night. But the thing is, Baghdad's close to like this, which is just like nonsense to be close to, like the wastelands. But it's also close to a lot of pops. So kind of a weird thing. You gotta go to rehab? Not like this. Any tips for building the new governor building? It says I don't have enough gold. You need more gold. More dots. You need to just import more gold. Yeah. I advise having a place with surplus gold. And then... like here, Lars has surplus gold. I advise playing in a place that has surplus gold. And then you can look at what's demanding the gold, and you could just temporarily turn off all the jewelers. You have to go We went Republic. Long-time lurker. Big fan of yours since EU5 content. Wanted to shout out you're a goat for the game. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. They fixed discontent and corrupt officials costs? So content? Wait, what? What do you think about traditional versus capital economy? The pop max I think cap economy is just better, like, in the long term. You need, like, preconditions, though. Like, I suppose if you have really low dev, cap economy kind of sucks ass. Like, you have to get your locations to high enough dev. I think we're mostly assimilating right now. We kind of want to get off that. Wait, no, we're not. We're also, since we have to flip Armenian, we're also assimilating a lot of Pops Armenian right now. Okay. I think we're good to unpause. But what we did here is we put in several auto-expands. Oh, and the auto-expands are all dead because we swapped the mod. No. No. Oh, no, wait, no, they're not. They're still in. They're still alive and kicking. And, okay, yeah, it preserves our... Someone forked the mod and made it better. Improve the UI for it. Okay. Yeah, not sure exactly what we'll do with these markets. In general, you kind of don't want markets to cross mountains, or you want markets to stand on top of mountains, but I think that the spread of the markets might actually be pretty solid, just in general. We'll kind of see what it looks like once we get Eshfan. Eshfan doesn't have enough lumber, but we also don't own that market, so it will probably look better once we own it. And I'm thinking that we could place another capital. I'm thinking we place it here, so we might want to annex these guys. Another reason to annex these guys is because they already have the institutions. So if we annex them, that increases our institution density. A reason to not want to annex them is that, and we also are going to accept Farsi when we flip Armenian. We're going to accept Farsi, we're going to accept Kurdish. Which means it's going to be easier to core these areas later. The downside is this makes it so that we have to flip more people Armenian, because we need Armenian to be the dominant culture to flip Armenian, so... I think in order to kind of accomplish that, we're interested in declaring war on the Retinids. But rather than them, because we have 20 relations with them, these guys. So next parliament we will get a CB on these guys, so that we can fight them, because they have some Armenians, and we can liberate those Armenians. Do we have a CB? We do. So we could get a lot of these Armenians from them too, to up our Armenian count. It's called Armenian maxing. Look it up, sweetie. Is the fork posted in the Discord? No, but you could, if you search QOL in the workshop, you'll find it. What made you pick Kurdistan? How do you have so much gold? Well, I'm flattered you think we have a lot of gold, but Kurdistan, in the region of Persia, there's a way to stack 3 sources of monthly development, and Kurdistan has one of them. It would have been better to go, like, Ethiopian instead, but, Kurdistan, and plus it, like, kind of, it fits in the region, so, they've got a couple other things that are kind of okay, but it's mainly the dev. Legitimacy if we were to stay, but we're not. Cav power is pretty nice, actually, but education of heirs, education of heirs is kind of interesting. But that's the Kurdish content. So the Kurdish content is not all that great. We are building out from this capital here, this new capital. We are trying to solve input good prices. That way we can upgrade this. But masonry and lumber and glass are being a little bit sticky. We have some glass coming in over here. I think actually what we'll do is urbanize this wild game as well. And we can get 2 things producing glass. It will pay a little bit extra, but I think we can afford it. It's tough. It's tough out here. So we'll get that going. This is all going to demand a ton of lumber, and currently we're exporting surplus lumber to here, and that's going to feel kind of bad. This lumber situation, it makes construction speed and RGO expansion speed actually good modifiers. Wait, your eyes hurt? What happened? We have to conquer you so your culture can become the dominant culture. Love the role-playing. Yeah, you'd love to see it. I am Armenian. It's automatically role-play. Don't you understand? Yeah, we're also needing to grab another 50-ish provinces from these guys. We can also fight Gorgon again. We can fight these guys. And these guys. This guy was a monstrous, like, war, though. I'm not sure we are kind of into re-litigating that. We could send the goon squad after Georgia, though. What are we doing? Actions. Obviously, once it's at 200, we don't need more. Us getting the dev up in this region is also going to be valuable. We could maybe pull one of these guys off of something else. The strength and government guy, let's actually make him dev province. We're not going to run out of money anytime soon, and as the economy cranks up, it's going to become... Yeah. Let's dev this. Let's dev the capital province. Should act as a little bit of a force multiplier here. Language of pleading. What unlocks this again? Is it that we have a... our court language is Farsi, but... It's when our court language is changing, is different from our primary culture language, yeah. I mean, long term we probably wanted Arabic anyways. I'm not sure if this bricks language of pleading for us. We also might not need to pay for the Republican tradition anymore. Let's do this, because we want that to be a more powerful language anyways. Language power 41%. It should go up at the end of the month. brother. Yeah, I don't think so. It barely goes up. Womp womp. You hate to see it. Alright, the progress for free subjects is kind of nice, but noble estate satisfaction will let us tax them more. And I think that we actually need to fight for cultural influence in this game. So let's go that. I don't think that's going to cause us to backslide towards serfdom, because that's like almost impossible to do, and we already have 100 free subjects anyways, so... now we have enough to deck on Georgia. We'll tell the goon squad to get them. Get them, boys. And we will liberate, liberate all the Armenians. Go, go, goon squad. You can't do it. I don't think we're going to help them out at all. They should have that. So the harbor mod is obsolete now, if I understand the patch correct. That is my understanding as well. Just asked to return core and peace treaty broken. I tried using it once and it didn't give me the location back, yeah. Tools are gone out of the RGO building. Wait, what? You're saying they took out the tools demand from this and they didn't mention it? No, it looks like still have 2 dual. So we have 2 passive gain from 2 dev gain text, yes, and we also have the Islam thing. So we have regular urban development grants. Oh no, wait, we haven't unlocked it yet, but we do have Maliki and this. So we're getting 0.017 dev a month here. So the dev should actually fly up. Which is a reason to play this run like an extended period of time, but also I kind of hate playing in Persia. The dev that we're getting is not going to solve the fact that it's all desert, you know? I don't like the new gold sound, to be honest. What's the new gold sound? Let's see. Oh, it's quieter? Johan said it didn't make it in the notes for some reason, but RGOs no longer require tools, only masonry or lumber. Masonry or lumber? It's off of masonry? Nice, I guess. Is it... Wow, okay. Alright, alright. That's fair. I see you. I guess we'll do this. Oh, but this one is lumber. Do they... Which ones use masonry? Is it just wood uses masonry? Okay. I think that it makes more sense for them to use tools. Kind of seems like a nerf to tools. Well, like, it alleviates pressure on the problem right now, but it doesn't solve the underlying, like, issue of, like, overall aggregate iron demand and wood demand and this type of thing. And it's only paying when constructing it. I guess it doesn't matter that much, but... Would you marry me? Absolutely. When's the wedding? Why would RGOs not require tools? Yeah, like, I think... I mean, this alleviates some people's pain, I guess. I don't... I don't think it... Was there... Okay. I mean, I don't, like, dislike it, I guess. I think that simulation... I think it makes the game better right now because of the pain people are having. But I don't think it tools that seem like the most sensible thing to be used to make wood or whatever. Tools for RGO construction made sense though, yeah. To be fair, it makes sense for RGOs to use production methods as well. Absolutely it would. I agree. Them being a free injection into the economy though, I think is like built into a lot of the game balance. I don't think you would want to... The thing is, there's a lot of things that are like Jenga blocks, and if you pull out the Jenga block, you know, another band-aid till the mechanics get worked out. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a bit of a band-aid solution. I'm not like super dying on this hill type of band-aid though. Baku? I hear there's a lot of oil there. Okay, almost certainly we want to take Tbilisi as well. But we'll see what stuff looks like. We're probably gonna release Armenia. And go for something that we can generate a CB on them in the future, basically. Maybe we should be helping out. You know what, we're gonna build our first armory. Oh, we just have some armories from people we annexed, fair. Yeah. Looks like they do kind of get taken out, though. Oh, whoa, whoa. Go free, run free. Do your thing, boys. Goon Squad, assemble. It's annoying to me that this auto rechecks or whatever. The stream will not be available in Turkey. It might not be. Tools priced into the masonry, I guess? How? Masonry uses clay and stone. Best band-aids are the band-aids on grilled noses. Is that a thing? Best band-aid is the band-aid on Nelly. It's getting hot in here. So hot, so take up all your clothes. It's the anthem of a generation. I'm not good enough to eco to really give an opinion. No, you can give your opinion. Like, it's easy to get stuff wrong. For everybody. Wouldn't a simple solution be to increase the amount of lumber generated by common goods and apply a modifier to this from woods and vegetation? I mean, yeah, you could make vegetation apply a modifier to wood production if you wanted. I think, in my opinion, the issue is that too much of stuff requires lumber at, like, kind of the most basic level. And, especially these buildings. And right now, the peasant estate spams the bejesus out of those. It's kind of the way I'm looking at it. Oh, we don't have Tabriz yet. Yeah, so this market's gonna change too. So Tabriz will probably take over this stuff. Maybe we need to move Tabriz over this way. It's tough. It's tough. These mountains make positioning the market really, like, I was trying to look at, like, intuitive places to put the markets, and it just all feels bad. God, we're losing so much money. What gives? I mean, I know cost court. Oh, we're paying full. Yeah, I mean, we're just paying for sliders like an idiot. Do we need to pay for... I mean, if we're going to pay for the stab slider, we need to pay for the tradition slider, I think. And the second we don't care about the stab slider anymore, we can just kill both sliders. I think that... Alright, what other swap do we... We need to swap Armenian and we need to form a country. So maybe we try and get up to like 30-ish stab. Something like that. And then we call it. But are regulars even useful? Because regulars suck? Yeah, honestly, it might not even be worth us recruiting regulars. I just want a little bit of a squad that has cannons. You know, that has basically this plus cannons, I think. We don't have any of the H2 military unit techs. Nor do I think are we going to research any of this. But I think H3 we might research a little bit. So. And we're kind of getting close to being able to go for it. I don't know why they spread the thing so much faster than we did. Oh, maybe their capital gets it, and then it's, yeah. That's not our capital anymore. It is getting pike and shot, but capital's over here. I don't know if moving the capital kind of ruined things for us a little bit. We might leave the Chobanids on the table. They don't have any Armenians. That's kind of what we care about. Are you harboring Armenians? If yes, come with us. Wait, no, not like that. I mean, we're going to liberate the Armenians. That's the one. But actually, if we control all the world's Armenians, then we won't have to culture convert as much. So, who is our subject that has bad relations with us? This guy, I guess. This guy, maybe? No. It's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. Yeah, we're holding on to a lot of territory we want to release as subjects so that we can form Persia faster. But it is kind of annoying right now. So we're gonna have to go after Gorgan again. This guy doesn't have any allies, which is nice. I think we'll go after him next parliament. So we have a couple wars we want to do next parliament. So next parliament we're actually going to want some support. Oh, these... We don't like to see our subjects attritioning on them. Please stop stacking like that. I don't think we can make them assault the area. Okay, they unstacked, but they stopped sieging. God. Goon Squad indeed. 1.1.1 dropped, but I can't see what it actually did. Does anyone actually know? Well, it actually improved the proximity coming out of ports to kind of where it was before a little bit. Now it's giving discount. The thing is, we just don't have any harbor capacity, so joke's on us. But we actually can fix that. I need to convert those pops. We already have a guy, a figure. Yeah, we're just gonna do that because we want to keep our crown power characters in charge. Who are we likely to be electing? Neither of these guys are crown characters. That's kind of unfortunate. We're trying to keep this dynasty going. The issue is our kids aren't of age yet. I guess some of them are. We arrange a royal marriage with you? No. We're gonna do this. We want him to start having kids. In case he's the next guy in charge. Okay. Yeah, they did change some of the noises. Interesting. The war goal is take Iran. Which I think is this one? Yeah. So after we finish this, we'll move our regular army there so that siege, for whatever reason, will not get bricked. Or will not get bricked for any reason, basically. Not the comet sighted. Wow, we're actually losing money? Feels bad, man. Not enough lumber. Fair. Oh. We also have these guys expanding out roads, which the roads are going to do a lot of good for us. In terms of proximity, it's already starting to look kind of a bit better. I think they will assault. I'm not sure why the attrition in some spots. I guess they maybe just don't have food. Some are pretty bad at avoiding the attrition, it seems. Alright, well, they're fully willing to accept a peace deal. So... because they are exhausted and tired. The thing is, everything takes more war score. When we don't have forts, so I think we still want to siege down. So I think we kind of want to take a lot from Georgia here. What's the benefit of forming Kurdistan? Mainly we get another dev modifier, but also we get some child education, 20%, but 0.001 dev per month. I think depending on climate, buildings should require different stuff. I think that would be an okay way of handling it. Like, the desert buildings should be less, like, wood dependent. Or that would be a way to handle some of these issues. I don't know what I think the, like, optimal solution is for a lot of this stuff. So that's, alright, we now have the war goal. Not that it matters. We just need to get forts in this area that we want to take. So it's a shame we can't raid for slaves. Raiding for slaves is so incredibly powerful, and it just feels like kind of arbitrarily locked. Okay. We are going to do this in the capital. And we want a lot of support. Is there a world where we want to actually integrate it ourselves? It's just all the wrong culture, I think. I mean, this stuff's... We have a couple Farsi locations, but... I don't think we want to... We want to start 2 wars. Or we want to get claims for 2 different wars. Kind of into getting dev, but I don't think we can get... I don't think there's a scenario where we get 2 wars and do this. Maybe we just do 1 war because the retinids are actually kind of big. And try and pass this. I think I'm kind of okay with that. Alright, there's 1. We actually need forts very specifically. I mean, we do actually have a lot of the forts in the area. Maybe we could do the peace here. The thing we don't have is this fort, but it's just 1 location. How expensive could it be? So we can grab all this. We can negotiate a separate peace with Georgia. I think that's more aggregate maps for us, and then we don't actually have to take the primary peace deal thing. But they don't like giving up the bag. We like taking the bag, so... Oh, they don't care if we put Georgia in a bucket. So I think that's probably what we do. We give Georgia the treatment. Enjoy your bucket, brother. And take all the Armenians. Oh, suddenly you don't like this. Oh, 2 fractured, you actually do care about putting him in a bucket. But this is what annoys you? We have Armenian brothers there, though. This is an insane peace deal. Georgia will be so toasted. I mean, okay. I don't think much of this is part of Persia. But... whatever's part of Persia, we will just hold on to. None of it's part of Persia, okay. So we will want to make subjects here. I think we will release Armenia proper. So I think we want to release this guy so that they generate claims. Vassal. I guess this guy so they generate claims. And then... This guy, because he'll be Armenian and he'll convert stuff to Armenian. Are any of these, other than that, primary Armenian? Alright, create subjects. Historical subject. Will you be Armenian? No, you'll be Georgian. Will you be Armenian? No, you'll be Georgian. You'll be Mongolian. So no more historical subjects. Got it. Custom subjects. Will any of these guys be Armenian? Georgian. Georgian. Mongolian. Armenian? Mongolian. Armenian? Georgian. Okay. You might be giving a lot of stuff to Armenia, so they could convert it. I think we will give them the rest of any provinces they partially own, which is not a lot, it's just one. We also want to make sure people have 2 locations. Son of a bitch. We wanted to start a war. We're gonna have to deal with a lot of that. But now we can't release subjects or pass off territory until... We'll rake that back. So I guess we should have done everything before I'm pausing. I think we'll try and make sure we have 1 diplomat before we do anything. Or before we conclude this war. We already have our scholar brother. You at least update to 1.11? Yeah. Did they use clay out in the desert? Yeah, this is kind of, one of our... Yeah, this is... I think that a lot of stuff that uses wood should have, like, clay, fiber crop, sand substitutes, and that this would make desert a lot more playable. I think that this region's, like, the most unplayable region, like, in the game, like the Middle East. What do natural harbors now look like? Basically, if you have 150 harbor capacity, then you will reduce the exit cost to 0 like before. But the harbors will reduce the exit cost like before with a discount modifier. And then after that, the rest of the modifiers will use efficiency. So efficiency is valuable and harbor capacity is valuable up to 150. Dev also increases max RGO size. Yeah. So we will wait 3 more days before finishing that war. That way we can do the rest of what we want to do without him pausing. Or months. 3 more months. We have 40% support. Oh. How'd that get in there? How'd that get in there? I think this is the last month tick we can take for our parliament. So we will take it and then we will click buttons. We're not necessarily... Containing pike and shot's kind of okay with us. Let's reduce opinion. Can we get another 50%? Maybe we can. Let's contain pike and shot and see what it looks like. Tax exemption works, so... Fabricate CB on these boys. For that. Do we want to get rid of local markets? Nah, those are the good ones. These are the good guys. Reduce opinion is fine. Let's just peek behind what they got. Toll castle complaints. I think in the aggregate we dislike toll castles, but not by a lot. then, boy, is our nobles estate really mad at us. I think we kind of want to give out some of this. Cultural influence is actually going to be useful. Let's actually put this out. Make them a little bit happier. Zora Zokt, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated, my guy. Welcome, welcome. Big nice. Do you think Republic is better? I find it hard to rise crown power. Well, you just go Muslim and then you marry off your guy to 4 people, to 4 lowborns, and then you're just really happy about everything. That should be enough to get us to flat 1. We could maybe even push for more. I think we just want to pass this naval infrastructure, though. Okay, so... annex the Revolter. And then... Armenia... Oh no, messed up. We were supposed to wait a month. Please don't pop a rebellion. Of course does. Because that's how that works. It has to wait for the month tick. That was my bad. We should have waited for the month tick. What we can do is we can just avoid rebels by only doing it on the month tick. Because we will have a gamut of rebels to deal with forever, basically. Sure. But we could just juggle them down until we eventually release all this stuff. And this is even stuff we were going to hand off, so kind of actually a big punt. Alright. Where's the rest of them, dog? I think this is just flipping naturally. But yeah, we'll go with the Goon Squad, run on over. Peasant Levy, we need Peasant Levy to get to the tech behind it, but this will be nice because our subjects are using levies, so now when we release them they will have Peasant Levies. What the hell? Where's the rest of this war? Oh, okay. What are you? How'd that get in there? This also just super nukes prosperity. We have a bunch of positive prosperity modifiers, but... how'd that get in there? I'm not sure that we're going to even be useful over there. I think the Goon Squad will handle it before we get there. Alright. Now we do not unpause until we are done clicking our things. Actually, we don't unpause until we declare war. So. Give him the rest of this province. And then we want him to flip a bunch of stuff Armenian before we annex him, but annexing him is kind of a little bit inconvenient if we flip him Armenian, everything Armenian. You know what we could do is we could feed his Armenian provinces to other people we're annexing. This maybe, yeah, maybe works out. So those are full provinces, and then. We'll feed this guy to this province. And then we will release a new subject over there. Or we could feed it to the Armenians. Okay. And look at the bucket. He's been bucketed! Alright. So that is done. What else do we want to do before the war is over? We would like to start annexing another subject, but we can't, actually. So we will deck on these guys. And send the goon squad, and that will prevent our rebels from popping. Because they can't pop while you're at war. I think? And we will want to store up enough of this so that we can deck another. We need at least 2 diplomats when this war is over. We need at least 2 diplomats. Let's actually send over. And then we just need the stuff that's in Persia, which is most of their country, but yeah. I think we'll just go for the Persia stuff. We have some annexations finishing soon, so it's unfortunate we couldn't start one more annexation, but it is what it is. Oh, we're so close, boys. We are so close. Us not annexing this guy also is going to mean that we will get enough to go kingdom, I think. There was also max RGO and other modifiers. For who? Max RGO, max go in rural. Did you miss anything? Did I miss patch notes review? No, it was really short. I mean, we could go through it, I guess, if people want to see it. Cavalry seemed kind of weak in the beta. They just died too fast in the war. Not sure if it's best to use 50-50. I think it's, I think you want to kind of use enough cavalry to get... Well, so I think cavalry are still more efficient, like, per manpower? I'm not 100% sure, though. But yeah, I think you want combined arms bonus and this type of thing. So this guy go here and then take Kabul. This will be nice because I think that we won't even have to occupy the fort. To take what we want. All this stuff becomes cord. Very nice for us. This we do not want urbanized because that's the apocalypse stuff. I think everything else though we are kind of into getting bonuses on the... We have so many town discounts. I think that we want bonuses on tool building, so let's go with this as well. Yeah. Wait, to the combat market? What? Why are we sending to the combat market? What's going on here? Burger's exporting 20. Okay, cool. We're gonna export it to the LAR market. So how, we're gonna need 40 trade capacity. What should we cancel out? God, they changed the UI, I don't know how, I'm not sure how much I like this. We have 20 available. So we're gonna do 20 to LAR. Actually, I think we need like 40 capacity. Or we're sending 10 with the 20 capacity, so we need like another 20-ish capacity. We want to export the rest to LAR. So let's do this. And we'll keep a little bit of a surplus, but we will supply up the LAR market. We're going to need to delete a bunch of buildings, but the LAR will be able to finish a bunch of stuff. Should be nice for them. What are we missing for that? Don't want to lose prestige here. Missing tools. I think we have some of those on auto expand in some spots. I'm not sure how much we can do about that. Construction speed costs being like super good because of some of this stuff is hilarious. I think we're gonna come back because of the nonsense. You like create less aggregate demand. I think we're gonna go for the construction speed here. It was the best modifier until it wasn't. Oh wait, we got wrecked? What happened? What happened is we probably marched it with 0, what have you. Because I'm pretty sure they don't have AK troops. I could be mistaken. Oh, they do have a lot, though. Oh, we did get Shrek, I think. No? Maybe? Interesting. I mean, I think we could just wear him down. Should have made that rowdy guy, given him an education for being rowdy. Do we have any geniuses? Rowdy. No geniuses coming up. I think we have 1 genius in total. Just he's already of age. Or prodigy, or whatever it is. Well, we'll just raid the nest while he's away. Considering he beat us in a fight. With a small account. We have a couple annexations coming up of dudes who have institutions, so I think after this guy pops, we embrace the institution. Cabinet members influencing by 0.6 now, insane. That is, I think that note, or I think that buff was like quite a bit. Let's take a look at patch notes. Guy sending India to quarter of lumber. We're decentralized. Harbor capacity was updated. Alright. Let's maybe take a look at the patch notes. Because people, I think, want to see. So, open beta has been updated. You can still opt in. Here's that about opting in, etc. Gameplay. Pops Rising get a temporary plus 50 to satisfaction. This will be nice for preventing chain uprisings, but okay. Estates will build up profitable buildings in low control areas if they have a low income versus expense balance. I think that this means that they won't build buildings maybe that are negative, that have negative balances. So this maybe prevents some of the apocalypse mode stuff. Harbor suitability has been reverted. Local governors now no longer require copper and tin to be built. It's probably kind of a huge pain in the ass. The gold is still a pain in the ass, because it requires a lot of gold. Reduce troop counts costs for some important raw materials, or transport costs for some important raw materials. So I don't think the thing that was on fault was like the iron and the lumber being expensive and transport costs, but this may have been what was the important ones. I don't think those were the ones that were sinning. But okay. Well, maybe they were sinning because if they weren't getting constructed because people weren't intentionally exporting them and were relying on burgers to do it, and the burgers don't motivate, like, expansion, but I don't know if the AI thinks like that. A bunch of stuff for the AI, or for diplomacy. A lot of this is related to HRE. Emperor getting 0.5 diplomats is pretty nice. Countries which have been notoriously aggressive with the HRE are less likely to get elected. Womp womp. So I think HRE is going to be a little bit fun to play. Kind of excited for doing an Austria run at some point. Forced divert trade can be cancelled. Is also maybe important. I assume without a fight. So discontented corrupt officials now have affordable monthly cost. Alright. Fixed river direction when going alongside several locations should fix river adjacencies. It's still going the wrong way for markets, I think. But I guess we haven't checked. Some changes for situations and disasters. Looks like Brandenburg's a little bit easier. Elephant Cavalry got buffed. And then that's kind of the majority of what's going on here. We got bug fixes and modding. And yeah. Did you know that India is massively buffed in the notes? Did you know? Hey, did you know? Considering the current patch of state on effect wealth, I imagine if a state used nest egg on mercs to overthrow you. Bruh. The actual, like, trying to keep the empire together difficulty. That'd be sweet. People would get so mad, though. We could upgrade to kingdom. I think we do it. There's, like, no cost. Oh, it's, like... It's 1k gold. Alright. And now we could rival an additional person. I think we rivaled Timurids. Actually, let's rival someone who's threatening, man. Because this is better for our prestige, I think. Doab or... yeah. We can't. He's the most threatening guy we can rival. Okay, we got that. On to Kabul. I think we want to end the war like on the 1st of the month. Or maybe fight one of these rebels. Why can't we add? You can just add it by hand. Gross. Right, well, this is what we want. Why does this guy have maps of Gascony, dude? I think this is how our subject got New World stuff. Alright, I guess we don't really care that much why he has maps of Gascony. We want to end the war on the 1st of the month, though. And then we want our guys to stand down their armies and then deck on the other guy. We have to deck before the month tick, though. Oh, do they stand down their armies on the month tick? I guess we could get ready to fight the Patriots and take 2 month ticks. Let's do that, I suppose. Patriots pop. Let's embrace. Nope, we're gonna wait. Oh, a bunch of guys stood down their levies, now they're re-raising them. We don't want them to head over. These guys have rivaled us. Okay. We also need to focus a little bit on rebuilding the economy over here. I think that we did get our price collapse, probably. No, we don't have the collapse on glass yet, but we're setting it up here, so... We have these guys expanding on glass. Wow. It's being a little bit stubborn. Let's city this, and then add glass to that as well. To be fair, we're upgrading a couple cities which are consuming glass. And then here... We had planned on going for tools production because we needed that. And we'll put it on auto expand because there's iron in the province, so that should work pretty well. Oop, not closed. Keep that expanding because tools have also been an issue. Let's actually recover up some morale before we make that move. I guess we need to delete all the forts. In areas that we conquered. Because this way we'll have less headache. Looks like there's not many. Fair enough. Okay, we will wait till the end of the month to do this. And now we will deck on these guys. Get the goon squad in. And then... Oh, I'm stupid. We were supposed to start annexing someone. It's not the biggest punt. I do think this one we want some mercs though. And we want them like from this area. We want arquebusiers. Sweetie swooty. I'm coming for that arquebusie. Let's go pull him from the Levant, I think. And let's see what comp we can go with. If we do this, do we get a combined upper arms bonus if we also throw in some falconets? Okay, we'll invest 2k in this war, I think. Let's also just auto-extend this. Should be good. Downstream is back to 50% market access. Really, really, really? They fix it? I mean, it's tracing a different path. I need to find a different one. Different river. No, it's going the wrong direction still. It's rewarding you for having your market capital upriver. Why do your buildings take 23 days to finish? 23 million days? We're working on it, okay? 0 lumber, yeah. Is that part of the issues from 1.1 or the region not having lumber? Yes. It's both. Is it worth permanently declaring on people with maps? Probably. It's kind of a pain in the butt. I mean, your subjects also being fully mobilized always and forever is a huge drain on food as well. Like, we would experience more pop growth if we stayed at peace, because our subjects, like, raise levies, and we can't make them not raise levies. We can't tell them, hey, yo dog, food. Yeah. No, they don't listen when we say that. So. Did it make it so you could assault with mercs? No, not being able to assault with mercs feels so funky. I mean, I think I get it, but I also think I don't like it. I guess they don't want you to, like, just wood chipper them with assault, using them for assaults, but, like, baby, we paid for it. We get to do anything. So, let's ship this guy back. Can't you scootage? You can scootage? Just kidding, you guys are right, my bad. You can't scootage. Well, it would be nice if we could tell them to only use regulars or something like this. So you can't quite scootage that, but yeah, you can scootage. You're right. So true, bestie. This is kind of in the territory of what we want from them, but I think that we could also, yeah, we could just occupy this dude and take stuff off their retinas. Something like this. That's what we want. I don't know if we could take that much. You maybe don't even want this guy, to be honest. Just ignore his stuff. Use him as like a lever to declare war again. Maybe we come here. It's a lot of Armenians coming our way. Oh, just kidding. A lot of Kurds. We are getting some Armenian conversion in, though. What are we looking at? 3.7%. We would like more. We are converted Kurds, though, so we're reducing the Kurd number as we raise this. Could be kind of a lot of work. Let's come for those guys, actually. And send this guy up. Instead. Should be good for us. I think we're gonna... Nice. We would prefer this be the crown power character, because that would give us more crown power. Wonder if you could refill garrison with mercs. Probably not. We almost have enough stab where I think we're ready to click a bunch of buttons for it. Which means we're gonna throw sliders. I guess we could split these guys in half, probably. Oh, they get wrecked. Alright. No one in the crown. Means we're not gonna have any crown power characters here, I think. Yeah, we'll just wait. I think we'll have some come of age soon. Oh, this is why we have no crown power characters. Okay, so we need to elect someone who is the right dynasty. We don't have anyone who's the right dynasty. Son of a bitch. Let's double check. So these guys, the green with the whatever on it is the right dynasty. So the party's over. The party of us getting like unlimited crown power is over, it seems. Okay, we're just gonna take the young... All these guys are really good. I think we're gonna take the youngest and try and rebuild. Okay. So I think this also is probably where we stop paying for our sliders. Is there any other advances that we want? So we could store up from this age, from this. Colonial migration probably, yeah, efficient mining is probably good enough. Okay, now, let's marry an 18-year-old, as one does, yikes. And then I'm gonna marry 3 lowborns and work on the stable. I imagine we don't have any crown power characters that we can appoint. Wrong dynasty. Okay. It's not a calamity. Everybody, just calm down. We'll be okay. Calm down, chat. This is not the end of the world. This is not the end of the... This is not the end of the crown power. We'll be fine, chat. We're kind of not gonna be fine. We're gonna have really shit crown power for a while in here. And I don't think we want to put him in charge of an army or navy, because I think we want to get... Well, actually, if he's in charge of an army or navy... Hold the phone. No, the 2 people who have the high score, the problem is that, yeah, nobody here is a crown character. Or a former crown character from the former dynasty. So... I'm at least a half hour behind. Womp womp. Think it'll be worth forming Georgia first, then go biz? We're not going biz. Oh, you're asking me a, like, extended question. Are you doing fine? By the way, did you remove market tab on the toolbar on the right? Did they remove it? Oh, we just didn't add it. Actually, I think it was annoying when you have a lot of markets, but... Do you like the change of not being able to culture convert in places that don't have those pops? We can't culture convert in places that don't have those pops. I don't... What? I'm not sure what you mean. Not being able to culture convert locations that don't have those pops. We started culture converting stuff to Armenian here without any Armenian pops seeded. I think if you accept them, it works. Why are your stats so high? Because our chin is very wide. So we're pretty aggressive about marrying a bunch of people. And then once we marry a bunch of people with the kids, we pay for expensive education, especially if they're like genius. And so we just have kind of an assortment of like genius characters just because of the lottery of rolling higher numbers. So just kind of stay winning if you're Sunni, mashallah. Georgia and then Biz, do you think it'd be worth it? Georgia's got some good stuff, I think. But there's probably someone else you can form that's better than Georgia even. Error and Panic, basically. Chat, make a big deal. It's not like this. We'll be fine, chat. We'll be fine. Can you move your capital to Little St. James? I don't know. I agree, I meant to type I agree current tools mod and maybe reduce transport weights cost are a band-aid, but they allow playing testing occur over the weekend. That's fair enough. Who needs crown power? Where all of our income is from trade. I don't think you can form Georgia as Treb. Georgia's tier 3 and you start as tier 4. I think there's content tiers and then there's country rank. These are two entirely different things. It's deceptive, but this is a tier 4 country. This is rank 4. Tier 4, rank 4. They're different. Kumai run, I cannot culture convert my initial core with 100% Kumai pop to territory tie even when accepted. Interesting. Mongols colonized Iraq. It'd be like that sometimes. The hordes, my brother. Little St. James is an island. Is the island? Which island? Not near us, it's not. Oh, this? You cannot colonize that. We might be able to colonize. I think that we can actually colonize down here. I just don't know if I think it's any good. We don't have that many pops. I guess we have a lot more now, but... I think we win that. These are age 4 guys. These are arquebusiers, my friend. These are arquebusiers. Oh, they're arquebusiers and they're losing, but we're getting reinforcements. Alright. We narrowly win. Yikes. Big yikes. Almost done taking out this subject. Debris will also give us a core. Most of this gets cored up. Gonna have to culture convert some stuff here and there. Or just like leave it just integrated. That's not the end of the world. How much more? We need 28 more locations. That's not too bad. We're about to get a few more here. We don't have another war to start, I don't think. That, like, looks good. Retinids. This actually is a good war for us. These guys are soft, breedable. I don't think we need the mercs for that, though. Let's improve relations with Armenia. And these guys. Look at this, isn't it glorious? All these Armenian pops. We're not going to be integrating this that quickly, though. Madagascar is good to colonize. You plan on playing around with Colombian exchange. Rebels are unbearable right now. They changed it. They updated it since yesterday, yes. They're a little bit more bearable. Yeah, I don't want to fight with these guys over the colonization, though. But us getting a foothold would be okay. The thing is, we don't have range for this. Oh, was someone suggesting this? Yeah, I think we could go for that. I think we're into that, actually. Capital region that we're in, yeah, it does border a coast. Kind of have some stuff going on with the proximity. This is not as good as I was hoping it was going to be honest. The thing is, these harbors suck. Long term, this is not even like a good natural harbor thing to have, I think. Long term, though, we could actually project proximity from here down to here. These guys are overstacking like idiots. Just waiting for this to finish, basically. I think actually we've taken out enough of their army that we don't need to renew the marks. We might have to get one more tech. Master Colonist is fine here. So naval supplies guilds kind of would be okay too. Alright. God, they got so many forts, it's so obnoxious. That's maybe what we can kind of save. They will be full occupied in a second. Are we not on the right location? I hope when this patch isn't in beta, Japan is playable. I think Japan will be playable. I think they're working on Japan specifically. How come Kurdistan is in public imagination of late? I don't know. I'm forming it because it gives you dev. Not because, like, RP. I suggest being able to lock PMs in an entire market. That would be nice. Or provinces, maybe. Or both. Just having the flexibility, because, like, if a province is producing clay, I want all the masons to use clay. Like, regardless of how much money it makes. I don't care. Like, this mason wanted to use clay always and forever. Locked in. Because it has a production bonus on clay. Or even have, like, a setting where you just, hey, are you getting a production efficiency bonus for this one thing? And it's like, yes, then, okay, well, then we're going to do the things. This guy eventually will get so much more exhaustion that he'll just, like, well, this will get us up to 100, but... Maybe we can take this type of thing. I think if we release this and it's majority Turkish, it'll actually be Turkish. Or sorry, Armenian. Damn it. And us having more surface area would be really nice for being able to siege more, so this kind of is an attractive deal here. War score costs will also go down dramatically if we occupy the forts in these provinces, and so we are occupying at least one fort. Let's take a look at opinion of our subjects. Opinion map mode. They're swarming. I'm swarming here. He's locked in. Did you see that? My bad. I apologize. Did they say anything about the vassal spam meta? I don't think so. Timurids have been more impactful lately. They conquered all in your... Yeah, they have a thing for the Timmies. Minor uprising here. Looks like we have Shia peasants, actually. I don't think we have too many good sources of what have you. Yeah, I think they nuked all the good stuff in here. Wait, where are our tribesmen? Actually, this is cause for concern. Where are the tribesmen? Okay, we will not want to control this land directly in the long term. Or we want to urbanize it. I guess the legumes are super urbanizable. Tribesmen there. Not so many tribesmen there. Tribesmen are actually increasing though. But if we urbanize this and we plop down a thing there, it'll be fine. Okay, we also in this market are trying to get more stone. Or sorry, not stone. Trying to get the masonry to make sense. So I think we're going to throw down a little bit in our subjects. in provinces that have bonuses for it. So this isn't us. Put it on auto-expand and force it onto clay. Lock in. Auto-expand. Locked. It's on clay. Auto-expand. Lock in on clay. Because we only care about the quantity of masonry produced. So that should solve the masonry problem. Pretty handedly. I'm trying to think who we want to. I guess once this guy finishes, we kind of want to wrap the war up then. This guy... not feeling the war too much. Do they care if we bucket them? Kind of. I think we would. That buckets them. Shoot. There's not a way for us to push up there without bucketing them. Can't not bucket them. Ugh. Just need to occupy more provinces. I think we have the guy exploring there. No more blue for maritime presence? No, I don't like it. Can't tell when maxed out. There was an update today, yes. Does anyone know if you can change the name to Persia like Iran? I mean, we're gonna be forming Persia. Jesus, Dev needs to fix the Mongolian culture conversion. It's all over Iraq and Iran. It looks so weird. Well, if the country is... I don't know what you mean. The country, the horde itself is Mongolian, right? In terms of its culture. I guess, how do you want it fixed? You know? What does a fix look like to you? Because you can... Do you want the hordes not to be able to culture convert? Because they're going to culture convert to the culture that they are. Do you want them not to be Mongolian? It seems that the remnants of the hordes that kind of swept in should maybe be Mongolian, right? How's our Armenian conversion going? It's just slow, I think, probably. Yeah, 4%. We lose some Republican tradition, but I think that actually we want to spend some of it. Minus max tax, minus levy size. I think that we're not... Oh, we are... Yeah, we are actually max taxing them. Okay, okay, okay. So, do not want to lose that. Dharmic Dhimmi communities. The issue with this... So, either we like all in on it, or we're not in on it at all. The minus unrest has actually been pretty nice right now. But, the issue is Shia specifically, we want to get rid of. And a body as well. This guy actually... But maybe there's not that much Shia left. And then we kind of don't care as much. We don't want to have heretics, because we can get a lot of tolerance of heathens, but not of heretics. So this also, I think, requires that we hold on to something in India. But maybe it would be something we're into, considering rebels. It will make the Dhimmi estate big. The Dhimmi estate's not very big right now, which would make it so we want to tax the Dhimmi estate. It's funny, the promote local hierarchy is like troll, like a big chunk of the time. Oh no, wait. It's like somewhat troll, but like max tax on nobles estates is normally kind of hard to get. And would make sense if we're going like a conversion heavy route. So if we went theocracy and we're just converting everyone, we would probably do that. That way we could tax the nobles more. Also, you get a ton of noble satisfaction under theocracy. And that's one we were thinking about, but the noble satisfaction malice. We don't have maxed out satisfaction on these guys, though. This is just going to lead to us having less tax, though. But then we could also put in monetary fiefs. And maybe this makes sense, and we get a little bit more tax of trade efficiency. What's our trade efficiency right now? Yeah, we kind of have an amount where we can do some nonsense stuff already. Maybe go for this. And then just giving them more satisfaction here, mostly. Expand farming cost is kind of okay, though. Tribes allowed in cabinet maybe is somewhat useful at some point in time. How much are we hurting the... I think we just chill out. Like, what's our trade income right now? 211. It's like 40%. Speaking of, let's actually add a bunch of trade buildings. I think the trade buildings with the current balance are like never bad, so let's do that. Maybe not in the market capital itself, although we might move it, so. We'll do this. Excited to see what Tabriz looks like after this. I think we do have to think about where to move markets. I think we need to have all three of these markets controlled, though, before trying to figure it out. Titans, as far as they are, come far see. Yeah. My kingdom for a bucket. He started Shia and said they are all Shia. You should stay Shia. The holy sites in Iraq give you big reductions to scholar cost. We're not gonna pay our slider cost anyway, though. Scholars are like free. And if we go Shia, we can't have our main school be Maliki. So we can't get the monthly dev. So, if anything, Mongols would assimilate themselves. Yeah. Immersion, how's it going? It's going pretty good. You love what comes from Tabriz? Oh no. Did I walk into something offensive? Not like this. Cancel immediately. No. Can you just decide that you're willing to give up the bag so we can find a peace deal we like? Oh yikes, we lost our boys, our mercs. Which means we've been fighting this war for over 2 years now. I guess we don't actually need the lead in here. This won't bucket them, so we could do this. Problem is they're not a fan of that peace deal, yeah. I think also once we get this, that'll be a lot better. Not that we're taking anything in that province, right? Yeah, I don't think we're taking locations, trying to take locations in that province. If we are, that makes a difference, yeah. We're trying to take the Armenians here. And release someone who's going to convert guys to Armenian. To the cause. But this is about to pop, so we might just have to take what we can get. I don't think we can assault the fort. I guess that's a reason to actually just do like infantry and cannons. If you can merc into Cav and have the Cav fight with you, and because you can't assault with the other guys, something like this. This is the only annexation we have going on. I think. Yeah, it is. So we just need to get another annexation going. Like, more than we need, kind of a little bit of extra clay. %. Maybe at the end of the month we'll be able to do that peace deal. Are there leap years in this game? Okay. We'll take this. We'll send this guy back to gold. We will need to make subjects. What? These guys would be Armenian if we create them, and they will give us claims. Kinda into that, but I think that might release this as a separate one. First. This will be Armenian. We'll make them a vassal. And then we'll release the historical one after this. Or actually, let's transfer this location. And then let's make the historic one and a vassal. And then custom subjects. This should also be Armenian. Yeah. But this is not Armenian, I think. No. So let's go to this, make them Armenian. And then we will hand them this Turkish province to assimilate the Turks. So that's kind of why we created that there. And we wanted it to be 2 location subject, but yeah, this is majority Armenian, so that works for us there. And then we need to start an annexation, at least one. And we want to, now that we have more guys, we want to embrace the New World. I guess we should have checked. These guys already had the institutions. Yeah, maybe it would have been cheaper to embrace with them. Alright, let's embrace the New World. We know we need to start annexing. I think this guy is what we want. Not eligible Induids maybe then? I just want to start one of these so I don't forget it. I do think we want to just... We could either fight the Patriots. I guess we just fight the Patriots. I think we just fight the Patriots instead of trying to start a new war before they pop. This guy, I think, is kind of breaking us from doing stuff in this province, but also OPMs are so nice. We're going to put a regional capital over here. So annexing stuff in that region makes a lot of sense. So let's do that. Okay, so now for tech. Famous Persian and poet and theologian Rumi had a very deep, interesting relationship with his mentor, known as the King of Tabriz. Oh, I see. I'm not familiar with Rumi, like, at all. Journalist ruling over dev, basically. Could be a genuinely deep friendship, but some scenes in his own works and his son's biography read almost homoerotic on the surface, which makes me chuckle given the context. It do be like that. Do you know that the Romans assaulted someone? Do we have a mod in chat? Hey, RNG confirmed. Happy Friday. Do we have a mod in chat? Can we time out Elia, please? Thank you. 1 minute should do. How dare you? I don't think we need the overseas explorations, really. I think we just want rights of the burghers, like, immediately, right? New World crops is also attractive. But the colonial range should be enough for us to get going. I guess exploration progress into trade capacities may be okay. Merc size is also something we're kind of into. I kind of like the idea of heading towards the iron here. Cloth output, actually, also. Into that. Also into trade range. So I think we'll come this way. And let's go for the trade range first. Actually, let's go right to the burghers first, and then trade range. And then reevaluate. And then re-eval. They hated them for so though they spoke the truth. If I knew how to time people out on Twitch, you'd be in trouble. I don't even think I have any Twitch mods. And they were roommates? Yeah. The roommates be mating. I mean, rooming. My bad. Yeah, so... I think this is the only part of the... Yeah, this is just super handleable for us. We'll just start sending the army over to handle it. What do we have not going? Tools is the name of the deficit for here. Yeah, some of it's not even in the right market. Okay. What's our issue with the tools here? We're missing iron. Okay. Getting these wetlands down will actually be nice. I mean, we're gonna annex this guy and then bog iron smelt our way through here. We just don't have a lot of bog iron smelters right now, but yeah, maybe we're into the iron output as well. This is gonna add a lot of reduction. It's 10% reduction here. Oh, we're annexing the Inuits? I don't remember starting that. Okay. That works for us. That works. Rebel pop. We need like another 20 here. Just another 20-ish locations. And then we can not flip Armenian, but start to annex the Armenians. Unfortunately, it's going to take us a while, a hot minute to flip Armenian. I think we want to annex these guys so we can start flipping them Armenian. Do we have anyone at 200? We have a couple. What are we using our cab actions on? Do have Diplo rep. I don't think we have any crown characters yet, no. This guy's doing his best, he's trying to pump out the babies. We are rebuilding the crown. Dev matters a little bit more for proximity now, so doing it in the capital is kind of nice. Promote integration. To be fair, the passive integration speed is increased. The UI for showing it's not that great, but how integrated is this? Normally we don't let stuff passively integrate, so I don't even know how to check it. Mod me, I'll get him. Get him! Oh. We'll have to... I think I have to take a look into that a little bit and then probably set it up, yeah. If I knew how to do the thing, I would get him. There was also point chased out of town, but later welcome back because they're actually nice. Do you think at the size you're mostly alleviated early game struggles or still suffering? Still suffering from some of the like tools, lumber, iron issues, but once we get the iron tech, it'll be helped out a lot. Religious and gay as hell, I love this, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Also, does 1.1.1 remove the need for that mod? For the naval mod, but not the auto-expand mod. I think if we go this and we look to try and assimilate, it'll tell us, or integrate. So a lot of these are like 5% integrated. That would be a long time to just naturally try and pull the all natural. But is Kandahar a location or a province? It's a location. So it could push us along here specifically, and then we could integrate here. I think we wanted culture convert that. Yeah, I think we're not into trying to leverage that. I think the fact that you can roll this maybe makes it so that you, in theory, want to always be integrating one province, but after a certain point. I think we don't care about passing this much more, except for the stab. We can't push individualists. We could do this, but I'm thinking that we... Actually, we don't mind containing pike and shot. We want to grab this. We want to get rid of free villages. I think peasant enfranchisement is good, so let's not. And then I guess we will be decking on Gorgon, who's the last holder of any Persian clay. We need, I think once you consider these, we need another 21 locations. Getting a lot from this guy. The rebels, the other ones will pop. We're okay with that. He's not ready to give it up. Do you think it's weird that that naval countries get 2 more governors? Yeah, I also think it's weird that they have to be an exclave. So now we're gonna bend over backwards to keep this an exclave, so we can stay our naval governor. And I think that that's just like, I think it's a weird gameplay pattern that doesn't make sense and is like kind of unfun to like intentionally exclave something that's like right next to, like. It makes some sense, but we're literally just gonna be transferring stuff from our subjects just to keep a line of stuff. So that this is separated until, like, later, basically, when we will have a new naval governor. But, this guy pops. Yes. Rebel, rebel. Oh no, rebels, whatever will we do? Yeah, it's so tempted to put this guy in charge of the army for the ground power. Oh, we kind of... Nice. We rolled prosperity on this guy. We were, like, at 95% prosperity, and now we'll be, like, overcapping it. Yeah, get him, boys. Wow, not ready to give it up. Fair. This guy's gonna be plus a lot. Gonna get a lot of locations there. Okay, so pretty far from getting revolts. We have some Shia zealots, but that's it. Now at this point. think we will transfer from this guy this other province. So we will want to annex that guy sooner. And we will use this guy to be the exclave maker. For these two, collectively. I think we're improving relations, we're not. Alright, let's improve with him. Put in 5 hours on launch, they fixed enough to come back yet? Probably wait for 1.1 full release at this point. I don't know when they full release it, but it's like on the cusp of an improvement, so. Was there a law we wanted to change? Federal union's fine, decentralized. We want to get off Sharia law. Knowledge of heathen's kind of not ideal, but it's not affecting us right now. So the extra cabinet action, we could instead get crown power. I think cab action's probably better, but not by a lot. I think we want trade range. Strict censorship. Same religion. We're tax farming right now. I think as long as we have a ruler that has Midas touch, we want to stay tax farming. We wanted to change that back, but then now we don't. I guess nobility controlled mining operations could change. Yeah, it looks like all of our laws are good, so we either go for 7 stab or we, oh, some guy stole our war, no! We either go for 7 stab or, like, a war, but we already have a war on this guy if we want it. Carthage not our subject? Oh, they're not. Okay. Time to just wait that out. Let's see. We could also do books out of here. We are expanding the paper. Next level of books I think does require wood. Yeah, wooden paper. Is there anything else we can build in this province? It's got lumber and fiber crops. I guess that's kind of okay. %60% prod efficiency because we have 200% paper supply locally. Tools is giving a deficit, but lumber is kind of okay for now. I think we're gonna just generally need a lot of lumber, so putting some of this stuff on auto expand's not terrible. Were they not on the woods? They are not. Wow, so much stuff that we kind of don't like. Let's actually go out of our way to delete all the fruit orchards here. Those fruit orchards are just so bad. I think fiber crop ones are kind of bad too. Depends where they're at though. Maybe tolerate it. Yeah, so we're going for some stab here. So Injuid's finish. It's gonna be like 12 locations, 10 locations. So we need 21 and it's gonna be all S. I said Injuid's finish. Injuids? Injuids. Just one more, uno mas. Alright, fair. Quom, we probably don't want to... Do we want that urbanized? Probably not, actually. Feels bad knocking so much stuff down. Look at all this stuff that's closed because it's not profitable, though. Let's do that, because that'll make the annexation cheaper, too. I think this other stuff... Actually, I don't think we, in general, want to ever really be urbanizing the cattle. So that's 2 annexations at once. Injuid's now annexed. Which... Okay, is fine. Where are we at? 8 more. Well, we don't have the juice here. I think we do want to start one annexation before our war, though. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't just go right into the next war, because it like would have hampered how quickly we're forming Persia. And we want to form and then just release all these guys that we're just, release all this extra land we're holding on to. The exclave maker. Bro, I loved when on the forums they called Playmaker the Nerf Maker. That was so funny. So in 1.1.1, better to have a huge market area? I'm not sure, but it does improve your production methods, yeah. So... That's kind of something we were thinking of. We were thinking of turning this into 2 markets. And maybe moving Lar over to the Apocalypse zone over here. Or like down here even, or something like weird. I don't know, Lar is mega huge, but there's no wood in it, so... But like once we have Eshfan, expecting weird stuff. Why is this guy in Eshfan instead of ours? What? I guess that's like a preview of what Eshfan market's gonna look like. Like the Baghdad market's, I think, kind of wants to be over here. Tabriz kind of over here, and this like down here or something. Straddling. If the mountain range was just a little bit thinner, it would be so much better to just straddle it. But it's not thinner. It means we're gonna have to go through like one bad location, but you can't like go to the other side of the mountain range very easily. Yeah, we'll also get so much more crown power once we release all this, like, kind of bullshit that, like, has no control. How are the roads doing here? Pick it up. We're doing on prices for this stuff. We're okay on not everything but lumber's gonna be like awful always, right? Kind of. Well, we are bringing up a bunch of lumber. Maybe it won't be. also have just gobs of cash. I think we can afford to just do this. Because we're going to forget otherwise. Just expanding it out to some areas that are close that don't have currently access. And as we get these roads, this is starting to look a lot better from proximity perspective up here. Also moving through the lake. Nice. Well, I think maybe we annex this guy even. Let's see. Oh, well, we need R to stand for, yeah. For the market. And because we wanted to put our market capital there, or our new capital there. Maybe we'll start 2 annexations before we start the next war. How are we doing on this? Let's move it up. But this guy should annex pretty quick. It's gonna be 3 locations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, actually, between Gorgon and these other guys, that's enough locations, I think, to form Persia. Let's just get after these guys then. And get after these guys, I mean, send the goon squad after them. I think we're gonna get enough locations from this. Any advice on good composition, 4th age, 1.0.11? Probably as much infantry as possible while still maintaining the combined arms bonuses. You don't have heathens to tolerate. Sharia gives access to extra law. Which law is it giving access to again? The Sharia jurisprudence. I mean, this is not really doing anything for us. Is the juice worth the squeeze, basically? Question we always ask ourselves. You have to deal with a lot of forts. Actually, well, we're not going to have to deal with any forts. Correction. We are not going to have to deal with any forts. I guess maybe flipping these guys Armenian is attractive. So handling all this culture stuff is like kind of a big pain in the ass. What war did we join in? I understand. I understand. Yeah, we're gonna have like 3 big cultures: Farsi, Kurdish, and Armenian. Okay, it's gonna get wiped now. Prestige doesn't matter really. God, we need these kids to grow up faster. What we need is this guy to roll the development trait. That would be fantastic. Alright, we'll move back to the gold. We are standing on the gold, by the way, because he gives extra control, or armies give a little bit of extra control. Pretty marginal, but... there is iron in this province. I'm not sure we get access to the bonus. we have some lakes up here, so we can generate a little bit more iron. I think we wanted to downgrade this, but we couldn't before. Because it would be better as a breadbasket location. Or maybe not the farmlands ones, but I think these ones. But we can't downgrade these ones because separatism, yeah, okay. But here, we'll auto-expand the bog iron. The farming in the market village. Or rather, auto-expand out the farming village. Because this is going to be a pretty good food breadbasket. I guess... Do we even have enough pops to cover everything? Yeah, sparse sucks so hard too. Like, you're just like thankful you're not in the desert, but like also sparse is bad. Like the Persia's just when we do our region for like the Middle East, for like best places to put your capital, the unfortunate truth is like Persia, the best place is as close to India as possible. Arabia, the best place is like as close to like Egypt as possible. The Crescent, it's like as close to Egypt as possible. Like every single one of these like places is just like, oh, as close as you can get to some place that's actually good, except for maybe the Caucasus, because you're not close to anywhere good in Anatolia. But like because like we have our capital over here, brother, it would be way better down here. Right here. That's what we're looking for. CB? Wait, what? I thought we had conquered that. Did it break free with the, like, rebel thing? Oh, do we need more? No. I guess maybe we didn't conquer that. No, there was someone else who had it. Alright. We have following through on threat on him. Do we have anyone who gets claims on this CB guy? No. There was this soft guy that was going to be way easier to expand into. Now we have to actually fight Bari Doeb. Yeah, Bari Doeb just annexed the soft boy. I guess this means we can form claims on this guy though. But I think we have Persia after this anyways. I guess maybe they're having some trouble here. It appears. No, don't think. A bag for the recycling. Combined arms bonus in 1.0.11. Oh, sorry, 1.0.11. Yeah, you just go all cav for the first 3 ages and then, like, transition infantry age 4, because it's about even, and then all infantry afterwards. Apologies. What changes would they need to improve the region? I'm not sure that they're trying to improve the region, but, desert vegetation is super punishing, especially when everything requires wood, because the way you get wood is through lumber mills, and you basically can't build lumber mills in the region. But also, like, it super gimps you on pop and development, desert specifically. And this is, like, it's, like, intractably bad. There's, like, you get less food production, right? You get less population capacity. You get less development growth. Like, every single, like, aspect of it is just, like, awful. So, like, you just have a bunch of desert, so the area is just bad. And, like, sparse is also not very good. Like, sparse is going to have lower local population capacity than either grasslands or woods or this type of stuff. See, 50,000 versus 25,000. This is going to make there be a lot less pops. And so grassland is just like way better. Also gets local food production. Woods allows you to build these lumber mills, which are just ubiquitously important. Grassland does not. Farmland also does. So does woods. And so sparse being bad is also... And then on top of this, you have all this terrain nonsense. And even if you can resolve the terrain nonsense with proximity bonuses, right? Because a lot of these guys are getting proximity, or a few of these guys are getting proximity bonuses over rough terrain. That only helps proximity. It doesn't help market access. So our markets are just going to have poor access just in general. Like, we're looking at markets that aren't that big, that are getting really, like, poor access on the outskirts, right? And the reason is that they have to go through this, like, pretty bad terrain. And so, like, I don't know if from a design perspective they want the region to be good. I think that, like, everything that they have for, like, a design perspective is just, like, making stuff awful. I have a weird thing happening where I demand to be an appanage from France, and then I get attacked by Aragon without France being called in, even though they're your overlord. I don't think every overlord potential calls you in. I think it depends a little bit what it is. I don't know about appanages specifically. Like, appanages can, like, declare their own wars, so I think they have independent diplomacy. But I don't know how that works on defensive. I can't remember. What changes would they need to make to improve the region? Yeah. They added worse mechanic to winter desert regions as well. Can't wait for the market access buffs. Well, I don't know how you buff it. You mean cold arid? Yeah, also arid's not good. But, like, the bigger part is the desert and the terrain. It's just like, I don't know, it's kind of an unplayable region to play in. We're trying, though. Like, we have a bunch of dev bonuses. That overcomes, like, one of the issues, but, like, the pop is, like... The pop, we could play around with some stuff and are kind of overcoming it, but issues are just created, you know? We're actually hitting pop cap. So this is also the desert. Having super low pop cap makes you want to urbanize everything. I don't know what to do with the gold. Probably just cry and never upgrade. But yeah, this probably just urbanizes at this point. Soon enough, we are getting Mappy. Oh no, not again. Please no. Mappy. Mappy is inevitable. Oh, maybe we shouldn't have expanded out the roads ourselves. Looks like the AI is kind of being aggressive about it for us. Road upgrades feel really good with the proximity changes, though. Persia is the gap between Europe and India, so whoever is OP at the time doesn't go over and murder the other. I mean, that's one way to look at it, but yeah, like, the solution for the Middle East is to, like, leave and either go towards Europe or towards India. Which, like, the governors, we're going to be able to half leave. I think we might just keep our capital here for forever, like, for theminess, but it's just going to be bad. How did the Tabriz market didn't expand very much? Yeah, I think the Tabriz market needs to move. I don't know where to. We could either step into the Tbilisi market a little bit, or we could, like, move it down here. I mean, we want to be at the head of the river, and being on rough terrain is valuable, so maybe it's even here. For Tabriz. I don't know where Baghdad goes then. Baghdad might go down a little bit. Just offset it into, like, here. Because pushing into these regions is just kind of bad. Maybe just offset by 1 or 2. Just here to, or maybe to Wasset. Starts to step on Eshfan's toes, but Eshfan's gonna push back a little. I think that's also, like, kind of really close to all the pops in Wasset. We need that location, though. We don't own it. But maybe moving that far over here just doesn't make sense because there's more pops here, and there's a lot of pops here. And they'll have, like, really bad market access. So maybe Eshfan moves north, even. Because we were thinking of moving Eshfan, like, 1 over to here, but maybe Eshfan moves to here. And then with Eshfan in there, it services this area. There a little bit of, and there's some forest and stuff there, because Eshfan not having enough forest was not enough wood is a bit of an issue. I think I like that as well. God, I wish there were map tax. We could, like, put down market. So we'll have to somehow remember this. But Tabriz comes over here. Eshfan moves north, which also is going to be closer to the river, which is nice. To here. And then this comes down. The Lar market will get a little bit bigger. The Lar market's an abomination. I don't know how we feel about all that. But the Lar market, I think, will pick up some of these woods. Maybe. No, Baghdad's gonna pick them up. The Lar market's just gonna be forever sad. Forever sad. I wanna be forever sad. Do you wanna never have wood forever? Something like this. The region is unplayable. I feel like that's bad. I mean, I think that the material conditions of Afghanistan were probably such that they were never becoming a global power starting from this, like, time period, maybe. Maybe not. I don't really know. They would have to really rework a whole lot of systems, because, like, at a systems level, like, that desert is, like, really bad, and sparse is pretty bad, and topography is pretty bad, and you would need all those things to just be radically different. Or for Persia to somehow get to ignore them, which, just making a mechanic just so you can ignore it seems like not a very good way of handling the mechanic, you know what I mean? Like, what's the point? Like, I mean, I think I'm okay with it to some extent, but, like, you know, what's the... Do we have to take this? Because, yeah. Because they don't want to be isolated. Let's just do this and hold on to this as a peace deal. We are going to want a separate peace in though, I think. But after this, we start annexing Armenians only, I think. To try and push the Armenian culture once we have Persia. So these will be the last two. Give this man a Grammy? Hell yeah, brother. The AI doesn't... the new AI Conquer Desire map mode is nice. I agree. Do overbuild on rural province to make population leave the place. You can do that a little bit. Are you saying we should do it here? Maybe. The thing is, I think desert that's another thing is, like, I don't like about desert. The way desert... I guess maybe this is, like, the first thing I would address. Is the local population capacity being flat with vegetation incentivizes you to town literally everything in the desert, and I think that that's a weird play pattern. I don't know, I can't think of a solution though. But Mesopotamia was a thing that existed, but yeah, Mesopotamia is a thing that was existed during a different time period. Like, I'm pretty sure this, like, area was a lot more lush 2,000 years earlier. Like, I believe, down here was as well. This, like, Nubia was a lot more lush as well. Like, the Nubian Empire, like, got erased by climate change, basically. So, there was, like, a band, where land was much more fertile, like 2,000 years earlier. Some starts should just be bad, yeah. Armenians only, the best dating app? Hell yeah, brother. Alright, this guy has more Diplo, we'll give him Diplo education. Trying to be better about giving guys educations when they get the pop-up. Like, in some instances I just feel like I can't be bothered, but... We still don't have cannons yet. This feels so wonky. We have not unlocked... We are 150 years into the game, we have not unlocked a single military unit. Because the mercs are just, like, good enough. We've unlocked plenty of merc techs, though, so it's not like we haven't done anything, but... Do we want estates at equilibrium? Tolerance of true faith. Tolerance of true faith is kind of attractive. Let's go estates at equilibrium, because tolerance of true faith gives 5 satisfaction. This will also give us 2 satisfaction everywhere. So, effectively. Guess we just don't have enough forts taken. These guys keep getting off the actual fort they need to be standing on. Womp womp. Maybe foreign countries should also let you do it with subjects. You get a prodigy, but she's a woman. You hate to see it. We'll still shell out for an expensive education. Alright, let's do this. I mean, is there a reason to not full annex here? They won't let us. They say stranger danger. Alright, fair. It's too expensive to vassalize them. So let's go for this. How much more to form Persia? One more location. We need the one more. So we need to get this. We should have been sieging this by hand. One more thing. The population in some locations is vastly underestimated. In Shiraz, for example, it starts with 15k pop when in reality is close to 60k. I've heard this as well. If you just, like, quadrupled the population, it'd be much better, but, like, the desert prevents you from actually having pop capacity. So maybe something to do with food and pop capacity. Maybe they should have building that gives 5k pop capacity. Mesopotamia is lush because irrigation from Tigris to the Euphrates, not because climate. I guess I'm less sure about Mesopotamia specifically, but I know that Nubia, like, 100%, like, Nubia, like, lost access to, like, the lush, like, desert was not here before, and then it came here. But, yeah. climate was absolutely different in the time of Sumerians. And irrigation led to ecological damage. Yeah, I mean, like, I do not know Mesopotamia specifically, but I know that this was a global phenomenon. Maybe we could look this up. But, like... Let's see. I can't find a very good link that just, like, shows being able to talk about it quickly, like, with a map. The Red Sea subsided the last 2,000 years, yeah. Green Sahara was a thing. The patch seems super imbalanced if you load autosave from the previous patch. Balanced in what way? You mentioned a few times that you feel Muslim religion is stronger than being Catholic. Do you still think it's worth flipping? Now that conversion scales? Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. If you keep everyone Catholic and you flip Sunni, it's still better. Like, Biz is unplayable in 1.1 as you lose too much money at the start. Yeah, Biz should be rough. We saw AI Biz crush the Ottomans, though. Although AI Biz is gone now, yeah. I wonder if they copied the employment system, created a construction system, you could choose different ratios of wood and stone and clay. Yeah, I mean, if they changed the way that the construction system worked, that could help out for the region. That's a massive overhaul. I mean, I prefer Victoria 3's construction system in a general sense, but I think that having national construction queue, like, design-wise doesn't make sense for this game. Like, I think Vic 3's is more... I prefer the way it affects the economy, and, like, I think it's more fun to play, but I don't think... we could assault. I kind of just want to form Persia. We're going to form Persia here. Where can I check this beta guy, my guy? Bro, I didn't think I was acting like a beta, dog. Sorry, my bad. Okay. We got checked. Man called us a beta. If you right-click on the game and you click Properties, betas should be in there, and then the 1.1 will be in the betas. Can we go for more? Let's wait for all this stuff to get occupied so we can try and go for a few more maps. Alright. We have plenty of guys, yeah. Okay. Son of a bitch! God, I feel so stupid. I don't think we can move our capital while at war either. Not 100% sure. Maybe if we pause on the month tick? Alright, we started annexing Armenians though. So here come the rebels. Afghan patriots. Can we move the capital at war? We can. Okay, cool. So... I mean, I guess we could think about where to put it a little bit. I kind of want to be closer to the south here. I mean, I really liked where it was, man. We're gonna get a huge discount going over mountains. So mountains we can effectively view as plateaus. So maybe even here makes a lot of sense. The problem is it's gonna be pretty far from down south. Down south I think is where a lot of the eco potential is. Maybe it's this mountains right here. It's right in the middle of some farmlands. It's kind of close to over here. Could be this farmland even. It's already a city, which is kind of nice. Middle of a bunch of rivers. Is this in Persia? It is. Like kind of in the middle of everything. I think eventually we can actually get control over all of this stuff, like in the long term. The mountains, we ignore the mountains. It's right next to the hills though. I really don't like the hills. God, I hate this region so much. Cucked, basically. Where do you say you need to move your capital to? Over to the right 1 square would work. So close yet so far. Yeah, basically. We were thinking about making a capital, or a regional capital in Esfahan, though. Like, for now, like, we actually just literally just want this location, man. And we could move the capital again, but it's really expensive every time we move it, and it takes 20 stab to move it, so we want to put the capital where we want it for a while. Wouldn't hate being close to the gold, man. There's like just not like one thin strip where it's like, oh, okay, this is easy street. Maybe this even. I'm not sure that's in Persia. It's one outside. Hell yeah, baby. The thing is, we ignore mountains are gonna be not bad for us. Plateaus are bad. Or a mountain's gonna be the equivalent of a plateau. Hills are bad. Hills are the worst. I hate this so much. I think it might be this location. I think maybe I'm just getting baited because it's already a city. I kind of like being on the farmland though. Because we're going to parliament in the capital a bunch. We're going to push up the dev at the cap a lot. We were deving up the capital province that we thought was going to be the capital province. This is not that great as a capital province, though. It's got a few grasslands. Don't think we want to put it there. We want to be close to... We want to be close to this region. This is close to that region. Ruins are kind of dream of putting a regional capital in Eshfan, I think. I think it's just there. God. Because we have like a nice out into this open area. We have to think of mountains as being plateaus, basically. I think long term this plays decently well. Like, once we have no regional capitals in this area. It's kind of just like got shit market access though. Oh, making Constantinople the capital is the obvious answer, basically. Well, the obvious answer is moving to Persia or moving to India or like the Egypt. Georgia got bonkers due to mountains, as Austrians got, or we always Eurocentric as always. Wait, what? No, Armenia got minus 66% on mountains, though. The Austria bonus is the best. I think the Ethiopia bonus well, the Armenian bonus might be better than the Ethiopian bonus. Just put it in Shiraz and roleplay. Put it in Shiraz and roleplay. Brother, we're not putting it in Shiraz. Get out of here. We are not moving the capital to Shiraz to roleplay. Get out of here with that nonsense. What about Marivan? Marivan's okay. Very similar. You're more close to like the north stuff though. Further from this is like kind of the good stuff. But Marivan would be better right now. Marivan would be better right now because we have a regional capital here, but we're gonna move the regional capital off of there eventually. And when you look at like pop, do we be closer to pop up here though? There are some spots with some pops up here though. I think we also don't want to. The capital, we're going to put our. I don't think we want to eat a bunch of death penalties in the capital itself. I think we will want. I think the farmland capital is really nice. The issue is like we will pull more pops here. The pop capacity here is 125k, and here it's 766k, and we're gonna dev up this province, and it's already got high dev, so this means this got buffed a little bit. The local proximity bonus from dev is now half, so instead of 1/5 efficacy, it's effectively half efficacy relative to before when you like do the translation, and there's already a bunch of dev here. Because this, you get more pop attraction in the capital. This isn't like the most important thing, but like also, like it's mostly like trash pop capacity and dev development around here, and the plateau farmland is like an exception. If you want 2 cap moves, maybe go itinerant court. We can't go itinerant court because we're a republic. The different court laws are tied to being a monarchy. Do the bonus help with the dev penalty? Or just proximity? Just proximity. So like this is going to be the dev apocalypse basically. And that's also one of the issues is, yeah, minus 70%. And we have some stuff to try and offset it, but we're only getting 0.055. This is a huge issue just with, like, trying to make this work. These guys don't get dev bonus. Dev is like really important in long term. I think we're moving it here. I think this idea is really good though. I think we would prefer Maravan right now. I think in the long term this is going to be a little bit better. Just making sure we don't misclick that. I think it's like the dev and the pop capacity is like a big... These are similar, I think, in terms of power level, and so the dev and the pop capacity, I think, is like kind of what pushes it over for me. We will have to maybe... Yeah, we're going to move these markets. Oh my god, I can't remember where I wanted to move them. I think this rotates up. I think we just rotate them all counterclockwise was the idea. Slow. Military education. Krug smash. Alright. So that is an expenditure of... We're not stab investing, so I think we're just going to eat a really expensive bop to stab at some point. We're going to try and make sure to not lose stab in parliaments for a while, I think. Try and get up to 30-ish for the Armenia swap. Speaking of... Oh, these mountains are going to be bad right now because we're not Armenian yet. We can curtail because we already pushed all the way to plutocracy, so this is just a bunch of extra tax. I think we want curtail. I think we want the max tax. We get more into shenanigans territory with the trade efficiency, but I think that's more... I think long term the trade efficiency might be better, but I think this is better in the short term. I don't think we want the Diplo rep. It's gonna screw up all the roads again. They're gonna need to get rebuilt. There's gonna be so many zigzaggy roads. But what are we building here? Incidentally, this is actually where we have a decent chunk of eco stuff, because it's the city mainly. But then, do we still want a regional capital over here? I don't know. Let's look at the location well. Yeah, it still might be good. Just thinking Tabriz might be okay, too. We're gonna become an empire, so we're gonna get two. Maybe we do that and Tabriz. In the short term. Long term, I think we're gonna have much better options, but... I think being aggressive about rebuilding the governors makes a lot of sense. So... With that said, what do we need for Tabriz? I think Tabriz shouldn't even be urbanized, but... Wait, why can't we move it here? Not enough gold in the Tabriz market. Okay, it's just gold in the Tabriz market. That's not too big an issue considering Tabriz has gold. Okay. Where's the gold? Let's close it. For now. Click as fast as you can, it gets built better. Alright. Perfect. Not sure that Tabriz is even the best spot in this market to be building the gold anyway, or the jewelry. Considering gold in the province is better than jewelry in the province. I think we're downgrading this, maybe. It's just not worth right now. Tabriz is huge. Alright. We do get this. New capital, food. Georgia wants food access. Say no. And then let's annex the revolter. And now we can form Persia. Finally, chat. Are you guys ready? I'm ready. I'm so ready. Is there a better formable? Absolutely. It would be better for us to form, to swap to being the Ottomans. 100% it would be better. We're not... Persia's content's kind of medium. But, the idea is we want to play Persia specifically, so... Not going Persia is a little bit of a non-starter. Stability decay is a little bit nice. Founding cities and towns, nice. Trade maintenance is something... This is something that's valuable for us because we want to stack this and we have a bunch of trade modifiers. Food production is also going to be nice for us. Cavalry... Persian horses is kind of bad in light of the fact that I think cavalry is not very good anymore. I think it's like maybe break even with infantry in the first 3 ages and then it's just bad. But you have to go some amount of cavalry, I guess, for the combined arms bonus. Cloth outputs, that's kind of the biggest thing that Persia has going for it, is the cloth output, 33%. This is a barracks building that we maybe can't go. I think that we have to have Shiism for these two anyways. But I think that we prefer the dev. This is not useful because we're not going to go feudal. The discipline is going to be nice as well. That's one of the other ones. I think that we get some okay units, especially in the last age, where it's going to do 30% extra strength damage. This one's got combat speed. That's not very useful. Tapuchi, I think, doesn't have too much. I guess combat, this is damage. So this would be strength damage done. Is pretty nice, I guess. Heretical beliefs, not that important because we're going to go Sunni and we're going to flip everyone, so we're not going to have any heretics. And then these guys are kind of okay with the 20% extra damage. They also move around, zip around a little bit faster, but this doesn't really matter anymore because they kind of standardized all the movement, so you're going to be slowed down by your cannons or whatever too, so... there's no, like, having a faster army and zipping them around type of thing, so... It does hit us to Empire, though. Form Italy. No mountain proximity buff? Yikes. Yeah, no, but we're going Armenian culture for this. Yeah, let's maybe save pre-Persia. Alright, button clicking time. I like the other color more. I liked the blue. But okay. We are now Persia. Country rank will also help us to become a great power. So we can use threat and war. I should have taken a look at what texts we want to research from the first 2 ages, actually. You know that purple is the Persian ones. Gotta love that one. Our favorite tech. The does nothing tech. I don't think there was anything too great in the first 2 ages. Okay. Do we have anything in age 3 from this, in this tree? From Persia? Doesn't look like it. But there's the Persian rug production in there. Did Kurdistan have Persian rug production? Kurdistan didn't get that, right? Yeah. So, that'll be one of our better techs. But we have a bunch of non-cord stuff. Now we will start releasing it. Starting with the Shia Zealots areas, I guess. Oh, I wish there was a way to organize this that was better. We want to make sure we don't accidentally release someone Omega huge. Almost certainly they'll be Shia. This makes sense. Don't think we have cores up there. The rest of the other province. Kabul will be released. That's fine. These guys will be released and have claims, so that'll be really good. Do we want these guys to get 2 partial provinces? Or actually... cede the rest of the province over to him. And then create subjects, historical subjects, this guy. Yeah, they're just getting that. It's highlighting this. Okay, so the fact that it highlights makes it a little bit easier. Create subjects, historical subject, here. Vassal. Okay, cool. Seed province, this one. You're welcome. This guy is going to eventually have 2 provinces. So we could just cede him the province if we're planning on feeding him cores. How are we? We have 4 on the Diplo cap. I think we will have enough to create all this. But for some of these guys, we will want to make them 2, yeah. Don't want to release that. That seems more okay. Vassal. I think we will do this vassal, and I think we'll give them 2 locations. Or 2 provinces, rather. Okay, that's that region handled. think we will feed this guy the province here, and feed him from this, that location, and then create custom subject here, vassal. And then feed these locations to them. Down to these two. And the nice thing about transferring like this is it gives him his cores or whatever already integrated. Okay. We still have this. I think that's just a custom subject. We'll feed it a couple provinces. Let them own 2. It's gonna take us a while to annex these guys anyways. Oh, we can't transfer to them? Weird. Okay. Bam, probably should have the rest of their province, huh? This guy's absolutely huge, I didn't even notice it. I think we just subjugated him and never did anything with them. Maybe like giving this Farash province over to these guys. Or maybe over to these guys, yeah. Okay, 2 more regions to get. We could feed this to Macron. Some of it at least. I think that that's okay. And then let's give this guy this province. So that's handled. And then there were two pockets. The lack of terrain proximity bonuses for so many countries has been very disappointing. I mean, for me, like, Persia one's the biggest one. But what was the mod that shows the precise numbers for your ducat balance? It wasn't a public mod. Someone made it on the Discord. I forget. It was a while back. I don't know what you would search to find it. Like, they posted it publicly to the Discord. Alright, I think we're okay with this. Vassal. And this. Vassal. Not that. We don't want to make that. We don't want to make Induits. Alright. We want to... Or we can't transfer fair. This guy, we can give him the rest of the province. Here. And I suppose we can give this guy... It's an interloper. He doesn't belong there. Alright, so... Well, that just creates... I mean, there might be a historical subject that's smaller there. That's not like the Inuits or whatever. UI for this is kind of... leaves a little bit to be desired. Alright. Let's create subject here, vassal. Oh. And they're actually getting some good territory, so we'll try and give them a competent woman who's young. Who's young. Not young enough. Yeah. Alright. Oh, we got one more. Oh. And that is it. That is all. Mission accomplished. We do have to figure out how we want to core this, if we want to convert these guys ourselves or actually re-release them into the... Actually, I think if we're going to have a capital up here, this makes sense as a place for us to convert Armenians. Especially because we move this. Let's change that. Let's make these guys assimilate pops to our culture. Armenian to Breeze. And I guess this other one as well. And that will make these... Okay, let's go assimilate pop to our culture. Armenian. So that's going to handle coring those areas. Down here also needs core though. Alright, same deal. Let's find... Maybe stop developing here and instead assimilate Armenian here. It would be so much easier with assimilate area, man. What's this? Oh, is this what someone was saying, where it auto bricks? No. How many pops? It's 6 locations, yeah. Alright. All this would be better if we had a crown power character. We don't yet. Soon. We still have more Kurdish than Farsi, so it's still better for us to assimilate Farsi, but eventually we will want to assimilate some... Or sorry, assimilate Kurds. But we will assimilate some Farsi once we get this annexed. I understand why they don't just include an option to set your own color, aka K3. It'd be interesting. It'd be really obnoxious in multiplayer. We'd get so many colors with way too much saturation. I just released an update for Auto Expand Fork that adds support for RGOs. Was there a change you wanted for the mod? I don't think so. I mean, in principle, there's other things I would want for auto expand, like parameters, like being able to adjust the parameters, but that seems like kind of a lot. I'd like something to get mountain roads. Makes it hard to get proximity through the mountains, but able to pass through so you get easier valleys. So tunnels, yeah, it just takes forever to produce. If we want to stay monarchy, we don't want to move plutocracy ever now. Well, you don't want to stay monarchy, you want to go to republic, but then you want to go back to aristocracy. You want to be an aristocratic republic. I realize that that doesn't really help, but I don't make the rules. Yeah, this governor I think will be okay for us. In the short term, I think all this will feel pretty good. I think we're having our glow up. And then we're now an empire, and we can rival these guys, who have us rivaled, incidentally. Perfect. And they are threatening to us, I think. Are we over on the Diplo cap? No, we're not. Cool, cool, cool. Timurs have given a guarantee to our subject, not like this. You do want to annex those guys, I think, somewhat soon. Georgia's having a vibe. Is our subject clapping Georgia? Guess that works for us. We do want to liberate Armenians, but that's not going to work there. Are the Armenians converting these guys? They should be. Culture converting, that is. We can follow through on threat them. Let the goon squad take them out. I think all of our rebels should have gone away. Oh, they didn't. We still have Shia zealots, really? Oh, I mean, I guess. Alright, fair enough. Kind of annoying, there's this little X-grade thing. Maybe we don't want... Well, the problem is we could only make regional capitals in cities or whatever. Maybe we make one in Shiraz instead of over here? That doesn't seem quite right, but I don't know if once we get enough roads, if we'll be in good shape. Once we get enough roads and have the mountain stuff, I think we will be, but we're not that close to the mountain stuff, I don't think. Who was the third person we could declare war on? Bari Doab. I don't think we want to declare on Bari Doab. Oh, they annexed this other dude that we were hoping to get claims on. Be a just ultimate grind fest. I mean, that is like one of the places we make progress in, other than the Arachnids. Want to make sure these guys are loyal, so they don't get annexed. So, wow, I can't believe how our subjects do not have that much country strength versus overlords versus you, relative to us. I think they make it scale more on eco base than it did before. Okay. Diplo Hedge has transferred. We're not even a GP, so we're not eligible. But actions. Cancel approve. On the 200, guys. I think we feed this Armenian subject some land, and I think from Armenia we feed, yeah, the remainder of the provinces to this guy. Maybe. Wish we could split Armenia in two and then feed them Georgia and have them use their cabinet actions on all that stuff. But we can, I think, feed the, oh, we can't feed Yerevan. We can feed this the rest of this province down to this guy. Ideally. This is gonna annex soon. Then Eshfan, I think it was counterclockwise was the idea. How's the Armenian culture flip going? It's kind of what we're working on right now. It's not going too great. Well, I mean, it's moving along. It takes a while. Us annexing our Armenian subjects is going to be like one of the bigger things, because there's 1 million total Armenian pops. And maybe we should have honestly just held on to these locations rather than giving them territory. But we're going to try and fight the Arachnids, and maybe we look to just hold on to those locations, yeah. But all of our subjects we annex from here on out, I think we're going to try and have them be Armenian, but we need to have a diplomat so we can transfer, but then transfer to Artaz. We're annexing a couple of our subjects. Like, we're annexing this guy who is Armenian, we're going to annex this guy who's Armenian, and we're going to pass him, I think, a lot of Armenian provinces. The thing is they're still useful. These guys are still useful for culture converting stuff. But I think we just want to get onto Armenian, because then we can flip everyone else Armenian, and then everyone else will culture convert for us. This man has proven his mettle as the unifier of Persia. However, Mongolian conquest of the region resulted in the Khan, as well as other foreign invaders, substantial reform. Let's focus on rebuilding cities. He gets city builder until his death. I think we'll have close to free towns with that. The lawgiver of Persia. That sucks. What's legislative efficiency good for? Alright. Army reformer. 2.5% discipline, I guess. Maintenance is also a really good modifier. I think we're going to focus on rebuilding the cities, though. Nice. So let's see Paul Allen's city cost. Or town cost. With not a full discount, we have minus 60% from tax, because we have Restoration Cities, City Builder. It's like 150. Chat, it's time for us to pop off. Alright, we're gonna do it in places where we have dev. Gonna create more demand that way. I think wool is kind of something we maybe want a city in general. Certainly fruit, though. It's so cheap anyways. Do you have any places that are overpopulated? Kind of. Alright. Yeah, the dev province here kind of was nice. Wish we got monthly development instead of cities. You have any video covering improving cultural opinion? No, it didn't used to be... It wasn't, like, they kind of made it unimportant and now it's important again, so... That's something we'll have to go back into the lab on in terms of how to do it, but I think a lot of it is going to be... Well, also the mechanics new, because we can improve our cultural opinion of others. Oh, and we want to do this with Armenian, because we're flipping Armenian. Can't change anymore. Already as good as it gets. But getting people to improve their relations with you, there's kind of two ways. You can get favors. So first of all, they have to be the biggest member of that culture. And so you have to do that, and then you have to get favors and use the Diplo interaction, improve cultural opinion. It's in the friendly actions, but there's also one for your subjects. Your subject, again, has to be the biggest person in that culture. That has a 50-year cooldown. For getting favors, the easiest way is to get alliance and then curry favors, but also you can send people cash. It's kind of, yeah. Historical, broken India, very historical. Ooh, do be broken up. Vassals feel safe. Silly vassals. Interesting. Finally courted. Nice. We want to flip this province Armenian, but we have to finish getting it. Well, we want to flip everything Armenian, but... Get a kid. The slow conversion begins. I feel like, does anyone feel like the game's gotten slower? Maybe that's just because people have bigger economies in general. Looks like we're actually making more money than we were before. We don't have all of Samana or all of Baghdad, so I don't think we want to try and culture convert them. Selective horse breeding. This must be Persia content. Years of interbreeding between Europe, Arabia, Africa, as far as China. Cavalry power and cavalry. I think we go horses output, right? Nice. I wonder if that's a recurring event. If that is, that's going to be real nice, actually. Now we can pass off the Armenian stuff. Just kidding. So this is asked to improve cultural opinion. This is what we were talking about. We're not going to click it because we're going to flip Armenian, so it's not going to matter. Why can't we transfer location? Do they need to be at peace and they're not? That might be it. Pass off some of the load for converting people to Armenian. It's global Armenian count, actually. 1.2 million. Picking up like 40,000, 50,000 here. I think that'll be the, well, we want to flip them Armenian, but I think we just need to annex the Armenian guys. Just makes everything much more straightforward for us. Alright, the new capital is here. That gives us Spiritualist Prague. Was it, this is the guy that wasn't our subject that's just hanging out? I think we're just gonna click this and be done. I don't think we could get another... We don't want to push values away from what we want, and I think we just want the 7 stab. Considering we're about to take a 50 stab hit from swapping Armenian. Are we primary Farsi? We have just hit the point where we are primary Farsi, which is means that we would prefer to start culture converting Farsi over converting Kurdish, because we have to push down whatever the dominant culture is, because we need Armenia to be the dominant culture. Okay, we get pulled into this war, which is going to be good, because then we will be able to feed some more stuff to Artaz and then annex them. Probably these 2 provinces. The rest of it, we don't want to make them too big, because then the annexation will go really slow. Right in here, we can make... Actually, maybe we just give them a library so they promote up properly. For now. But we're gonna give them naval harbor capacity. Why do we not get over here anymore? Are we under 100? God, I hate this change where it's not blue when it's maxed out. Feels so bad, like, abandoning Ormuz. That was our stomping ground, and now we're just nowhere near it. Why are you flipping Armenian? Minus 66% procs over mountains. What's with the 1 million days estate constructions? It's kind of obnoxious. It is from not having enough goods in the market, which is kind of a common feature of this beta. Although we're kind of resolving it to some extent here. We also have another additional governor, so we're gonna have 4 governors out soon, or 3 our capital and governors. Army tradition is not gonna help us too much, but the other thing is just dead, so You can't because requirements are not met. You're welcome. Yeah. You can't because go fuck yourself type of thing. Got a little country with 600 plus antagonism, can't be bothered to get a CB on them, basically. You'll fight them eventually and then we'll just annex them. I don't think we even have any antagonism, so... Arachnids we want to fight here soon. I guess is maybe our next war. I was thinking maybe it would be Georgia, but it's not. Alright. Now we can give him the stuff. Transfer location to this guy. Alright. So it goes to those ones. I wish you could select multiple locations. This is like, feels bad. I think I selected the wrong nation there. Maybe we could transfer the other one too and just feed Armenia more stuff. Armenia's not going to be happy with us about this, but I think that's fine. They can take it up with management. So another 3. This will take us a while to annex, but they will be like another 300k Armenians by the time we finish annexing them, because they will start flipping them Armenian more. And then Armenia, how's our relations with them? It's kind of bad. We will feed Armenia more of Georgia for them to culture convert. Still progressing towards the Shia Zealots. We will. What's our control look like around here? Hasn't really adjusted fully yet. Yeah, okay. Which is generally going to be kind of bad. Super cheap towns. We want the pop promotions going. Upper tier pops. We have some decent scaling for upper tier pops from both, or from cities, from both spiritualists being maxed and aristocracy being maxed. For their cities, at least. I mean, we don't have a lot of sources of tin, but tin tends to, you tend not to need a lot of it. Or do we have a lot of pops? I think this is, that's fiber crops. Is fiber crops right next to the capital? I think we could tolerate an urbanization of 1 fiber crops. I think in general, you might want to keep fiber crops around a little bit more, but it's probably fine. And then let's take a look at increasing some of this. So I think we need this location and the other two, the fruit and the cotton, on auto expand. We have an issue here, is that it's not profitable. Why is that? The negative production efficiency from tools is painful. I think the negative prod efficiency is actually kind of like what super spins like stuff in a negative way. Okay, we will add more tools production here. Because that, like, it causes, like, a negative feedback loop. You know? We have iron over here. It's not in the right market, though. But we're planning on spinning the Baghdad market over here. We could move the Baghdad market over there now. We just have to remember what location we wanted to move it to. I think it was this one. But I think it's safer to annex this first so we don't pull random stuff from the Eshfan market in. Yeah. We'll also see what the Eshfan market looks like before we make any moves. Here. It's also a forced religion if we... Oh no, wait, we have no Diplo. I'll say let's enforce religion if we can on some of these Shia. Okay. They double the wool requirements, so urbanizing maybe oofs. Well, I think that it might just be that it's cotton or GTFO, like... Yeah, I mean, maybe you're just supposed to not urbanize the wool. Is this some plot to convert the Armenian culture to get the mountain prox bonus? Is exactly what this is. Exactly what this is. I wonder how fast this annexation is. Oh, we don't have the bigger than the modifier. No, not like this. We delved too greedily and too deep. That's okay. They'll get to convert people to Armenian in the meantime. How cheap is this at this point? Ooh, let's just take it for the tech and also for our subjects getting it, and so that we can queue up a few techs ourselves. Alright, we have not researched a single military unit. I think we want some. We might want dry dock first, though. Our trade range over used land is kind of hot. Our trade range sucks super hard for these inland markets. It's like really bad. Because naval just gives like naval uber cuxio. Like another reason why like this region's awful for us just in general. I mean at least Baghdad is like on a coast, I guess, but Tabriz is on a different type of coast. Tabriz can trade with this stuff easy, but like the Eshfan market will always kind of suck. Well, if we rotate, Tabriz will suck. Eshfan will be on there. Okay, well, enough of that. Well, we don't actually need units. But we would like this. We could go early arquebusiers. If there's a unit that we want, it's actually just going to be falconets. It looks like our cav power is hidden behind lancers, so lancers just might be the unit for us to go. But let's grab that too. I mean, with this, I think our cavalry will be better than our infantry, so there's that. Could Austria form Armenia? You just need Armenian culture. You just need Armenian culture, brother. I think you should be forming Ethiopia, though. Yeah, you don't need to form it. You just need the, You just need to be a man of culture. By man of culture, I of course mean Armenian. Oh, we have a monstrous predictor on our side. Alright. Plaguemaker, you would hate the way I'm playing, I think. We have not researched a single military unit tech. Form Ethiopia, I heard the summons. My people are calling. Sorry, my people called first, and they wanted me to flip everyone Armenian. We probably actually should be... we should be clicking a lot more eco buttons than we're clicking right now, actually. We're just like hard ignoring our economy. Trade capacity is never dead because you can like shuffle stuff back and forth. Oh wow, they just built all of it that they could. Yeah, fair. I think we want to set these on auto expand. I think we kind of already did though. Log iron smelters are going to be a little bit good, or a lot better now that we're getting the tech. And this is going to, if we overproduce iron, then we will be able to get some production bonus on it. The most peaceful Persia, basically. Hate the way you're playing? Actually, I think it's great. You're getting Mercs nerfed. No, not like this. I mean, like, I think that... I think just fixing the bug in the UI would have been enough, where, like, the discount cost wasn't applying. But then 1/6, that's like... Was that, like, minus 83% cost? I think they might have expanded the number of constructions you can do. These are already all colonized? Womp womp. We were hoping to get some cheap colonization in. We colonize this? Do we not... I could have sworn we set out to explore this. What happened? Did moving our capital break our explorations? Stay down so. capped. Not really. What was all this? I'm not sure we want all this urbanized. What this guy's doing. The rice is probably okay, holy shit. We're gonna have like no pop capacity without it. Or maybe this was, that was probably okay too. God, it's sparse, or is it desert? It's both. Jesus. Yeah, metagame like it, or like desert and sparse both being awful. It just feels so bad for like what's going on around here. I think we probably already have maxed out this, but it's in the wrong. Yeah, it's in the Eshvan market. Or do we not even... I don't even think we own the location we want to move the market to. We want to move it to there. We don't even own it. It's going to present difficulty. Alright. Project No Borders is a go-go. Wait, did I transfer it back? No. Okay, so we can't transfer that. So these guys are ready to get annexed. For those of you who don't understand what's going on, this is one of our naval governors. It has to be an exclave, so we are specifically preventing ourselves from getting adjacency there. So that we can have the naval governor. The Rugs of Persia. Alright, we're getting some events for Persia. Rug Monopoly 20 years. Increased rug trade. Trade advantage useless. Prod efficiency 2.5%. Silk dyes fine cloth or prod for 20 years. Bro, if you have this constantly, 2.5 prod is also really nice. I don't know if that's on constantly though. What's the most profitable thing we can build here? Books. I suspected as much. I think we do paper as well. And set these both to auto-expand. How do we set these to auto-expand? Do we flub up? Mod, please. Where do we put them on auto-expand? Do they need to be finished? They need to have at least one burger building or something? Alright. Fair enough, I guess. God, the cheap cities is also really nice here. 600 gold for a city. For South Anatolia, do you say Hargan or Koppen? I think it was Hargan here. This one. Hargan. I was watching, taking notes on what to nerf. Just like, making tutorials is so frustrating right now, because they just like, a lot of them just, half the materials like, not applicable in a month or whatever. I was unaware they added the debuff. If you move your capital away from Washington, D.C. at Vic 3, it's minus 15 legitimacy. Yeah. I thought you were in challenge mode by moving it or something like this. Hanseatic League goes all Terminator with Mercs and runs the show in Europe at the beginning of the game. Not surprised. Nerfed would be too light. I agree. Gutted more like for the Mercs. How's the wood hunting going? It's going pretty good. Now that we're not in the desert. And we also have the 25% wood output tech. And we're getting the iron output tech. So like the kind of loop will make sense, and we're picking up these wetlands, which will also be nice. Oh, these annexations can't. That annexation can't progress. That's okay though, because it refunds the stuff while you have it. Yeah, that's my bad. We should have waited for this one to finish. Alright. Why this? Why is stab hit? Why is our relation with that dude so good? I have questions. Achilles. Huh. We took land from you, brother. How long until Parliament? It's a while. Take the stab hit. We want to liberate the Armenians. Feels bad, man. I'm not sure what we're supposed to do. I feel like these maybe are supposed to be breadbasket locations. Oh, we have separatism. Right, we need to flip these guys Armenian before we can delete the cities. Alright. I really don't want to eat 15 stab just to start the war, but I feel like it maybe makes sense. Well, a lot of these also just be in annoying spots. Retinids has a CB on Harput. Harput will be the easiest one to go after. This is also pretty easy. Well, we don't want... Yeah. 16 stab. Oh, we don't want to reinvest in stab because it's so expensive while we have 0 Republican tradition. We don't want to spin up the Republican tradition. Feels bad. But it's like another 3 years before we get Parliament. Losing 5 control temporarily kind of just doesn't matter. I think let's hire Merc. Or Egypt, you say. Alright, we want tier 3 units. Let's go... with 4 lancers though, and hire these guys up. The Retinids should be a little bit easier this time. We maybe don't need to be flipping as many people. We maybe don't need to assimilate as hard as we are right now. I feel like this is we're gonna be picking up a lot of Armenians here. Yo. Max reduction merc cost cheese should be nerfed, but they should be cheaper than they were. Yeah, you could cut every single merc discount modifier in half, probably. I did ban myself from using mercs after one time using them. Honorable. We are without honor. The Kari Kutai. How did he avoid the spiral? I think that one of the issues is lack of RGOs, and like if you expand out a lot of adjacent markets, like it starts getting easier and easier to resolve, especially as you add RGOs. Mercs should be effective and attractive to use, but come with definite risks like looting your own provinces. You know, someone suggested something interesting is that estates could just merc up against you, which would be... That's hot. I'm into that. I'm into that angle. I think people would really hate it. I could feel the seething from the forums in my bones, like just the notion of that. You know, but I think that'd be really sweet, actually. This guy's hella good. Do we have a guy to do this yet? That is crown power. Clan? Has he become of age? Not yet. Son of a bizzle. Actually, let's grab one of these forts and... Diyarbakir is the province that we need to tick him, so let's grab that as well. I guess we're gonna also try and separate piece this guy. Well, that's a lot of stuff to do. Maybe we need another merc stack for this war. The Levant. Oh, we can hire him here? Hell yeah. Let's go on the other side. Let's go. Hello from the other side. You have to queue 1 level before you can auto-expand. Maybe you should try fixing that sooner rather than later. I think you just need to have 1 building. There were 0 buildings. Did it help with the econ crushing? I think that the econ crushing has helped a little bit, yeah, because the estates will only want to build stuff if it's profitable. If they push you underwater on the lumber, they'll stop building all these ass lumber buildings. So it seems to help a little bit. I don't think it... I think there's still an underlying issue in that there's economy... Like, I think you'll be able to prevent yourself from getting hard locked out of producing buildings, but I don't think you'll be able to solve the lumber issues, because as soon as you don't have an issue, they'll cause problems. If that makes sense. Fortunately, I guess maybe also for next election we could try and elect an Armenian. We should have flipped this guy. Oh no, wait, we can't flip him, choose to flip him Armenian. Yeah, that doesn't work. I'm not sure we split this guy up. I think we're just gonna come down and try and come through towards this other guy's stuff. And keep him linked up, because these guys can get supported by our subjects. This guy cannot get supported by our subjects, really. I wasn't in challenge mode, I was blissfully unaware. I was already 3 years into the game and wondering why I couldn't make a legitimate government. Yeah. No, I said something when you said something about moving to New York. I don't know if I said something about it being a malice, but I was surprised. I'm surprised your cabinet's not all developing. Well, we have to flip Armenian. I might start switching some of them off though, because there are enough Armenians on the map. It's just a matter of us annexing them. But some of these guys are also integrating for making stuff cores. Like this, some of this stuff is getting cored up, but yeah, some of this maybe should be deving. I don't know. Dev province is I would be using a lot more cabinet actions for this if like this stuff didn't get uber like controlled by Great Ming now. But it's also making it so that we don't have to worry about antagonism ever, because Great Ming has all the hegemons. This is going to come through soon, and then our other annexations can continue without issue, hopefully. It's nice that they're much smaller. You can't use mercs to assault, though. I don't know if you're a way playmaker. That is one like thing that's kind of annoying. Anyway, how's the EU5? EU5's going good. How's Vic 3? OPB did 1.1 test video where he unintentionally discovered the vulnerability of local governors. If the road connection gets severed, the governor has to be rebuilt. Yeah, I think that's kind of obnoxious, but I don't think that that's like apocalyptic mode. We want to clip their armies anyways here, so let's go after this. I think we just take kind of a lot of stuff. Tribe of Gauguin. Yeah. They're like, you know what, dog? You got it. Was that our first kid getting an education? Gallant? No. This kid? He's slow, yeah. My kingdom for a genius, child. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. I misunderstand that the burger trade changes, but they're kind of deleting goods. What happens when they trade slaves around? In the aggregate, if they're doing a lot of trading, they're just going to push up prices. They finally removed Parliament CB. The dream come true. Wait, what? What Parliament CB got removed? You could still make CBs with Parliament. Buildings with requirements should be closed, disabled, not deleted. That's so dumb. Yeah. I don't, it's obnoxious, but I feel like it's not super end of the world. I'm playing Bosnia, son, and I'm trying to reduce the price of iron. Any way to do that besides RGO and bogs? Everything that's demanding iron, get rid of the things that are demanding iron, and the things that are demanding demanding iron, get rid of those too. So you're probably running out of iron because you're building a bunch of lumber mills because everything takes wood. So go to your market and like go and see what's demanding wood in your market and try and prune it. Like for example, there's almost certainly too much charcoal killed and this type of stuff. Our burgers are exporting actually, so we can export ourselves and override this to LAR. Looks like we already have some going into LAR. This market is just like completely kept alive by that. Food issues in here. Farming village we kind of want to auto expand. Let's get rid of this though. Get rid of this. Get rid of the rural cloth maker. We could delete all rural cloth makers everywhere. But like, they will kind of overproduce buildings. Like look at this. This is a building that's not even employed up because it's not profitable, and it's demanding things that are hyper expensive in the market. Get rid of it. But let's delete all the rural cloth makers here. And we're gonna delete all the fruit maker things as well. Can I not hold shift with the delete building? I can hold shift, but only if I do that? God. And then let's also delete fruit orchard. These are really inefficient and they consume wood. And the estates kind of spam the stuff out. Like, let's see what tar and coal look like here. Okay. We are super overproduced on tar. Okay. Coal. Burgers are exporting 8 coal. Not the end of the world. But we actually have bog iron smelters here. If we look at here, what's going on here? We got some bog iron smelters here. Okay, okay. But the tar is too expanded, so. Tar kiln. Now what we're going to do is we're going to look and see if it's in a lumber province. We're going to keep it. If it's not, we're going to delete it. Alright, it's probably fine. Also, deleting castles deletes downstream demand for tar. Parlance to me is effectively useless now. Power creep. Why is it effectively useless? Because you can get CBs elsewhere. Brother, you were trying to get rid of the Parliament CB for like forever. Now that it's bad, you just. I love the idea that someone that if they take some steps to execute it well, well, your own country rising up against you should be one of the best aspects of your country against you. Yeah, I think people just don't like that play pattern though. I'm sorry, I'm behind on chat. Now productivity works with RG on the market, it does. But it works not with having it in the market, but like overproducing it, producing a high ratio relative to how much you're consuming locally in the market. So if you're producing 100 gold and you're using 50 and you're exporting 50, you'll get like plus 20% bonus on jewelry production. Which leads to some weird outcomes math-wise, I think. I haven't checked it. Local governors should always 100% have some risk of revolting or joining one. Yeah, having local governors rise up against you would be sweet. You can flip mercs when you capture them. Oh, I don't know if the price gets cheaper on that stuff. That's kind of interesting to think about. Yo, chat, where's this capital? Current proximity map. Patch 1.1, we removed military and cultural hegemons, basically, and eco. Hegemon's gone. Does he form Kurdistan, chat? Basically. Tarkus like, he'll eventually catch up. What's the over-under on Tarkus already making fun of me? Before being behind on chat? The main difficulty for governors is make sure you have steady gold source. I think, like, it's... You have to... If you control one market where you do it, it's nice because you can just, close... some of the jewelers and then reopen them afterwards. I like that they added the ability to negotiate laws. Yeah. Like, the gameplay patterns feel super nice. Also, if you negotiate a ton of laws, like, eventually you get to outcomes that feel bad, which I think is exactly how it should work. Okay, we're just letting our people die. Greeks are dying. Whoa, let's not do that. Alright. Let's go after this guy. Just trying to unlock the ability to reach these other guys here. We are going to want to go after the capital, but... Stack wiped. Oh ho ho! They left the back door open. Alright. Just Aretinids apparently is the only one who can afford a fort. Maybe that's because they're the Beylik in charge and they like are spamming the... Are they spamming the Turkish fort event thing? Is that what all these forts are? It was a regular castle, right? They get a special building when they do it. I mean, they're paying a lot for it. Oh, I just saw that subject at minus 75% to culture converting, basically. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, they're still useful for it. Because, like, 25% of one cabinet action is still an extra 25% cabinet action. This guy's about to finish. Guys, is it me, or do you feel like playing the game? You also feel like you're playing the game, but never get the full potential of your eco and country just because they don't know how to play? I get a lot of people saying that they feel like they don't understand the eco or play it well, to be honest, in chat. Just generally speaking. But we will take as I was about to say as much as we can. That's kind of not how we'll play it, but Karamanids probably. Do we have any hope for any more Armenians? Not really. Okay, so I guess we go for coastal stuff. Just in general. Something like this and then maps in gold. Just landlock them. God, that's so silly. It's because of that fort there, right? The fort combined with the occupation. Let's do that. I love that the Parliament CB is effectively useless. Rival CB gives you less antag, and you get to take more land. Yeah, I mean, Parliament CB is nice for cleaning stuff up. Also, it's, like, kind of nice when you don't... I think Parliament should... Like, Parliament feels like... As a mechanic, that's, like, fun and interesting. It, like, scales back as the game goes on, because you just, like... You hit all your values that you want to push, so now you can't click a bunch of the buttons, because they all just brick you, and then also you, like, the only button you want to click after a certain point is just, like, the extra taxes. And, like, also, being able to push stuff once you fix all your values is a little bit less useful. And, like, being able to... The cab action, like, just getting uber, like, buffed, like, to me, maybe doesn't make much sense. Because it allows you to push everything so fast and so hard. I guess we actually probably want to... I didn't even realize we probably want to push outward if that's the one we want. I think we went outward. Crown Power is actually really nice though. Empire, I think, is nice enough for us that we'll go inward for now. But, like, look at this. Look at this. It's gonna push it. It's gonna push it. It's pushing at 0.5. What is this? What is this? What is this? This is so much. It's so much. Make hating great again for CVs? Hell yeah. Make the haters great again. What's your tool situation? Tool? Like TOOLs? Eco is kind of a lot for casuals like me, but I get by winging it. Was surf maxing until I discovered your videos, and now I think I was a crazy person. Yeah, the serfdom maxing and going like super rural, just like, that's not where the value is. The thing is if you go like capital economy and then you overbuild a bunch of buildings, then it's like it's no good. So I think that's what people do. They build a bunch of buildings. They're like, I'm not making any money. This sucks. And like, it's like, it's not intuitive that where you went wrong was you built too many buildings. Like that's kind of a weird play pattern, I think. But that is in fact where you went wrong. Silly Billy, you built too many buildings. That'll be nice for us. That's more Armenians, plus a bunch of Armenians. I was gonna say +1, but it's really more than one. Up to 10.7% Armenian. We need them to be the dominant culture. I think when this guy finishes is probably when we get to flip Armenian. So I think we want to roll things back to just doing 2 annexations at most. Just so that guy gets to finish faster. Unless we're annexing other Armenians. We maybe annex, like... Actually, we maybe can fight... We maybe can fight Egypt after this, even. God, that feels a little dodgy. I think we'll hold on to the mercs then, if we're thinking about that. Well, it only feels a little bit dodgy. It just gets Egypt a scary in name. But they're really just Sino. Scary in name only. Not a real threat. I think we'll actually get some amount of proximity up there, yeah. Not a lot, but... Once we flip Armenia, this proximity map should also just look way better, considering we put our capital in the middle of a bunch of mountains. I really like the new potential pushing. You should be able to play without too much hassle, how you want without too much hassle. I think pushing values is like one of the interesting things about the games, and it like invalidates like that. I would rather see more tools. What I would rather see is more estate privileges that you unlock as the years go on, and more opportunities to push through estate privileges and more opportunities to push through laws. I would rather see more laws and estate privileges to push them. I'd also like to see more mutually exclusive estate privileges, because some block the other, and estate privileges that unlock certain play patterns and stuff like this as well. I think there's like a lot of stuff you could do there, and that the shuffling around laws and estate privileges extends the length of time in which Parliament is interesting. Don't really understand the extreme cap action buff for values. It feels like it validates that part of the game. That is kind of how I feel as well. I think it feels good, but I'm not a fan of it. Okay. This is a Persia event. The exploration of new lands and opening of trade with distant nations have brought all manner of curious objects to our shores. Oh no, wait, this is maybe not a Persia event. 3k for 5 research progress, let's go. Get sandwiched, idiot. Oh no! They're coming for me! Oh wait, he's actually doing a lot of damage to us. Yikes. I was not expecting that. We don't have any professional soldiers. Maybe we don't attack Egypt. Maybe this is just a horrible plan. I'm playing around with going centralization using subjects. Interesting. The thing is, I think it has to calculate, like, multiplicatively, and it calculates additively. It's really just the UI misleading you. If you have an estimated profit, including an estimated effective input price and output demand, people would probably figure it out. The UI, like, yeah, I mean... yeah. The UI is not... like, pushing down the profitability of all your other stuff, like decreasing your tax base, is like an effect that doesn't properly get shown. And like Vic 3, you have more value in excess of the margin on the building, and that value is extracted in wages, which stimulate the economy. EU5, there's no like stopgap like that. You're just like, the second the building is break even, it's like way bigger an issue. Yeah. Hey, Tarkus. Jordan Peterson. Is Jordan Peterson on stream? Well, it's complicated, you know? What do you mean by on stream? Is he being streamed? Yes. But on the stream? No. You have to understand, to be on a stream, you have to embody the stream. Merely being streaming does not make you on a stream. Okay? Silly targets. Well, the alternative to spending value and setting up and forgetting it is creating reasons to shift your values over the course of the game ages instead. This is also a thing that you could do. Also, like, events and stuff like that give you massive shifts on the value are interesting. Like, Court and Country is interesting, because it, like, gives you a massive opportunity to shift your values. Have you decided on a final spot to the capital? We might just be kind of... France discovers the new world. Womp womp. We might be keeping it where it is, to be honest. For the theminess, I think this is a fine enough location. I think that we'll get a big chunk of control here, and then we'll... Okay, so, like, if we were trying to put it in a good place, we would put it in India, but that's going to be boring and nobody wants to see that, so we're not going to do that. Yeah, just to be as clear as possible, India would be better, but we're not going to do that, okay? Something is dynamic enough, just speed up its termination point instead of adding more dynamics to it. Talking about resolving the estate situation. I also think that estates should slowly undermine your laws and change you to bad laws. I thought that would be interesting. I swear I hear Peterson right now, it's crazy. Depends what you mean by here. Can't just say here. Do you mean with your ears here, or to be present here? It's very complicated. Just read the Tinto Talks 97. It looks like Paradox will not be addressing lumber tools, iron loop. They somewhat addressed it in a way that they don't explain how they addressed it, which is estates will now care more about the margin by which the building is making money. So all the peasants just spamming a bunch of buildings that are unprofitable, they will stop doing that. We could see less peasant buildings being produced, like less of those peasant buildings that demand wood being produced because it would not be profitable for them to be built. Like this, for example. We're seeing less of this. Now, is it gone completely? No. But it is... It's not a full address. The full address involves the fact that just the way the economy is structured is, like, has issues. Like, it's... wood is just too ubiquitous relative to, like... the amount of wood supply you get in the game. Like, you just don't get that much wood supply, and it's, like, the foundation for everything. And iron is very similar, and they, like, kind of have a band-aid for it in the way that, you get the iron text throughout the ages and the wood text throughout the ages. But, like, this is a weird way of handling it. But, yeah. This, I mean, I guess you can handle things like that. It's... it makes the scaling strange, and I think that a big part of it is people are hitting that point. A lot of the pain will get significantly decreased once you hit blast furnace and the lumber on dedicated forestry, and it's like an acceleration of the pain point that would come in. But then, like, you get this and it's relieved, so you can make the numbers bigger, you can introduce more text, or you can make there be, like, more of a supply of lumber, change the underlying structure of RGOs. I kind of think I'm a fan of changing the way, like, RGOs work, giving players more options, and it'd be really cool to we talked about this a little bit last stream, if, like, material resources that don't decay created, like, a stockpile within the economy, and then that stockpile was somehow utilized. Like, there's 50,000 tools or 500 tools within this market, and they just stay there on a permanent basis and slowly decay, and you don't consume a tool, like, eat it. Instead, you just utilize a tool. And so if you have 500 tools, you can utilize you can fill jobs that utilize up to 500 tools, and then some of the tools break, and maybe you lose 1% of tools a month, or 0.5% of tools a month. And at the same time, the mineral resources, as you mine more of them, they get kaputted, they get deleted. But now you're talking about something that just, like, is completely different than the way the game does stuff. That would be a complete economic overhaul. That's, like, such a big thing to do. But I have a complicated theory with JP in my life. Back in 2010s, when he was gaining traction, mandated user pronouns, I really agreed with what he was saying. This right-wing grifting is so obnoxious. I think Peterson was, like, conditioned by his audience. I think Peterson, before he got sick, was, like, kind of a, like, bit of a different animal. I think he changed a lot in the course of, like, the time period when he was sick and, like, not on public, like, because, like, yeah. The focus on the mandated pronouns is maybe, like, misplaced focus. And people who I've talked about who are Canadians say that he basically, like, misinterpreted the law. I don't know to what extent that's, like, true. But, like, I'm a big fan of free speech, so I definitely kind of am in alignment with, like, some of the perspectives, right? But at the same time, yeah, he's, like, it's, like, now it's, like, all grift or whatever, you know? I think he was conditioned by his audience to be, like, the way he was to some extent. Which is perhaps a generous interpretation for JP, but I think we go with this. We could feed this guy more locations, but I think we won't, because then it's going to be longer to annex them. I think we want to annex them to flip guys Armenian, basically, so I think we'll go with this as the peace deal here. It's very complicated. We'll be saying less of this. He says this 3RB built on this screen, basically. Well, that is less. That is less than what it was before, yeah. Still less. Or we want that to release an Armenian. Oh, it's its own province, perfect. Guess we have to grab that. This is maybe the type of peace deal we're looking for. We didn't co-belligerate the other guy, which may be an issue. Trebizond still a market? Yeah. We would want to hold on to that, but we would need to snake out to it. I think this is what we want. Well, we don't actually need Harput. We really kind of want just a connection to Trebizond to take... I guess coastal connection is a connection. We don't have a land connection to here. Very awkward. Oh, Trebizond's high value. They don't like the taking. Oh no, wait, they don't like the taking of Trebizond because yeah, they would be more okay. No, nope. That's a lot of war score. Why is that so much war score? Do they highly value markets now? Does this guy have part of Harput? He does. So we'd rather give him, yeah, the rest of Harput. So I guess we would, I guess this is kind of what we're looking for here in the peace deal. Yeah. As an appanage, I can declare war on fellow vassal? Yes. And have them annul all treaties with France? That makes them no longer a French vassal? That's hilarious. You delete resources as you mine them. There should be a mechanic where you can discover new resources to balance. Yes, I think this, but also I think that it should be slow. But fundamentally, like, one of the reasons for going for the New World and something that drove Europe to actually colonize and this type of stuff was the bouillon crisis, right? Running out of gold and silver, and you're never simulating that without, like, having minerals go away. So you have, like, a couple of axes where you could make, like, a system, but, like... It's also so far from, like, how the system works right now. Like, that's just, like, a big jump, you know, in terms of how you're gonna handle the thing. Let's send this guy this way, because I think he's trying to be sneaky. He is being a little bit sneaky, yeah. Oh, we could separate piece this guy, that's right. Yeah. It's less antagonism to vassalize them? I'm not sure if this is correct, but... If we vassalize them, I think we could also take maps. Yeah, we could take maps. Maps! If we annex them, we can't take maps, so... Okay. We're kind of discovering some stuff. We have another, like, leaping off point, too. It's kind of weird. We have sea access through here. You delete resources and mine them. Yeah, we already meant that. Perks will mess you up. Perks will mess you up. Ron Paul 2028. I was a fan of Ron Paul. I'm less a fan of the Sun. Ron Paul was like, I think there are very few like politicians with integrity, and so while I would probably disagree with Ron Paul on a lot of policy issues, despite him being a libertarian. I think he, like, said what he believed, and he, like, real straight shooter type. Oh, we do want to grab this for our Armenia. That means we want to grab the inside here. Yikes. So maybe this is another time type of thing. Well, we want to grab these for Armenian reasons too. God, I guess we just want this massive enforcement deal on them. They have so many forts, though. It's just so obnoxious to take it all. I was using that time as a landmark, not that issue in particular. Yeah. My brody had him as a psych professor before he blew up. How'd your buddy like him as a professor? Improve relations is nice. We convert to Shiism, and we get a Shia state. Probably not into that. Or we gain 20 stab. Let's actually... I'm curious if we can convert Shia... Well, actually, at this point, we just have so much Sunni that this is just probably stupid for us to do anyways, but I'm curious if this unslots our school. I think it does, but I just want to know, so we're going to click it and then reload when it does unslot the school. It does unslot the school, yeah. I don't think... we want that dev school is the thing. Otherwise, we would go Persian for the extra text and RP and mashallah. And, yeah. The law wasn't about speech. Truthfully, it was about extending pre-existing hate crime protections to trans people. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is that's the type of thing, if I wanted to, like, talk about in an extended way, I would... Oh, is it bricked? We have to reload. That's okay. Game crash. That means we will get to catch up on chat. But hopefully that save's not bricked. We will just lose the autosave if it does, but yeah, that is kind of more what I've heard from, like, Canadians, that you'd never well, I would also have to know, like, background law and, like, this type of stuff to have, like, a nuanced opinion on it, I think. I remember at the time, like, watching video of him in the proceedings, and he seemed extraordinarily nervous, like, he really didn't want to be there. And so to me, that was like plus in the columns for him, because I'm not sure that it looked like a sellout, like, regardless of whether or not he was correct type of thing, like, it looked like he was doing what he believed was right. How many tools could a tool if a tool could tool tools? A lot. Certainly wasn't about legally mandating pronouns or whatever. Any tags you would recommend to take advantage of the current state of the game? Austria will be a lot more fun than it was before. Seems like they could refer to state changes. There's no tool lumber apocalypse in the last patch. There kind of was. If you spun up the economy fast enough, you kind of would have it. But yeah, we will just take the stab. We will just take the 20 stab, which we kind of want anyways, because we have to flip, Armenian. Just gonna take a hot second. Our peace deal, our glorious peace deal. No, not like this. Not my gumdrop buttons. I think we... Yeah. What else did we want? Maybe we can take more stuff. No, we can't take that. They'll do anything for love, but they won't do that. Yeah, kind of into this. Just taking as much as possible. Eating the antag. If we fight Persia, or if we fight Egypt, we're just rumbling with Egypt from now on. But I think we can fight the two of those guys at the same time, so it's not too big an issue. So let's grab the forts in the area, which is also going to make it cheaper anyways. Maybe this is also, we just need to grab the fort over there to be able to go for it. That's actually probably the case. We can do this and grab the Trebizond market. I don't think that... Hopefully that doesn't pull any subjects that shouldn't be in the Trebizond market into the Trebizond market, ruining their market access. It might. We'll see, I guess. Tool confirmed, making new EU5 soundtrack. Hot. One of the big EU4 mods, you were able to spend a ton of cash prospecting for hills, like 60% you wouldn't find anything. Yeah, they could add an entire system for that too. Just like, the thing is, they would have to make it, they would have to get off of the system where you are constantly producing and consuming all resources. So, that would be a completely different thing. After you form Armenia, can you form Rum? I don't think so, after you form Armenia? Yeah. Not after you form Persia. Wait, what? Rise of the clerical aristocracy. Bro. I had no idea about this. Are we in the beta? Yes. The beta after the patch, yeah. Persia has special things for both Sunni and Shia, but not Zoroastrian, sadly. Womp womp. Okay. This looks good, right? Stab investment, impossible clerics and burghers in towns and cities. Bro, this is so good. Especially because we don't have a lot of pop. This is a high proportion of our pop. And 5 satisfaction on the clergy. Let's go. That's so hot. He's so hot right now for Hansel. Won't do that. Won't do that. Won't do what? Won't do that. There we go. A lot of North America is rubbish if you include the New World. Same with Africa. Has some crap areas with wood. Pretty much no pops and dev. Old World of Persia seems pretty rubbish. Yeah. Well, like, Persia... The Middle East should have wood problems. It's not like I'm saying that they shouldn't. It's... I think... But with the material resources thing, where I was going with the wood is that I think you should chop down forests and slowly deplete the forests, and you could replant the forests maybe in some sort of mechanic. But as you did that, forests would become woods, and woods would become grassland or sparse, probably depending on how arid it is or something like this. 150 clerics is insane. Let's go. This event's from being Persian. You guys think we could afford the Republican tradition hit, though? Yeah. But let's put it into practice. This is hot. We're into that. That's real good for us. Ugh. I guess we siege this. I mean, this is kind of what we want to take if we can. Link everything up? No, stuff's not linked up still. But if we fight Persia, we can link stuff up. Do these guys not give us food access? What's this about? Why do we not have food here? Winter, okay, that's fine. How much, what's our satisfaction on the llama anyways? Now it's up to 100%. So we just get to max tax them. Don't have too many of them, but... I think we want libraries and temples. Well, I guess the clergy estate's going hard in the paint on this. The tool's keeping the issue. The construction speed would really help us out with this issue. Because that would mean less uptime on all the tools demand. This guy gets shrewd. So he is a potential future leader. I should probably just be paying the 250 to give them a better education. Yeah. We've been doing that if they get like genius or prodigy. Alright, we will extend the contract. Subjects are starting to get a lot of work done here. How often do you fart on stream without us ever noticing? Try not to let it rip on stream, to be honest. I don't know the answer to that question. The Hellenic is harder to convert to. Just needs a Middle Eastern DLC. Yeah, it would be nice if there was a bunch of other options for PMs. Didn't even see that for it. Narrow will be winning on that. We will need to take... God, they have so many forts. I don't know what's up with that, man. I mean, if mercs are meta, forts are actually so good in MP. I just realized. In UK, we imported wood from Scandinavia to build the navy after chopped down most of the useful trees in UK Island, but we never ran out of wood to build pots or sand. The real difference is between useful... lumber useful for shipbuilding with less fussy stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you could make a system that is kind of interacting with that entire thing. Where did we make some of these paper places? I just want to see where they are. Alright, so this can upgrade. I think if we do 2 levels, it starts auto-expanding too, so that'll work for us. Won't be good for making us money, but for the market health. It's kind of bad for making us money even. God, this thing is so useless. This market's just like... Playing in this region just sucks super hard. Like, we're kind of like skirting the region with like where our capital is and this type of thing. And we're just like planning on moving like a regional capital over here and in Egypt and maybe Smyrna or something. Maybe we try and creatively create an exclave in Smyrna, where we have a subject that's just these 4 locations, 1, 2, like that. The play pattern where you have to intentionally exclave is like not a good one. Just checking on our annexations, they're super far off. Oh, these guys have the smaller modifier now. If this is the most expensive thing over there, then... Oh, maybe this is too much to ask for. This is so much war score. I should show you the amount of antagonism you had, because I know we have antagonism. It's just under 0 because the improved relations thing, but I wish I could see it without that. I miss the beautiful blue Kurdistan. Same. I hate how education children arises from cost of court. I'm just trying to send a kid to school. Why does it have to do this? I think everything scaling with, like, income is, like... Or a lot of things scaling with income are just weird. Like, a lot of events scale with it, too. All the colonization events used to scale with it before release. So you'd get like, you know, yeah, you lose 10 colonists in the region or pay 10,000 gold. And it was like, well, I'm never ever clicking this pay 10,000 gold thing ever. This is insane. I mean, it's coming down. There's a large increase in price for stuff if you don't control the forts in the region, so by virtue of us grabbing these forts, we are making stuff cost cheaper, and you have to take all the forts in the province. So let's go grab this. Also, we're getting closer to actually being able to enforce. But working over to Breeze, or trying to, because that is the most expensive location in our peace deal. Kind of getting a big empire, though. Region is coming on up. Have any of our kids come of age? They've not. Improving relations on some guys, and then checking if we have anyone over 200. We do have a couple. So, should still be gaining, but just cycling around. Winter, unfortunately, hurting us. By hurting us, I mean hurting the mercs, which we don't care about. They should pick your income should scale. They should pick if your income should scale uncontrollable or the events scale uncontrollably. Wait, what? If your income should scale uncontrollably or the events should? I mean, some events just should have a flat cost and some should have a scaling cost. Not just all having a scaling cost. I think we don't have a scholar right now. Yeah, we don't. Not that we're gonna ever be able to put her in. Well, we could actually... Actually, you know what? We could put a kid in court. We spiked expensive. No, we can't. We can't make her. We can make her a courtier, but we can't make her an heir. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate. You hate to see it. We also don't mind if we get flipped back to our old dynasty. Like, this guy being the heir is less of a problem. Can we not click on him to see? But there's a lot of people in this dynasty. That means a lot of crown characters. Some guy on the Paradox forum modded the game to remove the recent price manipulation they added to trades, and it seems to solve the overheated economy of states problem based on his charts. That's interesting. I would not have expected that to solve the problem. I mean, or the problem of wood being expensive, yes, but not wood running... Not running into shortages or this type of thing. We are going to run out of this until death. Alright. So we do want to urbanize a lot before he dies, to be fair. Gonna increase our pop growth by getting more storage. We still need to make sure that we get irrigation though. I think this market just in general is kind of having food issues. Now we could just click up to solve a lot of them. We will just subsidize all the farming villages as well. Which use tools, unfortunately. I think that's fine. Irrigation, though, will give the places that desert only have 1,000 flat or 10,000 flat pop capacity, or a little bit more for being close to the equator, and so by increasing that, like building another 5 of them, we increase the flat capacity by like a lot. It's not quite 50% because they are using a bunch of other or there's also flat amount from close to the equator. Here, we'll just show it. We're talking about grab a location. So closeness to the equator. So a lot of these only have 15,000 base. And so when we add like 5 levels of irrigation, it increases the capacity by like 33%, which will help with the pop growth. Where Persian capital? Here. I've been playing on the new patch. Seems like the economy is in surplus cash. Seems stronger now. Never seem to get enough iron lumber tools. That has to do a lot with what the estates are doing. More so than just like having infinite money. They're building a lot of buildings that like pressure the resource. Are the scholars random? As far as I know, they're random, but I'm not that confident in my knowledge on this. Welcome, R&D. I've always thought that the game should have been released in May this year. It needed some time in the oven. Maybe. I don't know. If the game was going to release in May, I probably wouldn't be making content anymore. So I'm glad it was not released later. Because early last year, I decided, like, oh, I probably can't do this. And then I got the opportunity to take a closer look at EU5. I was like, okay, well, we'll try and see what we could do with the EU5. Not that that's a reason that a game should be released or not released. That's not, I do not mean to suggest that at all. I think we just conduct a census and try and get the stab. I think we actually just want +7 stab, man. Free villages are good. I think we could just lessen levy obligations as well. The free villages are okay, but we don't mind getting additional taxes, so... We lose a diplomat to support inward. I think we're okay with that. So we could just try and high roll an event. You run any issues where subjects won't buy food and their locations starve? I have in the past, not on... I did in my Kilwa run. Not on this patch specifically, though. Persian capital in Kermanshah is funny because IRC, Kermanshah is a pretty poor city IRL. It's going here. The thing is, the price manipulation makes buildings too profitable, which spirals the estate's economy up. Oh, yeah, maybe this. Maybe that's what's going on. Yeah, it's like... Well, I don't necessarily have a problem with exports counting 100%. I have a problem with the asymmetry. Right, because you would probably still get the other side of things. If you just made exports count for 100% and imports count for 100%. But they have a system where you can't push stuff into... Okay, I think we take the -5% and then click a button, right? Yeah. That way we won't have to worry about accidentally. And these we actually want to actively get rid of, so... I'm also not 100% sure if these are applying multiplicatively or additively, but if they're multiplicatively, they are a huge strain on crown power, which we are struggling with. Let's see if our crown power goes up to 19%. Because we deleted multiple ends of that. They should have never made the game. Now you're talking. Glad you're still making videos? Yeah, I'm glad I could still make videos. What I'm making right now is, like, kind of similar to before, like, EU5 came out, but, like, I got a massive bump for EU5 release. we could afford to lose 5%. Release the game to save Journalist Paradox has undone themselves. Has outdone themselves, yeah. That's the real reason they rushed it. They're like, get this man a microphone. Alright. We walk to Trebizond. Yeah, Trebizond's the only thing here. Can't assault though. Mercs, if we could assault, boy, we'd be buzzing through these forts. Boy, played an hour. Dev, farmlands, greenlands. Dev outside, farmlands, and greenlands feels terrible. You went outside? Terrible. Too bad Civ 7 was a bust. Yeah, so before it was like, okay, I'm gonna hold out for Civ 7 and then see if I could do something there, and then I tried to branch Civ 7, because I was just like, okay, even... I don't think I'm gonna be able to saturate Vic 3 anymore. Like, I don't think there's any Vic 3 viewers that are interested in watching the types of videos I make that are unaware that I exist, right? And so... And I was like, okay, maybe I can do something with branching into EU5. Or sorry, with Civ 7, and then Civ 7 was a bust, so I was like, alright, well, I think this is... Like, in the process of Civ 7 being a bust, I got the invite to do the EU5 stuff. Basically. Because that's what it was. It was like, okay, either Civ 7 works or I'm done with this, I think. Because I'm never... Like, the trajectory's been flat for forever, basically. Yeah. General's almost stuck playing our Romance of Three Kingdoms for a month. What do you mean? We played, like, 1 week. If not for EU5. The modeling perspective, imports and exports, not counting 100% is weird, but I do think that what they want to do is they'll need to have prices scale with market access, but then you'll have some sort of local price impacts. I don't know. I don't know about Mappy. Mappy. I'd have to think through that. There are, like, some issues created by their system where they want trade to be occurring. They don't want things to move towards like an autarky, which like is the trend that will happen in a lot of instances. Right? And they also have the system where you can't import guys into a deficit, which I don't like. But that system makes it so that prices can't pull the goods. Because otherwise you could just create more demand and pull the goods with prices, but like also you can't use goods that aren't there as well. So, like, their price system is different than Vic 3's, because Vic 3's you can eat goods that aren't there. You can eat fake goods. And this makes it so that you can allow the prices to drive the goods around, because the prices can get extra expensive, and the EU5 doesn't let you have the fake goods get eaten. Right? Which means that the type of solution you would have for Vic 3 you just can't use for EU5. This might not get cheaper by enough. Why is this all cities, dude? Ugh. Ugh, brother. Maybe we leave it on the table then. Something like this. Gonna be a lot of antag. We're also getting some of that Greek antag. General's almost stuck, but yeah, we'll get that. I swear, next Civ 7 will be one that makes it good, just more patch copium. Yeah, you only lasted a month making Civ 7 content? Bro, Civ 7 was bleak. I only lasted a month. You know what I did at the tail end of making Civ 7 content? When I stopped recording videos? That's when I went to Spain. And I was like, bro, the writing was on the wall. Like, there was like twice as many Civ 6 players as Civ 7 players. I feel like you'd make really fun, interesting video essays on history or economics. Diversify from gaming. Yeah, this is also maybe in the cards. I just need to write scripts, and I probably should just try and hire an editor and then write scripts and then record the narrations and try and find an editor to just do like the entire like background for the video. There's other factors impacting the economy of the estates. Local peasant disenfranchised scales up local wealth. I don't know if you could draw conclusions while this bug is in the game. Local peasant disenfranchisement scales up the local wealth. What do you mean? Am I unaware of how this mechanic works? My understanding is that it just shifts the wealth into the hands of the nobles. You'd watch cooking? I'd probably try and get a desk job as like an analyst or something if I wasn't making content and actually make real money. But that doesn't make sense. If I import a bunch of cheap cotton from the New World in London and you pay trade maintenance and the price is still massively high regardless of how much you export the market. Yeah, but you get to produce the fabric. Yeah, so it does. The way that they have the economy set, I think the way that Victoria 3 has like prices set up, is really unintuitive from the perspective of you can eat goods that don't exist, but is really nice for like moving around goods and stuff. Which is better for you, YouTube membership or Patreon? I think I get a bigger cut from Patreon. The YouTube membership's bigger, but like you should think of it from the perspective of efficiency. I think you could put in a custom amount on Patreon, but the Patreon amount is, I think, like $1. I think it doesn't let me set it at $1 though. It's like 99 cents because I think it's 99 cents. I really hate that companies don't let you charge rounded dollar amounts because I don't want to charge 99 cents. I want to charge $1. Have you already talked about what's your stance on the whole wood iron tools issue? So this was kind of, so I think wood is just too ubiquitous in the economy, and it always has been. The wood tools iron issue is an issue that kind of crops up if you spin up the economy fast enough before anyways, but now it crops up way faster. It's significantly alleviated by the Age 3 techs of combined the blast furnace giving you iron, allowing you bog iron smelters to actually be decent and produce more tools, to produce more lumber mills, because part of the issue is you can't supply all the lumber mills, and it also gets alleviated by the lumber output. But it basically exacerbated kind of like an already existing thing in the game. I think they have taken like one step to semi-solve it, this type of thing, but the work part of letting your vassals live so long to dev is that changes everything, is that everything becomes a town or city. Or the worst part about it, I'm not sure that the well, yeah, you can just delete the towns and cities though. Hire you as an editor generalist, I will charge $1 million per minute of video. Bro, if you wanted to edit like political videos for me, I'd be down for that. But I'm pretty sure when you're a content creator and you're like editing someone else's videos, I have to imagine it's just like, bro, I could have just made this myself with the same vibe of this could have been an email. Like, what am I doing here? I'm still hoping for a Vic 3 major patch that rewards supply demand and adds stockpiles so no money's created lost. I don't know. If they completely changed the economic system, I would come back to try and figure it out. The only thing that, like, in Vic 3 that, like, I kind of left on the table and didn't try and figure out precise numbers, I just know it's an effect, is the composition of your economy and like supply efficiency, or input efficiency and how it affects your economy. So having economies that are intentionally comped in a way that is you're controlling the demand composition of goods, and also overbuilding stuff away from equilibrium because it's like efficient from the purposes of creating more construction or something like this. But the problem is the calc for it is so complicated. Like, if you want to actually take a look at that, you have to sim a full economy with tons of different goods, and then you have to decide which PMs you want, and it's actually going to vary depending on what PMs you have. So ideally, you would want to create a system where you can slot out different PMs for various industries, and that would just be an absolutely massive undertaking for a phenomena that, like, I understand what's going on. Like, I understand that overbuilding the iron is better than overbuilding something else because the iron is an input for construction. And I don't want to do that massive calc. I thought about doing it somewhat recently. Low peasant enfranchisement increases the local wealth. Oh. Low peasant enfranchisement? I've been increasing enfranchisement. We're supposed to play around that. Maybe that's why I'm having less issues than other people. Because I pushed free subjects 100%. I feel like there's a certain tool that's useful for considering cost benefits of Patreon versus YouTube membership. Yeah. The most efficient is direct donation. I also kind of like direct donation because I think subscription, it's easy to spend more than you intend. And I don't want people to try and support me more than they intend to. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think this is just the peace deal. And then I think we bring these guys down and get ready to fight Egypt, maybe. We have to reorganize everything, of course, but... How close are we to having enough Armenians? I don't think we're close enough that we don't want to release guys and let them do the Armenian thing. Like, if this annexation was anywhere close, I think we would just hold on to all these Armenian locations. But because it's not... Oh, I fucked up. I think I was supposed to just release that location as a singular Armenian. Create subjects. Custom subjects. Oh, these guys are Armenian, Sunni. Perfect. How we drew it up. Vassal. Convert them all, brother. Does it matter which it must matter which location you hover, because we were hovering this location. Oh, that's good to know. Here it's Mafazite Armenian, but Sunni Turkish. It matters which location you hover. That's insane. We're looking at like Sunni Turkish here, right? But we just want to get Armenians. Are there... Yeah, there's not an opportunity there. And then I think we're gonna make a few historical guys here. this a separate province? No. Okay, that's over there. Are you Armenian? We're not. So is there an Armenian majority province here? No, there's one here. Right, that's not, it's Kurdish majority. So let's hand this off to an Armenian, right? What is this? What's up with the political map mode, dog? Alright. So here we get to create a subject that's Armenian. Or maybe we get to make a historical subject? No. Well, these guys we can make historical, but... I think we maybe just want to pass them this province. And this other one, even. We could even transfer location from this guy or this guy. Just kidding, we can't. Right. And this guy will give, he's Armenian, so we'll give him the rest of the stuff. Oh, this guy already had Hargan. He hasn't converted it. We should have given this guy to this guy. Oh well. Bummer. Didn't we have a CB? Oh, we didn't? Alright. Maybe we just calm down then. And don't end up going for Egypt at this juncture. If we don't have a CB, we don't have a CB, man. So. And send these guys back to the gold. Because control on the gold is good. Those are like, that's all the legumes. Still all the legumes. We have... I think we just set the issue for us is tools now. Yeah. Are we on the iron output tech? We already got it. So the tools gotta catch up. Let's go for tools here. Them constructing a bunch of stuff always, like, also just, like, really eats into the tools as part of it. I think construction speed helps out for this, like, apocalypse stuff. I was saying of third age buildings only work to buildings, not RGO. The output of third age. No, I'm pretty sure it works. Oh yeah, I think that it works to RGO. It's just like more difficult to see. Not 100% sure though. Output per level 1.2. Dedicated forestry is applying. Yeah, and then dedicated forestry is applying. It applies to both. This scaling with masonry is kind of nice though. Some of this wood should be maybe in other markets. Or the Esfand market. So force religion on a couple of these guys. I think we had a Shia rebel that was gonna pop. Yeah, okay. Apocalypse more for the prosperity, unfortunately. You can always pivot to hosting or reviewing the debate slot with your philosophy background. I don't like, well, I guess hosting, possibly, but I don't like doing, like, the React content as, like, the primary pillar. I don't have a problem doing a little bit, but just, like, mono React content is kind of insipid. Wow, we're getting so much dev here, boys. I hate editing. There's no way I'm going to edit for someone else when I could edit my own content. Yeah. This could have been an email. If you want a cheap video editor, hit me up. My paint skills are incredible. Actually. Overall, I gotta say the beta economies for large economies take much longer to get going, which is I'm fine with. But the estates build too many buildings, which mess with your eco. I think the crux of the issue is just like the most annoying one is the peasants, and it's because the peasants are building a bunch of stuff that demands wood. You have to just like delete it, which is like an annoying play pattern. What's the fiber crop, right? Yeah. So like here, gonna see if we're oversupplying fiber crop. And I think we're oversupplying fiber crops slightly in some places. Yeah. Look at this. Lar market. My man. My man. We do not need any of these. Do not need any of you. Right, because this is squeezing our lumber. But like, this is how you have to approach it, which this is, I think if the correct way to approach the game is to like come in and delete buildings like that, something's gone wrong. Like in terms of the game design, right? But that massively decreases our lumber needs. Building towns, scriptoriums, stone quarries, but also stone and clay. So the fact that we like have to come through here and do that, but it would be less of an issue if they didn't all take the same resource. They all take wood, and they don't build the. Another thing is they don't build RGOs. And that's like pretty obnoxious. Because for a lot of these, they could solve the issue like this. Right? And it would be nice if they built RGOs instead. Because the RGO money is like, it's employing laborers. Be dramatically preferable. I think we gotta flip these guys' religions now. Kilis is the one we had a claim on. I think Adana can get... One of these guys can spike a claim on Kilis. Yeah, so this guy can make claims on Kilis. We just don't have one right now. Oh, we do! We're gonna need to do that again. But I think what we'll do is we'll just deck on them. Then, in that case. We got these guys stuck in the mountains? No. Wait, can I manually extend the contract? This is gonna end in 1 month. If it ends in 1 month, I'm gonna be so sad. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, cool. Yeah, they just extend it. I think I'm gonna use the restroom before we start this war, though. Oh, thank you, Filthy Nature, for the membership. Much appreciated, my guy. Big nice. Thank you, thank you. What do counting castles do? It gives you local crown power, which counts to your aggregate crown power. If you just spam them in all of your locations and then just turn them off. Like, shutter the buildings if you want to see just how big an effect it's giving. Like, just close them all after spamming them. But yeah. Big countries feel ass you cannot enact your own economic plan due to your estates. It's almost like they're punishing you for having low control. I'm a fan of punishments for low control. Like, I think this should hurt us. All this. I'm with it. What else are we producing here? Just glass. What would be the most profitable thing here? The books. But don't have very much of this yet. So I think we'll spin it up. I just want you to get a ton of blessings and lab cars in your life. Is that good support? Yes. The best kind of support. Moral support. Is the bonus for annexing much smaller subjects still around? Yeah, and it's like an important feature of why you want so many subjects. I kind of think it maybe shouldn't be a thing, but it makes it much faster. So... I think this guy is converting to Armenian as well. Your mom getting slapped by young Mike Tyson or urbanizing 50 gold dev province? Probably don't want my mom slapped by Mike Tyson. What the hell? This isn't Georgia. Did I say Georgia in the title? No Georgia in the title. Have you taken a closer look at coining laws? No. We'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Alright, I'm back. It's time to declare on Egypt. Egypt's gonna be a little bit of a raid boss, I think. Because Egypt has tier 3 tech. Maybe this is actually not bright. Let's just YOLO it. Kick us. Bengal. What do you got, baby? H2? Early Arc of Pastures, though. Wait, why no guys? Because you want to be 100% Elephant Auxiliary. Wait, why is Elephant Auxiliary an H5 unit? The hell is that about? No thanks. Take a while for him to get to the front if we hire him from Bengal. Is there anyone close? Bulgaria? Yeah. Well, Bulgaria is so much smaller though. Unit size. No, I think we're hiring these guys. For combined arms bonus. For actual fighting ability. The way to toggle when your country being highlighted, like when you mouse over it with the flag. I think it depends how zoomed in and out you are. Whole idea of a peasant state doesn't really make sense to begin with. Yeah, maybe not. Now we're talking about a design, or like a redesign, though. Which may be correct to do. Flashbacks from deleting recently built 400 port levels on Italia Islands on Big 3. Also feels bad. Another annoying thing with 1.10, you mean 1.1? Other nations build no food RGO and urbanize all locations, starving your market. Starvation's like less of a problem yet now. I think we want to merge these guys. Mercs take a while to hire up. Oh, look at our subjects hiring up mercs. I didn't realize they were doing that ish. Yeah, I guess they're a lot cheaper now. Gonna head this way. It's gonna be a hot second until we see the actual army of Egypt. So us being able to go after the subjects right now is gonna be nice. I don't know if this 20 stack can hold its own, so we have to try and keep an eye on it. No bad events for Zero Republic power? Nope. So this is why theocracy, or one of the reasons why theocracies and Republics are really good, and it's because there's no negative for just going super low on the power. To be fair, if you have to pay for your cost quartz collider, the monarchy is the best for making it cheap. But if you don't have to pay for it, which you don't with either the Republic or the Theocracy, you just don't pay for it. Problem with much smaller bonus is that when annexing is that the AI isn't good enough at releasing small enough vassals, something that benefits the player. Yeah, there's an asymmetry. I think that, like, the annexation speed should be much faster, the much smaller bonus shouldn't exist. Like, like, those two things should both be true for the case. One day we will get cores up there. Wonder if any of them are disloyal. Probably not. I hope Egypt doesn't, like, wrap around with a navy. This is not something we've, like, considered at all. We're just, like, we only have some light ships and that's it. So we can't really resist a navy. Let's do that. I don't think it's pushing that far anyways, but one can hope and dream. Let's do that. Not sure where we should move this 24k stack, if it should be in the south or not. There's a big one. I guess maybe we should try and occupy Killis instead of this random stuff. We occupy this, that would be nice. Because then we would have a fort in the region. I don't think we have a fort. Yeah. It's at the cross section of a bunch of stuff. I think we want to merge up these guys and then split them. Ooh, that's kind of a big stack. There is a river cross penalty as far as I understand. So if they want to take us with a river cross penalty, they can. Looks like they cross. If they cross and went at us, that would be sick. We probably should have just tried to pinch them with our two armies, though. It's my bad. Slow negotiations is so obnoxious. Just very disruptive. I'm gonna try and deal with these guys in the south. Sandstorm. Do. Can't assault. Ugh, these guys are just punting the stack. No, don't punt the stack. Not sure if we win this. Oh, hopefully we don't lose our siege army here. I'm not sure we're supposed to be chasing them there. Looks like we are getting the best of them here. But we're gonna lose our siege. No! I think those two guys are merging now. The dudes are merging. Don't actually have enough food to support this. Actually, we gotta bring this guy back. He's running out of food. Holy, those are some dudes. What are we working in here? We want as many... We can't hire more arquebusiers? I guess that's fine. We want age 3 units. That's a lot of dudes. I think we were kind of trading okay-ish, but it's too many guys. Yeah, this might be one of these chip shot type wars where we're looking to just get the war goal and tick them out. The stacks should be like stronger than their stacks in general. I think we can take this fight. They're a little spread out. We're consolidated, have more dudes than we did before. One siege them. Yeah. Take a defensive fight here. Way more saturated. They're way more levy heavy. Also, we can always just hire more mercs. They can't levy more levies. I think we might win this, but we're just gonna kind of keep an eye on it. Our flank is failing. We're trading even numbers-wise. We have reinforcements coming in. Our flank is really getting crushed. Mercs also will get worse as the ages go on. They're just like more better in age 2 and 3. Gotta watch out with that 18 stack. I think we traded pretty good just in terms of how many guys we killed though. Oh wait, we didn't unsiege the key one. I don't know if we can try and do that. Hire Punjab. Let's hire Thrace actually, because we can hire over here. We want as many cavalrymen. Just kidding. Let's head back. Didn't mean it. We'll have two pretty big stacks. I guess this is where the fighting is. And we forgot about this stack, which is one of our bigger stacks. Alright, fair. Well, we'll try and get that 21% in, because they can run over a lot of our stuff if we just leave that open. Oh, that's bad if they siege down the place where we're hiring the mercs. No, we're only supposed to do this to you. You're not supposed to do this to us. Dev time. I think we might win this anyways, but... Where do we get more? Oh, the mercs arrive? That's grim for them. I didn't realize the mercs could reinforce a battle. Let's do this and get some nice, stern Persian leadership in here. Proper leadership. And then this is the other battle. Which is gonna be big. Saturated fronts, looking good. Does Imperial Republic seem like an oxymoron? Maybe a little bit, maybe not. Is the United States not a republic? It's done some imperial things. The problem with a much smaller bonus when annexing AI is a good... Oh, yeah. We did read that one. Let's recover our morale. I don't think we want to march into that dice scenario. Looks a little bit dicey. Is naval worth the two, worth the gov without with the bugs? Well, the bugs have been undone, so it's definitely like naval or naval always. Alright, I don't think we'll need to merc up anymore. Also, I think we really have depleted a lot of their troops. For this big surplus. I think, did we win that? Why are we losing this? Allegedly? Defender taking. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Bring that guy up. Should maybe figure out the economy. Masonry is still expensive. I feel like we have several things auto-expanding the masonry. Looking for clay and stone. I think masonry also might not be subsidized in our country. Maybe that's an issue. Mason. Subsidize that ish. And then clay. Not enough lumber is fair. Something like that might help. We also have economic opportunities up here. What can we build here that's profitable? Probably cloth or books. Bookies. Book. Books. So the books will work a little bit better. In areas with lumber, as will the paper, so I guess we're gonna urbanize those too. So more promo pops means better demand. I wish I could put a stop loss in terms of how big an extra they're willing to pay for something, because I don't want these guys to super overexpand. Actually, this market, like, this stuff's always gonna be expensive. It's like this market we can fix, but getting close to the point where we want to put in RGO auto expansion, and that I think will help out quite a bit, actually. Maybe we just, like, don't want to hyper sweat some of this. I think it has to not be sparse for us to not want it urbanized. So this, maybe we don't want it urbanized, but I think we kind of are okay. Oh, nope, that's sparse, just kidding. Yeah, there's no regular grasslands. Ah, it's grim, dude. Like, sparse and desert, you both want, like, urbanized, basically. Let's do this. I think there's cannons here, so... Interesting. I don't know how we feel about them doing it like this. Kind of feel some kind of way. I think this has cannons, so I think it's harder to get the cannon bonus. So yeah, this does help us out here. Great power status lost. I didn't know we were a great power. I don't think we were a hegemon of anything though. I think we'll do this and then go after their army. We really have to do a lot of urbanizations though before this guy dies. He's getting up there in age. So he has giving us a fat bonus. And that's another reason to not automate, is because we aren't going to necessarily keep this amount. Or if we urbanize, then it's gonna brick RGOs basically. That'll unlock a lot of stuff for our states to spend in terms of they like spamming temples and all this stuff. The issue is tools. Is making a surplus of tools here? No, we're not. Okay. The construction of stuff also just generally pressures the tools. Here's obviously lumber mills are super heavy pressure. Exports to the Baghdad market, so yeah, this is keeping us going. But it's making the tools expensive, so we're never getting the discount on the tools. Yeah, it's just prices spin up, and so we just have to deal with it. Really nice getting a bunch of these flat promotions from this one. Was it? No. Clerical aristocracy. When we have like relatively low populations, that leads to actually like a really large amount of promotions. Canal of the Pharaohs would be a cool project. I wish there were mega projects in general. Hate how the enemy keeps retreating across my land to a siege stack and then retreat after a second, if not stack wiping. Yeah, being able to retreat through enemy territory is kind of an awkward thing. We battling Egypt for the sweet, sweet pops. Yeah, also just like it's kind of the next reasonable place to expand. It feels like. Not sure exactly what we're taking from them. Probably transferring a lot of subjects. Like all these guys. And maybe trying to release something. I think eventually we want to put a regional capital in Maynooth, because that area is just so strong. Yeah, we can't take this until we occupy it, because it's the capital, and we can't take anything else until we occupy it, so... Figure out the economy. It's the economy, stupid. Thank you. I'm glad someone explained it. Are bailiffs worth building now? Yeah, bailiffs are real good. We should actually take a quick look. I think they were worth building before, just not spamming everywhere. But yeah, bailiff on anything that is 20 plus, or sorry, a bailiff on anything that is 4 plus is probably just like automatic in terms of base price. Bailiff on every iron probably makes a lot of sense. We're bailiffing cotton as well here. Not sure if we're supposed to bailiff salt. I don't know how to feel about salt yet, because they increased the demand for it, but I just like the sample size is too small. These we might urbanize though. Sparse is a lot worse. The desert's a lot worse than sparse. Or requires a lot more urbanization in general. I don't know if we're supposed to stack wipe these guys, probably. Stack wipe or alternatively siege this faster. I think we're just supposed to go after the stack. Hopefully we don't get caught in the mountains here. We're kind of close to the equator, so we don't get as much winter. Oh, we got a winter. Rip. That is what you're saying it. We do have to occupy subjects if we want to transfer them, though. Come here. I think we're eating a river crossing penalty, but I think we're fine with the way that we expect this to shake out. Whoa, we're eating a lot of casualties. Yeah, we have them kind of caught here, though. Could split up into two at this point. Merge, consolidate, split. I think I like that, actually. We have this guy's capital? We do not. It's down deep in there. What is that? I guess that means we have to take that. You're a hegemon in my heart. Aww. 20 flat control, really good for helping eco exchanges that punish low control areas. This too. I've been doing bailiff on a 3+. 3+ is probably fine. I mean, cotton's a 3, we're doing it. Iron's a 3, we're doing it. Maybe that's an interesting exercise. What are some 3s that we would not do it on? The answer might be none. I mean, silk we're doing it on. Silk's a 4 though. Salt's a 4. We're not doing it on salt. We're not sure how we feel about salt yet. That's expensive. I mean, maybe we're doing it on salt. Alright. Well, clay specifically is nice because... Oh, we definitely want to pound lock Canal in the... What does this salt thing have to be? This building sucks ass, so we haven't really used it, but... Like, the PM's not very good. Yeah, just show us the building. Yeah, we can build it anywhere. Allegedly. Why can't we build it here? Requirement's not met. What's the requirement, brother? Does not produce clay. Got it. But we want it in a province with clay. Lacking clay. I mean, we want clay for the masonry. Okay. Salt's good now, chat. It's eating up all of our clay. What's eating up all of our salt? Ton more needs. Fishing villages, though. Yeah, I don't think we need fishing villages. Go with some market villages though. On our newly discovered OP salt. Oh, maybe we're supposed to leave clay rural now. That's a head trip. But if salt's in higher demand, let's just go expensive. Our merc's getting cheaper is nice. Are they gonna sandwich this unit? Looks like it. We'll just retreat onto our ally if we need to. Or we'll retreat onto this if we need to. Still doing kind of okay here. They have more saturation than us. Let's just leave. Alright. So now we can transfer all the stuff we want. I think we want that transferred. Dozier we want transferred. Ducanids. Do we want them transferred? Okay, that's just way too expensive. Transfer Kickus unlocks this. Kill us. And this connects our nation. But I think we'd rather just own the dirt and ship it over to the Armenians, right? So we want to annex that, in which case we're going to need to grab this stuff. And then I think we kind of want this fort. We're taking that, we want to take, or we're going to need to take this, right? Yeah. There's a world where we could maybe bucket them. Oh, what does their proximity even look like? Are they using a gov? Where's your governor, dude? Why are they not using a local governor? Does the AI not use it properly? Like, Bulgaria's using one. Hungary appears to be using one. France is using one in a kind of weird way. You're using one. You're... No, that's just harbors mattering. Morocco's using one. Marrakesh, shut up. Wow. Circassia's got some weird vibes. Okay, so that means I think we come back this way if we want to take this, though. We'll look to clip them here. I think this is bad terrain for us, but it doesn't matter. We have too many more guys than them. Same deal, or except they're on us. Too many dudes. It's a tale as old as time. I suppose... Oh, they don't have any liberates? That's unfortunate. There's no one to liberate, so we're not going to be able to use return CB on them. We'll figure it out. We also do want to give to this guy the rest of this province, I guess. Ideally, and then we have to grab this. This is a 100% peace deal, though. That might not be in the cards. We might not have that win us. We take more forts, it'll be better. I noticed Poland starting to max control salt made me a trading god. Everyone needs it so bad. Yeah. Salt should have been good to begin with. It should have been good to begin with. It's also 4 value RGO. It got buffed from 3 to 4. But the issue was never that it was cheap. It was that, yeah. It was that there was not enough demand. Bailiff on every iron? What if my iron capitalized iron then? Do I bailiff that? Yep. Tear it down. Bailiff. You heard me. Did I stutter? Bailiff it all. It's like, I forget the movie, but Gary Oldman, where he's like, get everyone, and the guy's like, everyone? He's like, everyone! Yeah. Yeah, we still need some more score to grab this stuff too, so... Not being able to salt feels so bad, because we just want to, like, throw these guys into the wood chipper to speed this up. What are we researching? Training fields. Training fields might actually be bad for us, because our subjects will be released with training fields, and they'll have more power relative to us, yada yada. We got a new religious figure. I think that's good enough. We'll take the research speed. What is our research speed even? I know that, yeah, our liturgical language isn't cutting it these days. Look to up literacy, but... Ow. Are we a horseman? A horse girl? I don't know how we're supposed to handle horses, man. Wine should be just relatively trash for us. It's not necessarily. Well, just overwhelmed by the, like, quantity of decisions here. But, okay, if the capital's here, then we'll almost certainly want pound locks along this route. Right? Oh, that's not ours. The livestock we're trying not to urbanize, because we think it's good. We could build bailiffs and some livestock too, especially because we haven't actually expanded out the need for leather yet. That complicates things. Well, the livestock's not high value because it sells for a lot, though. It is 1.5, but not high. Ohio. We probably should have made our regional governor instead of waiting for this to finish. This has been taking forever. Yeah, they don't like it yet. Is this the first war with the Mamluks? It is. We merked up a lot. We have like a standing army of around 1k. I recently got court culling mod that seems to rescue the old 1.0.9 campaign because of the strangely large dynasty collapsing, crashing the game. Oh, interesting. I mean, they fixed the iron... No, they haven't full fixed it, but they don't spam as many of the buildings if, like, they're going to be really uber unprofitable. So it's a little bit better, but just a little bit. Yeah, I'm starting to notice that the salt is also adding to the issues. Because the salt is uber demanding a ton of clay, and the clay... Like, there's an undersupply of salt, which is maybe fine. Salt should be insanely good. But it's uber demanding a ton of clay. And the clay demands wood. So like the thing is, it's like turtles all the way down, but wood. At the end of like everything is just wood, and it's like so ubiquitous. And the like, it would be nice if like. Something else fed into like trying to get clay. But like here's the rub. Also the PM on this is awful, right? Because I think clay is base price 0.5. So what's 0.28 times 1.5? 0.52 value. It's actually negatively efficient. Maybe we're just not supposed to urbanize clay actually even now. Interesting. Because clay is the input for the salt. Salt's like uber demanded. Pops really like fur? Yeah. Clay pit be profitable challenge? Impossible. I mean, alright. Oh, we can't. I mean, it kind of seems like low-key. The thing is that salt PM is also sucks butt super hard too. So this is 1 ducat worth of value, getting 1.2. This maybe not doesn't suck that much, but 1.2. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of okay. It's okay for one of those buildings. There's no like output modifier for salt though. Like you don't eventually get it. I think Mali has one, but there's no you've got mail, but for salt. So the bog iron smelter gets good. The lumber mill gets good, but like there probably needs to be a salt tech actually. Can you actually be very good with your runs and effective? No, I can't. Sorry, my bad. If you let AI handle trade in buildings, yeah, you can, to some extent. Not all buildings. Yeah, you can't automate buildings. Your AI will just they'll overbuild profitable buildings, which will destroy the profitability of all your other buildings, and your profits will sink to 0, and you'll have like an RGO-only economy, basically. They'll build stuff in bad spots. Are the estates still building crazy amounts of buildings? Yeah. Just not as crazy. Clay bricks for masons. Oh my god, farming villages too. I forgot. Jeez, clay is actually just primo now. Bro, what a time to be alive. I think we still urbanize over stone, but yeah, clay is kind of like somewhat premium. Stone's really... There's a lot of demand for stone too, though. What's the demand for stone for? It's mostly masons, right? Yeah, it's mostly masons. So you can just dig for clay everywhere? Yeah, I mean, you kind of... Like, IRL, that's my understanding, is you can kind of find clay everywhere, but... Not in game. Oh, it's gonna suck keeping this rural. No pop capacity, Jesus. God, playing the desert blows so hard. I think it's at least on a river. So it can just overstack irrigation, but that takes tools. Yeah, like, a lot of your economy is now squeezed into these also just like... The buildings for salt just aren't very good, right? And you're not stacking a ton of production efficiency for them. So in terms of like stuff that has good demand profiles, and they're not stimmying the economy with them, although maybe the economy doesn't need no stimmy no mo. I mean, we probably would prefer salt collectors just generally where we have clay, but I think they might be where we have clay. Now they're just all over the place. No, that's stone. Yeah. Wait. Thought we couldn't build it here, where we had clay. Excuse me? Oh, desert or on the coast. Maybe stone you don't urbanize now too. It's interesting if it's a decision, I guess. I think also just wiping out their force makes them really want to be done with the war, so I think what we're going to do is, yeah. Is that part of Achilles? No, it's not. Wow, we are eating so much damage, holy shit. We will just retreat. Yeah, now we have the defensive bonus. Eat shit, bro. Now we're defending. They do have a God Lord General, though. Why did you go Shia for the LARP? Why didn't I? Because we couldn't get the school of thought that increases dev. That's only for Sunni. Why is your Republican tradition at 0? Because it only affects stab investment cost. We're not investing in stab at all anyways, so it has no downside. There's no disaster associated with being low. So the thing is it makes your stability really expensive. It makes this slider really expensive. Hey, ouch, that's an expensive slider. But we're not paying for that slider. So if we're not paying for that slider, you know what I mean? Yeah, getting closer here. Because we want this too. Does this throw them into the... No, it doesn't throw them into a coalition. Interesting. I think their, like, army is out, so... Yeah, they have 14,000 guys left. I think we can then let the mercenaries wind down, even if we're going to continue to fight for a little while longer. We don't want to get stuck paying for another 2 years on some of these mercs. 2 to 1, we should be okay. Eating the river crossing penalties may be a bad idea. Because we're trading about even. Competent man in Persia, etc., etc. It's not that great. You can just die, honestly. But where are they retreating to? What the hell? How are we doing on Armenian? We are 14% Armenian at this point. Only like a fifth the way to getting him. I feel like I'm playing Vic 3 with a really dumb auto queue that I need to chase around and fix their problems. That is kind of what it's like. It's not that... It's not necessarily bad that, like, the economy kind of looks like this. It's just the amount of clicks it takes to, like, manage and... The play pattern where you're just deleting a bunch of stuff is, like, not ideal. They should, if the it should maybe be the case that if the peasants own the building, you, like, can't delete the thing. Like, I get that. That's maybe, you know, that's a design choice that makes sense, right? That's gonna be... People are gonna get annoyed about that, but... Why can't we make this? Not enough gold. Fair. That should help with crown power a little bit. A little bit. Yeah, crushed on the flank. I think this is a sandstorm. No, we're out of food. Okay. I think this is good. Let's feed this guy some locations. Okay. And this guy. Who gets this guy? He already has a piece of it. And one of the ideas here is that these guys are Armenian, so when we annex them, we get a bunch more Armenian pops, which makes flipping Armenia easier. Maybe we should dev province, capital of province now. God, this like capital location doesn't make any sense until we get the reduction on the mountains. Seems like there should be a way to ramp up basic production, maybe at the cost of prosperity or something. That's an interesting thought. Forming Italy tonight? We're trying. Do they re-break trade? I'm getting less than a ducat as Florence. I don't think they I don't think they unbroke trade. When I live in Australia, clay is absurdly abundant. Isn't there clay everywhere, though? Having all your building slots in rural areas taking about BS estate buildings? Yeah. Well, like, I'm not sure I like the building slot mechanic just in the general sense. How's proximity getting traced here, though? What's the vein? I guess looking for the vein doesn't make sense at this point. Like, what if we're gonna use dev province over the long term? Where do we want it? Basara kind of makes sense. It's a lot of locations with high-ish pop. Maybe where's the pop? It's all going down there. What have you done? How are they doing on food? They're getting wrecked. Can't really turn the locations into bread baskets until we have them, but one of the issues is like if it's sparse or desert, like trying to you don't have enough building levels to like expand out the rice and then expand out the irrigation all the way, and then or you don't have enough pop space to Irrigation all the way, rice all the way. You know. And farmland all the way. Maybe we could make this rural, especially with the extra flat that we're getting from the irrigation. We have 9k flat from irrigation. I guess we could. This would speed up the annexation too. We get more bog iron smelters as well. A lot of stuff going on there. And it's kind of true for the livestock as well, no? Am I being stupid because we want pound lock canals? Rice gives so much food. We probably should have left the wheat urbanized. Not a big deal because it increases our speed of that, but that's kind of not something I like exploiting that much. Okay. Alright, let's flip guys our religion. Now that we don't have to worry about some of that stuff as much. Just have to wait for diplomats to come up. Deck on Georgia. It's the Egypt's not even mad. Players in general don't like getting their agency removed. Did they fix the chillification yet? Depends what's chill for you. You forgot to urbanize horses without feeling so bad? No, not like this. We actually have a decent amount of nobles, so I'm not sure. Like if we were pushing plutocracy, that's probably an urbanization actually. But we did push a lot of extra horse demand. Actually, let's revisit this. Normally your grain is not something that has a lot of demand, so this is kind of interesting. Our stud farm's great. Well, the problem we have no demand, but so output is value is 3, input value is grain 1.5 plus 0.9, so input value is 2.4, but grain tends to get really depressed in price. Tended to, sorry, my bad. Well then, maybe leaving wheat unurbanized now is kind of okay. We're not pushing proximity through here. Yeah, some big changes with the wheat. And gotta rethink through this. Like, wheat and clay are way better than... Let's write some down. Clay for salt. And also that's why the horses price is not sky high. Now, I guess we would prefer to just get the free gravy from the RGO. When we annex this, this is also going to be kind of a key point for us, because we will be able to shift the markets around. Or I guess actually it's when we annex both these guys, because this guy has the location we want to move the market to, which is Wasit. Building slots are irrelevant when you have 100k ducats. Bro, but if we spend it, then we won't have it. Check Hungary. Should just remove building slot mechanics and make things progressively more expensive per building and location. And that's kind of what they do. I think they need to fix eco-scaling being way too rapid and easy first. Yeah, I'm not for anything that speeds up the economy, really, until they fix it. That is very urbanized Italy. Can you imagine if they still had the malice for the food? If they still have the malice for the food, that would just apocalypse mode them into starvation. They're already starving, but... I think if you can build a city infinitely tall with trade-offs, it undermines control, though. This is also true. Well, kind of. Pop. If eventually you're throttled by pop, right? But... that's a little bit more complicated than just, oh, you're throttled by pop. I think naval infrastructure is it. Kind of a bit more of a mellow... I keep forgetting we're not maxed out cap economy, so we do want to peep that repeatedly. We could throw our communalism down, because we can remax communalism really easy, and it's not that important. But to get both to pass this, because we are not passing it otherwise, but also to get more peaks. I think we kind of don't like the food consumption, and, well, we wanted another peak at an opportunity. So it was very different amounts of clay depending on where you are. It's high around Melbourne. I feel like... So... hear me out, chat. There are, in every market, 4 goods that you just get a base supply of. They are lumber from common goods. Lumber, stone, clay, and sand. And they are like the underpinning of economies. I honestly think the acquisition of these resources specifically should maybe just be wildly different. You know, keep our geo system as it is, but for these, scale things differently. And you could also just increase their scaling. Right now they scale with the amount of dev. The more dev you have in your market, the more common goods you get. But you just don't get a lot. It's just a baseline amount that like kind of makes it so economies don't just get completely stuck. I think is the design intent. I'm not 100% sure. Look at how much dev we've gotten in these areas, though, as a consequence of having, like, now 4 dev modifiers. Even through the desert vegetation, yuck. Who is this? I guess we'll actually siege them because it's faster to siege them directly. What's our crown power at? 19%. I think we have... yeah, we have some of these characters now. So we're gonna put him in. Promote him to head of cabinet. And then the other guy is kind of expendable. Put him in charge of the army. The standing army that we keep. Because putting him in cabinet's not going to give that much, so that should massively increase the crown power up to 24%. Let's go. Let's go. And then here we will merge these guys and swap this for the Crown Power character again. Are we missing an army somewhere? Alright, well. Oh, why is this 600? That seems so expensive. Alright, recruit regulars. We could do the... Oh, we can't... Can we not do the cheese? We can't... Looks like we can't do the cheese. Where you recruit the lower tier unit and then upgrade it. Alright. We'll build one more. Tuning of every resource with Colombian exchange is the chilification. Oh, we haven't gotten there yet. Looking at the IRL clay map mode in Serbia, Persia and Syria is quite rich in it. Uruguay and basically is basically Paraguay. Europe relatively light. Yeah, so an environment, people are asking like, how can you make Persia better? I guess that's it. Like an environment where you actually care about the underlying resources. Like you in Persia, you just super lose out on lumber, and that's fine, and that's like makes sense, right? And that should affect your ability to create ships. But if you're winning on clay and you're building everything out of clay, then like, you know, that seems like something that you can maybe have as an advantage. I don't want to take the stab hit, so we're not paying for stab. And we have an upcoming very expensive stab hit that we will be taking to swap cultures to Armenian, so... I don't know where we want to move to Breeze to, though. The market. We should figure that out. I mean, considering the rivers are flowing the wrong way, I'm kind of inclined to put it, like, in the mountains here. Are we subjugated Dozier? Or it meant to not do that. Oh no, we didn't subjugate Dozier. Oh, it meant to take some of their territory. I think we'll take the prestige. Looks like our prestige is kind of coming on up. What are we getting from prestige? Or empire rank is the big driver of that, yeah. Rivals that are a threat, works of art are kind of driving it up a little bit. Imagine clay to be good now. Also clay and stone are like different valued. Do the tools save the AI economies? I think the change is like in the right direction with regards to like AI being less spammy on stuff that's not profitable, but like not all the way. Wow, we're only going 0.04 towards naval. Yikes. Decrease the army maintenance. I guess it's enough, but... What navy? we basically don't have a navy. I think we have everyone converted to Shia. I mean, if we... This is probably the next guy we, like, would want to have a big fight with. He's so much stronger than us, though. There's a location in India with pop cap of, like, 750k. Yeah, Rome also has a lot, too. There's a lot of ones that have like a faith or a specialty thing that increases it. This is 900,000. Where's the specialty thing? Is Biz getting theirs? Like thinking of this. Local pop cap capacity plus 200,000, 200%. Do they not get it? Am I missing something here? Have I lost the plot? It just doesn't work for Orthodox? Alright. So we're also, the satisfaction, we're kind of doing okay. We could do Abrahamic communities now too. In addition to the Dharmic Dhimmi communities. I think that we specifically wanted the Shia to get converted first. I don't think we need... Oh, God. We can get more pop growth if we spam more granaries, but then we need more masonry to support the granaries. Masonry is kind of pseudo more expensive now because the clay has to go to salt production. Which increases the pressure on the stone. Well, the sheep farms I think are just bad. Let's actually make sure we delete all the sheep farms. These things didn't get upgraded. Or, these things didn't get changed. In any, or like, how do we say this? This has a value of like 0.6 ducats. I think it got halved, but it's basically like half a building now. Because it's not producing double the amount of wool. And it was good before, but it's also pressuring both wood and tools. How efficient is this PM at baseline? So 0.3 on the inputs from the wood, and then output is 0.6, and then from the stone is 0.24. So 0.54 versus 0.6. I mean, it's not like terrible, but like it's also probably not peasant efficient enough. And these ones aren't getting a prod bonus, I don't think. These ones might be. I don't know, that seems like it feels bad. Because we're getting squeezed, we're getting tool squeezed too. I guess the... Okay, well, why don't we... Cotton. Why aren't some of these guys using cotton then? It just has to be more profitable. Bro. What is this? Why do you think the wool's better? The price is above baseline. This price is below baseline. The PM on the fabric is better, unless they didn't update it correctly. Did they not update the logic? Does it think it's a different PM than it is? Alright, well. Lock in for prod efficiency. No, not every one of these places has cotton is the issue. So if they have cotton, I think we'll just swap them up onto using cotton. And lock it in. We're not urbanizing any more cotton, so we can do that, and that'll decrease the pressure on the wool. I think we're gonna delete all the sheep farms. I think this building was great before, but now it just like has to, I think it just has to kind of be bad. I know this run has been more about tag hopping than get mountain procs, but has someone done the research to find run focusing on dev stacking modifiers? I mean, we stacked... we stacked 3, and which ones did we miss in terms of formations? We didn't have a tier 2 formation, so finding a tier 2 formation with dev... and a tier 4 formation with dev would be what you would want to do. I guess. The releasables take your tech, right? I don't think they get all of your tech. They already have uber dev things. Do your naval governors need to be connected by land to your capital? Your naval governors need to not be connected by land to your capital. NOT not. If they are connected by land to your capital, this is not allowed. Reverse it. We still have one explorer, yeah. It's getting older. I think... When are we getting... exploration distance? Wait, what? I feel like we've been able to explore the exact same stuff for like forever. Is it because we don't have any open sea? We don't have this? I guess we'll go that way. And then we'll go for our rug production. Why you do this to us? I think the wheat we were maybe okay with it being urban, but this we're not. Stop it. Stop it. The smart contract is also up. Leaving us with a relatively small army of light lancers, basically. Don't think we have another thing to do. We can appease the states. I don't know if it stops when they get all the way happy, though. But appeasing them for, like... Nah, it's probably no good. I think this is the biggest province that we have. That's also close to the capital. It's 8 locations, but it's got a bunch of mountains, so it'll dev slower anyways. God. Our land sucks so hard. Even like just... Alright, well there's... some good... Oh, Jesus. There's something with like... We also don't own all the complete provinces. It might be the place where we had our capital before. It's the place to dev. Let's see the gold province. Got 9 locations. Yeah, okay, the gold province. Ah, it's not gored yet. No! Alright, well, let's look at where we have pops. Cross-section of pop and dev. This has just got terrible RGOs, though. This is what hell is, chat. We could be playing in India right now, and instead we're here. It's all so bad. So bad. Maybe should have assimilated a little bit more. I don't know. This guy's coming in hot. Oh no, guys, what will we do without our Republican tradition? Okay, just trying to continue the dynasty. I guess the fact that we have a spinning bonus also makes us want to urbanize over the wall a little bit more. like no bobs there. Well, maybe we're supposed to dev down here because we have iron down here. Looking for the right places to urbanize. Our guy's gonna die eventually. He gives us a big fat discount right now on the urbanization right now. We probably have too many stud farms too. Although I think like you probably want to work stud farms into like part of your economy in general. You know, us just upgrading this or urbanizing stuff does have the benefit, yeah, no food in there, of increasing the food cap without actually increasing demand for masonry. How are you keeping rebels in check? You also have 2 empty advisors. Yeah, we're waiting for our kids to promote up, and then we want to put Crown Power characters in. What shampoo do you use? Don't use shampoo very often. I use Nazoral because I have like dandruff issues, like even though I don't, like occasionally in my beard. I know it's a joke run because I'm bald, but like, yeah. Stone quarry is reasonable. Demands wood, right? But yeah, maybe we have to think about how to... Oh, it demands less wood. Wood and leather. And it is flexible. Where it goes. So we don't have a prod bonus there for that. So we could do something like, because we know we don't want to urbanize this. Get rid of all the rural cloth makers, get rid of all of the rural cloth makers. It was just the one? No. Where are you guys? There you go. Maybe it's a mistake to be urbanizing the wool. I just realized we could turn wool into the other cloth as well. Maybe, yeah. Maybe punting a little bit here. Calf power is going to be nice. Finishing this annexation is going to be nice too. We're getting close there. We have another governor, we've been waiting to put it in there, which is probably a leak. We probably should just slap down and then worry about it later. Oh. I think we'll let our subjects handle this. Is the death spiral fixed? No. Did it fix the slave barracks? Not as far as I know. So why am I getting warning that it needs to be connected by land or strait? Is my game bugged? You asked about naval governors. Right? Not regular governors. Regular governors have to be connected. Naval ones have to not be connected. What triggers being able to have the Kurdistan as formable? You need to have your... There's no culture requirement, you just need to have the Kurdish lands and have your capital there. A piece of states will stay active even after it clears 50. Why couldn't I put it in on the other estates then? Is it just on your worst estates? In your kill war run, did you ever build a unique building? No. If you choose the event that says you can build it later, it lies to you. You cannot build it later. It just breaks your ability to build it. We have no of that. I don't know why the other one lists as a bonus though. It shouldn't. Giving tradition to the enemies. Terrible. Here's our expansion so far though. Probably should be using parliaments a little bit more aggressively to try and take over Arabia, but... We're gonna snap these urbanizations down so fast. I mean, this maybe, that one's maybe not insane. I don't know, maybe the rice is okay too. The thing is, like, it's such a big confound because it's sparse. It's gonna, like, double the pod capacity. Like, sparse and desert just feel so bad. Which is why it's important that we play in an area that is all sparse and desert. India's too OP, basically. If Ellie were here, she'd tell us to play more India. Here to watch the suffering. Nation color is nice. What was really nice was the color on, I really like the Kurdistan color. You reckon there's a state building production death spirals done by just hard prepping stone? Or preventing it? No, I mean, I think that there's too much wood demand, but now we're also noticing quite a bit of, like, downstream clay demand. I think the, like, root problem is that there's just too much wood demand relative to how much wood there is. I think it would help a lot if estates actually just built RGOs with some of their money, the peasant estates. Instead of spamming a bunch of buildings that consume wood. That would, like, slow it down, and also they would, like, build up lumber. Because we also noticed that a lot of places just, like, haven't built up their lumber to the max. While there's, like, lumber apocalypse. Lumpopolypse. Also, ew. Gross. We don't have any of those, do we? Those things are trash. These also are maybe trash considering assault actually gets pressured now. Yeah. Assault pressured means clay's pressured. This also means, like, a lot of the eco opens up. The salt building good now is kind of interesting. But we lack clay. Oh, but these guys keep downsizing it. Son of a bitch. And the clay pit itself just is awful. The PM's really, really bad. Don't want to try and solve our eco this way. Finally. Oh, I think that's the location we want to move it to, so we gotta annex this guy too. He'll be really quick though. Annexations on these two guys will also go faster, which will be nice. The Kurdish influence. Great Kurdish culture has made its mark. Great Kurdish culture. I got some bad news for you. We're about to abandon that culture. Alright. Eshfan. We want to build a governor here. Need gold. We have gold demand right now. Okay. Let's find our jewelers. Okay. I'm gonna close those for now. Local governors maintenance, that's huge maintenance on that. That's not solving our issue. Okay. We'll come back here and turn those back on as well. So we should get some out of here. It's neat to see how much dev we have here, considering the dev in here is higher at game start, but because we started here. Let's try and solve that for them. This minigame is also not spectacularly fun. We just need to get 2 gold out to the other place. Maximize jurisprudence. Give this guy head and shoulders alike. Head and shoulders is amazing. Yeah, something, I don't know, if you have a lot of dandruff, something that I think a lot of people might not know is if you use like head and shoulders or this type of thing, if you're like washing your hair, you gotta like let it sit in your hair for a minute. You can't just immediately, you know, rinse it out. Alright. Just gotta wait a month. Get +3 positive surplus here. Governor. Cool, cool, cool. There we go. And then I think we don't want to forget about some of the jewelers guilds, so we'll undo that. But we got it started. These guys struggle lesson? We don't even have a cannons unlocked. I was like, I think we'll get our combined arms bonus here. To be honest, percent food is actually really valuable for us because it's we have less percent food relative to other countries, if that makes, or like our average percent food bonus because we have a desert is worse than other countries, and so that means percent food is going to be more valuable for us relatively speaking. Trade range use overseas, kind of into that. Where can we trade with Baghdad actually? What's this look like for us? Huh. We can get lacquerware? Holy. Let's try pulling some gold into Baghdad as well. Also, that market's completely out of food. That market's been, like, screwed for forever. Are you the ones can't have the road go through the vassal and we'll delete if the rebellion breaks the connection? Yes. Is Aragon tier 2? I don't think so. Navarra is, though. Navarra gives a really good thing. The Navarra-Spain Aragon law that gives dev doesn't go away if you were Aragon. I think it does go away. I don't think this is correct. I think it goes away if you don't have the right culture. And if you want to do what we're doing, Armenian gives dev and Armenia is a culture, you can go. Not necessarily the best, though. They changed RGOs that demand tools into masonry, so Clay and Stowe went up. Yeah, but they only demand it for the construction, not for the maintenance. Connors need a driftwood building that gives lumber. That's cute. For the, like, estate, like, driftwood collector. Actually, I mean, like, I think that the forest village should give lumber. Someone was making a mod that I thought was a little bit of an improvement. Where it, like, you could only build the forest village in a place that had wild game or lumber, and it, like, amplified that. I was like, oh, this is interesting. I kind of like this. PMs are just unbalanced. Estates love to invest buckets and ducats in the most inefficient buildings in the game. Yeah, and then deleting buildings is, like, not a fun play pattern. I think whatever the solution is, it has to involve, like, from a perspective of, like, just a consideration of it as a game, it has to involve not deleting buildings. God damn. These guys keep upping the urbanization. I think Wasit also we're going to downgrade. because we like the cotton PM. Actually, let's not have this urbanized. Let's go for some of this. Like no pops there. Like we're never getting wood cheap, it just feels like. I think we have good relations with this guy. Can our subjects not do it? Our subjects might not be able to do it on their own. Alright. Kind of want a smaller little squad. Let's use the Georgians to defeat the Georgians. Is this good? Nah. I don't know, but we know we'll be able to use them there. This guy's the crown guy, right? Nope, he's not. Come on, man. Use our guy. We do this, and now, as we were mentioning earlier, now we can put in the crown power characters. Crown. Which is gonna make it so that our crown power goes up. Seems like kind of quick fix band-aid while you do a real fix. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that one of the ideas that's most intriguing to me is the one I'm most interested in is have, like, material resources not be consumed and destroyed. Because you have a stockpile, right? You can stockpile, like, this finished resource, and you can have stuff checked against the stockpile. I don't know. I guess my concern would be that it speeds up the economy or something like this, but... I think this is bad for us. I thought we were catching him. He's catching us. Oh wait, we're doing damage to him. Okay. And now... Yeah. Eviscerated. Get wrecked, idiot. Alright. Good thing is the assault ability when we can't assault anything. What's the war goal here for? Sheki. Okay, it's for that. We'll grab the war goal then, and then try and repeatedly bop his army. We should have paid for an education here. Still hoping out for that prodigy, but it's not looking good. Which might cause us to force to switch dynasties again. The PMs are just a balance, and the estates love to invest. Yeah, we already got that one. All conditioner should sit for sometimes. Yeah, but Head and Shoulders isn't conditioner. Or maybe I just like shouldn't even comment about hair. I like don't know that much. Maybe this is not my purview. Maybe people shouldn't take shampoo advice from the guy who's bald. But iron is back at 1 weight, so the apocalypse is kind of over, or at least better. I mean, the problem is that it's out. Like, even if you have unlimited trade capacity, you can't source anymore. We might free that guy up. Important thing is that now the wings are clipped on the guy. Alright, we have to take this. And we want to take this. Make sure that this guy still has claims. He does. Give that stuff to Armenia, maybe. Did our governor finish? No, it didn't. Progressed a little bit. Now we're lacking tools. Jeebus. I'm not sure I like this UI update because it doesn't show you how much unused capacity you have. And when I want to see how much I'm making, I just do this. Maybe it's better for most people? I don't know. We canceled some gold. Didn't want to do that. Try and get as much as we can to finish the building. Five years? God, that's forever. How long is this? 32, 28 years. Oh, maybe we're not flipping Armenian anytime soon. Although we do have to flip these guys for culture reasons. I'm gonna start it over there, because we're getting more control over there in just a second. After this, I think we siege the capital. We gain a core over here? Nice. Oh no. Winter has gotten us. Did you get the Armenian culture trait? Not yet. I was listening before work and now back after work. What are your conditioning? Our hair. Good sir. Is Europe suffering as much now, or are they actually out? I don't know if Europe's out. I don't know what's going on in Europe. I do know that they like having their pops starve to death. I guess Paris is okay. But I think also this always maxed out food, that's not going to be a thing anymore. We're going to have markets that are hitting equilibriums that are below max capacity that don't necessarily mean that they're hyper starving or whatever. This has been zeroed out on food for forever. We're trying to solve it, but the problem is they have no wood. They actually should have wood now, though. In fact, Baghdad market should just not have lumber. But, like, they had, like, actual zero wood. Oh, that's kind of yikes from the perspective of making bread baskets. Oh, we can't auto-expand it because we don't own it. Yikes. I guess at the very least we're expanding out all the clay. Welcome to the new world where clay is king. I think a good video, top 5 countries with strong bonuses and advances, maybe 5 formals. Maybe. I feel like I already did that video to some extent with top 5 countries, just in general. Maybe not. We might have to intentionally spike a deficit in Lars again. Oh. Oh no, those are the ones we wanted. No. Trying to get... Okay. It's enough to get some progress. I don't think we can get a full month's worth of progress. But if we can get that repeatedly... Is it stalled? Yeah. Did they... So as we annex more of our subjects, we won't have as much minting demand. The subjects are driving the minting demand here. I low-key think that we kind of want Tbilisi because it's a market capital, though. Just to prevent weirdness. Which means we gotta occupy Tbilisi. Nice. Starting to get like in the 30s for these dev as well, which is nice for us. Because that's when the pops start demanding the books and the paper. I feel like income's kind of spun up a good amount too here. Oh my god. Let's try and spin tools over to the other place. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, we don't need that auto trade though anymore. You're supposed to be the chosen one. You're supposed to have the tools production yourself. It's on a river. It's on a river. That's our subject. Guess we have this. Desert, not sparse. Tools. Alright. Do a prod bonuses there. Just trying to solve the issue. This I say just trying to solve the issue because this like will not make us any money because these areas have like zero control. But like we're getting our lack of tools is being an issue. So we actually probably have to take a look at the other end of things actually as well within some markets, not just these ones, but okay, what's the demand for tools coming from here? Construction, universities, irrigation, fortification for toll castles. Alright. Toll cast. I can't sort like that? Alright, fair. You need to be 75 control to delete stuff anyways. Let's do that. Toll castles. How much are they demanding? They're really not demanding a lot, it's just that they're everywhere. Fair. We can't spam it too hard because that's gonna... Every single one of these gives us a negative satisfaction with the noble's estate. Okay, cool. Now here, what are you demanding tools for? Lumber mills, okay, stone quarry, irrigation, building local governor, yeah. Common fortifications for tools, castles, printers, fiber crop farms. Probably don't need the fiber crop farms. Fiber, it's good in your diet. Burger's exporting a third of it. Okay. Okay. Bunch of AI that are building it, but sure. Tools. How are we doing? Stone quarries, I think we want. God, the governor's so expensive. Shouldn't the governor get the first crack at this? They should get the first crack at it because it's right on top of the market capital. I guess it prioritizes finished buildings first. Alright. I guess to the people asking if the tools apocalypse is gone, it's not. Let's close all the fiber crops stuff, I guess. I think it's maybe a little bit drastic, but while we're here, just some of the ones with like over 40% prod ethic, I'm not sure. Well, most of this prod efficiency is probably from a surplus of livestock, isn't it? Yeah. Within the market. Doing anyone under 40. What is going on? Reddit did a Hungary start? Redid a Hungary start and built 23 Mason and the price won't go down? Is it getting exported? Are you actively exporting masonry with your auto trade? But also, if they're spamming a bunch of buildings that use masonry, yeah, that's how it works. What religion are these guys? We'll get everyone in Persia converted, but don't want to do that because that guy's gonna get occupied probably. Maybe. Thought it was interesting more for interesting than objectively good. Like the Japanese pirates are potentially interesting. Same with Holy Orders. Oh, most interesting starts. Yeah. These guys will accept anything. The problem is we want the capital of Georgia. But we can also... Well, they're currently in the bucket right now without us taking the capital. Which is the concern is that we don't want them to go into really bad markets. But I guess Tbilisi is kind of close enough. Maybe we don't want that. So in which case, let's take this. I think Trebizond will be releasable. That'd be more amenable to giving us more stuff. I guess this is probably okay for us. We still have claim we can redeclare. Not getting any maps, but this allows us to kind of like set things up. Or like, the faster we do this, the faster we can get to starting to annex another guy, which I think we want to. Oh, that was a separate piece. Oh, I'm stupid. I thought we were piecing out this guy. Yeah, so... Well, let's just grab a bunch of maps then. Crazy how many maps you have to get through. The system for like getting maps should be different. But that kind of works for us actually. If there's any location that's primary Armenian. No. I was gonna say we could flip it Armenian, but I think that we won't actually annex a subject. I don't think we need to feed this to Armenia, because I think that we won't actually... I think we'll flip Armenia before we annex Armenia. Or flip Armenian. So... Probably improve relations with that dude too. Jesus Christ. Cede the rest of the province to that guy. Could make this Armenian. I think we want to release Trebizond. Trebizond not ever have those locations? Okay. And then... where's enforced religion? I thought it said it was gonna get released not at our Tsar religion. I guess that works for us. Oh, maybe we should have... oh, we shouldn't have swapped these guys from Sayite. We should have just put slave centers in them once we annex them to take slaves. Bummer, because we can't slave raid. Terrible. Alright. I mean, they're getting culture converted Armenian anyways. Maybe this is fine. They're getting flipped Armenian. And then... now we can continue. This, we can't continue. Because why? Are you not our subject? What is this? Okay, can we... we buy your subject somehow? No, we want your subject. Oh, that's the location I want. Mark it on. Ah, the hills is probably okay. We'll just move it to the hills. Alright, in case things get weird. Actually, we haven't finished this annexation either. Oh boy, the tools, man. Everything's so spun up, but the actual amount of tools that people have. Okay, we have urban stuff here. Alright, cool. Tools. There we go. It's not like the areas like can't support these types of economies, it's just that the economy's not there yet. Okay. Is Cilicia playable or no? It's probably playable. The Diplo rep government reformed and used cabinet action without Diplo spend, conquered most of northern Italy and two coalition wars, denying lawful territory. Just try and keep antagonism low. Nice. I don't think, are we a GP? Normal power, okay. Well, if they're not Persian, if they're not, was it Armenian? I think we don't want to annex them. We'll just annex this guy faster. Actually, is there more tools production up here somehow? No. The actual tools production's like down here. There's like not a lot of stuff with like good production efficiency for like tools that's like currently built out. God, it like makes no profit. Why is it making no profit though? Okay, because iron's not supplied locally. Okay. Great powers is China, basically. How can I form China as Korea? You have to annex all of China. I guess I should focus more on Diplo rep. We like overexpanded on the coal. Not even overexpanded, exporting slightly, but it's gonna change. Have that on auto expand. It's like pulling teeth trying to get these to finish. The new market thing significantly affecting prod efficiency is kind of interesting. Because if you have like exactly enough iron, it's the same, right? But if you're importing iron to try and make the tools, that doesn't work. You gotta export the tools. Yeah, I think that we're not going to collapse lumber prices more than they are. And we could benefit from not, like... I think we could benefit from this. Because, like, seeing that iron not expanded when that would help us out. Even if we don't add more tools, like in this market, it's going to increase the prod efficiency of all the tools we do have. So... I'm going to let Jesus take the wheel here. Also, we maybe have too many stud farms. Some stuff's gonna get overexpanded, but we also went out of our way to urbanize stuff that we thought should be urbanized. Well, not this. Okay. Yeah, I think one of the things is like the economy escapes out ahead of the RGOs, maybe like a way to think about kind of what's happening too. Ties to subjects probably okay considering we've culture flipped some of them. Oh, I almost clicked the plutocratic movement. I don't think we want to lose the prod efficiency. We don't want to click either of the other buttons. Oh, we made it. Alright, cool. You know, with the Eshman market here, it is kind of nice that both of them get to touch the coast. Maybe this just actually is pretty good. In which case, Tabriz would maybe want to slide over to the right. Or maybe this slides over to the left. And this slides up. That's probably better, like, long term. These market locations are kind of okay. The thing is we have a dead zone over here. I kind of wanted Tabriz to solve that. Where we move Tabriz. There's iron there, cotton, saffron. Suez is in kind of a weird spot. Not a fan of this many markets over here. I wanted to move Suez over here to like kind of test some of our theories. But thinking like here might be good for Tabriz, but only if we already control Tbilisi. And this might be slightly better for Baghdad. Well, actually, maybe we still move it here. The thing is, if we move Baghdad here... Being upriver is still good, because they haven't fixed that. Just kind of looking at vegetation. See, we would prefer if the Esfand market had a little bit more of this lumber, I think, from the forest and stuff. So if we are gonna have a holding pattern here, Esfand being slightly higher up is maybe reasonable. So maybe it's there. But touching the coast means we get to trade out from there. We don't have to trade through a different market. And if we move up and we move Baghdad down, then for sure Baghdad takes over the coast. Meanwhile, the Lar market just busy being huge. Nice to see the food recovering here. Or that's because we're not at war. Speed everywhere with tools as an input in a market where you're importing tools will be super inefficient. Yup. So, like, it's like negative death spiraling you because you don't have enough prod efficiency. It probably makes capital economy more important because going into negative on production efficiency is like apocalyptically bad. Like, the PMs just don't work basically, right? So, coming on over, where's... Okay. Looking for some lumber. But yeah, so like the lumber... Let's say we don't have dedicated forestry. It's like, oh, because it's 27. But here, look, we can't make lumber because the tools supplied locally are negative. Right? So because we're like importing tools. And it's like, alright, well, we can't make as much lumber. Then we can't make as much coal. Then we can't make as much iron. Then we can't make as much tools, type of thing. So, like, having these big mega markets is going to be, like, dramatically improved relative to, like, before, basically. Like, we're trying to source the iron here, and then we're trying to spin up, like, some amount of, tool making here. In fact, let's make tools here. But yeah, like, it's like you want to produce everything yourself and then export to some other idiot to screw up their economy. If that makes sense. Baku market. We should move it to Baku. Think we should make a market in Baku? Maybe if we move to Breeze over. I think that if we move to Breeze over to here... Well, the thing is having Baghdad market be a little bit bigger is kind of nice too. Because this is our capital market. In theory, there's probably a better location exactly for Tabriz. Because you actually want to be on bad terrain. The market capitals when the game started are almost always on good terrain, so. But to be fair, Tabriz is kind of bad terrain, so. So a hill at least. We'll just pay that so that we don't get pipped by 2 events, because we don't want to take the stab hit. We still need to swap Armenian, which is going to take a lot of stab. But yeah, so the place that's good at making lumber mills is Lars. Because Lars has the excess of... So, having specialized markets, unfortunately, like, weirdly bricks the markets. Or, well, actually... Well, we're trying to export from Lars. These guys' trades shouldn't be going through, though. Their trades should just get cancelled. But like Lars gets the production efficiency bonuses on the lumber mills, right? because it has extra tools. But we don't have lumber mills here. And the place where we have lumber mills, Lars is trying to export the tools to. So whenever there's a loop, you're not encouraged to, like, specialize. You're encouraged to have everything and then export excess. Even when someone declares war on you during Civil War, you can decide who to fight against. Do you get auto-expand to play nice with the UI? Mine just says default. There's a fork, a community fork, made by someone who's, I think, in chat right now. But you can check that out. Type in QOL. I'm using a different mod. Oh my god. Getting a lot of prestige up here. Over 50 prestige. It's gonna help out a little bit. Look at these guys making more tools. Yeah, it's like, it's... Not everything's like that, though, because not everything's a loop. Baku has a strong natural harbor, you're already naval. Yes, but natural harbor doesn't help at all with... Are you saying putting a naval governor there? Natural harbor doesn't help at all with market. You said market in Baku, right? Post auto expand mod? It's in, if you type in QOL, in the, what is it? In the workshop, it'll be one of the, there's two results that look very similar. It's the one that says fork. To be fair, also something that's really wrecking us is the fact that the universities keep getting constructed. Like, there's an order of operations here that would be nice if it were a little bit different. I mean, actually, let's just stop being silly. Most of the demands from the lumber mills, right? Yeah, we could just temporarily close the lumber mills. Now, of course, this has downstream negative effects, but just temporarily closing the lumber mills hopefully works. Because we really want this to finish, of course. Yeah, the tools PM being a little bit later also is rough. Like, we'd obviously prefer this age. Nice. I think that means this guy, yeah, can go do something else. I feel like naval governor doesn't matter at all for harbor, right? Like naval are for overseas, not actually for governor locations? What do you mean? Yeah, it doesn't care. It doesn't care. Wait. You care about the natural harbor because it's a proximity source. Like, we have a naval governor down here. It's not all that great for us, but it is giving us a little bit of proximity over here. So we have some control over here. Not a lot, but some. We get it, finally. But, like, a lot of this fiddliness to get stuff to work, like, feels kind of bad. And it's... Or EU5, I guess, when you run shortages in EU5, it feels like it's very, very disruptive to what you're trying to do. Like, this isn't the case in Vic3, right? Like, Vic3, if you run shortages, it just, like, makes everything unprofitable, and it pulls you towards an equilibrium, but it doesn't stop the thing from happening. But EU5, it's like, you're done. You gotta go home. Something like this. But I think we want to move one of our naval governors over here and move one to, like, Egypt. Bueller? Where'd our governor go? Wait, did we cancel it somehow? Yeah, we have it there. Okay. There we go. So this will go up to 94 control. Nice, nice, nice. Place is now Armenian enough. Okay, so I think that this guy, we're gonna switch to assimilate to Armenian. This, oh no, wait, we already have that there. Assimilating here because this place will have relatively high control, so it'll assimilate pretty quick. And because we want to assimilate Farsi, because Farsi is now the most frequent one. We are gonna need Republican tradition, actually. Damn it. The naval governors have no benefit from being good at controlling through naval, other than it just needs to be a port. Yeah, it has to be on the coast. Yeah, it's just a regular governor. It just requires that it be an exclave that is on the coast. Like, we are... This subject here, we are turning into a, like, semicircle around what we're going to annex in here, because this has to be an exclave. But then we'll actually have a decent amount of control. We'll just have, like, weird exclave. That's why we're annexing this guy right now. How many Armenians does this guy have that we're annexing? It's 200,000 Armenians. How many Armenians do we have? 600,000. So, roughly speaking, it add another 8-ish% Armenians, so we'll actually need more Armenians. Try and annex Armenia. Armenia is going to take forever to annex, and they are currently assimilating stuff. Suez, I think, hates us. Or Silica. Yeah. But we could use support loyalists. And then annex. Because we're going to be short on our Armenians, yeah. They're not like the best spot for us to annex Armenians though. We'd rather annex like Armenians over here. This guy's capital really sucks balls too. We can always distribute guys out. Actually, I think let's maybe. If we distribute out from this guy, the problem is that he will lose a ton of relations with us. We just transfer a bunch of locations. We could just let stuff annex faster, I guess. The dreaded slider, we hate it. Right, but after the governor, you could just build a local governor and get all those locations in the ring as well with good control. Yeah, the idea is that we just have extra naval governors. $164K and 1517, this game's busted. Nah. A little bit low for us, even, to be honest. Well, we started as Ormuz and there's some weird stuff going on. All's maybe not right in the state of Denmark. Something maybe rotten in the state of Denmark. Getting a decent amount of control though, it feels. Debris being right on the, or this being right on the lake kind of helps a lot. We could annex this lake guy. Then we'd have to assimilate him though. Is this guy, well, it doesn't matter if this guy's assimilating, he's never gonna get any of it because he has like 0 control. Oh, I forget it caps at 50. It capping is just weird. Doesn't have too much Armenians, but this guy's not Armenian at all. Who wants this? Okay, he's got that. Alright, I think we give this guy an annex once we can. Does it have a... Or maybe it doesn't have a cap. Oh, it doesn't have a cap. I'm stupid. It's just like 25. It's just a nice, even number. Okay, but we will assimilate that guy. And these guys will be free to flip more Armenian. It's gonna be big for us. %95% prod efficiency. Let's go. Let's go. Spinner's Guild is the best everywhere. Gonna try and specifically spam on where we have cotton. I think it needs to finish. No, we can auto expand. And this is going to make a lot of these tailors guilds much more profitable as well. Like, why aren't we profitable here? We don't have enough dyes. Well, dyes take wood, so that's just a dream. I don't think there's a world where we... Maybe there is a world where we get a bunch of dyes from somewhere. Okay. It's not supplied locally, so it will hurt with our production efficiency, and this won't actually lower the price of it, because the imports are trash for lowering price. Yeah, the market equation has some weird-ass effects. This isn't going to get cheaper, really, because active imports don't do a very good job cheapening it. In fact, it's going to make it more expensive unless we have local production. Local production, we need alum and lumber. We do not have a lot of lumber, so kind of reluctant to do that locally. There's alum over here. We don't own it. What if we just want one mega huge market? Just plop this on the capital? That would just have to be bad. If we have lower market access, though, that makes the bad buildings use less of our stuff. Do we know the trigger's threshold for subject much smaller? I don't know the exact threshold, but I believe it's pop driven. Got quite a bit of time until that one. Maybe if we also have this, between this, the extra time, and our Taz, that may be enough to flip Armenian. We're also going to start assimilating this once we get access to this, because we won't have cores, which is a little bit rough. Monarchy is picking up a bunch of roads, so we'll get a little bit better. You moved back a month. What's up with that? You finished some urbanization. Well, we did not want you to urbanize this anyways. Nor the cotton, I don't think. Just gonna move it up a little bit. Starting to get more iron. Let's actually add iron and tools to the main market. Given the current state of affairs of how things go, I don't think this is normally one we'd care about. Wow, we just have this huge. What's the dealio? Blacksmiths for tools. It's a good thing we don't have a standing army, because that's actually preventing us from needing the blacksmith. Rural blacksmith for market villages, though. Can we just have our market villages run a blank PM? Actually. Okay, well, we actually don't want any of these to be over 1. Because they're really not that efficient. Unless they're on gold or silver, but we won't bother ourselves with that. Okay. Now, we don't want them consuming, like, any of this. I guess the thing that's the least annoying to deal with is the beer, maybe? Okay, we don't need beer. We're Muslim. But we don't want these guys eating our iron. The iron tools is one of the more efficient ones. Ugh. The stone one's not very efficient, but I guess that's kind of the other option. Hate all of this. This guy's annexing so fast he's finishing last year. Yeah. Okay. So from here... I think we'll go cities. Well, this guy has the cheap stuff. And then move this guy. Assimilate Armenian Basara. Basara's not cord. This is also going to take forever to get a cord, so... We have rice, fiber crops. It's actually a decent place to do tools as well. It doesn't have very good inputs for other stuff. Yeah, the tools... The margin's like small enough that we're actually like not gonna run a profit. We just need more iron. Like the loop is like barely plus EV. I think it's the issue is before you get the iron, the bog iron smelters and the other stuff, we also have the issue of just like not having enough lumber because we're playing in Apocalypse Zone. But there's like a very particular loop, right, of lumber mills, the bog iron smelters, the tools, or sorry, the lumber mills feed the charcoal maker. The charcoal maker feeds the bog iron smelter. The bog iron smelter makes iron for the tools. And it's really not efficient. It's really not efficient until you get this, and I wouldn't even describe it as really efficient once you get this, but it's just like apocalyptic if we add, and it gets like kind of plus EV when you have lumber mills in this. But when you have other stuff pulling out any part of the loop, whether it's lumber demand or tools demand, it becomes really bad for you. Charcoal kiln. Do they nerf how maritime presence comes from ships? I have 75 lights and I barely move the needle. Do you have pirates in the area? 75 lights should move the needle, but if they have to get rid of the pirates first, then they gotta get rid of the pirates first. Because we're doing this with relatively low numbers. The AI never wants to build pound-lock canals for you because they help with infrastructure. I think they changed that. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, look at all these roads go. And then we're gonna lose a bunch of procs here. Wasset is where we maybe wanted to move the market capital. I guess until this stuff's cored, maybe that's not so good. Wow, it's crazy to see the difference in dev here too. From like if we own it versus if we don't. Oh man, did someone give subs? Hey, Fezimoto, thank you for the 5 community subs. Much appreciated, my guy. And Zoran Zokt. Oh wait, we got Zoran Zokt. And Fezimoto, thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. The multiple baboops. The baboopos. Ba-dum-ba-bum-bum. Ba-ba-doop-ba-doop-boop. I maybe gotta come up with a different sound for it, but not the really loud car sound, because that really startles the shit out of me every time I do it. Thanks so very much, my guy. Like, how much more lumber do you get after one iteration? You basically get nothing before you... You get so close to nothing before you have any prod efficiency that, like, you basically get an amount proportionate to your prod efficiency at every juncture. Which means that the loop is way better if you have cap economy. Gifties. Did you get one field medic? I wonder what happened to my last Sweden game. Scania somehow got Denmark as a fiefdom. Womp womp. Must be bankruptcy, brother. Alright, so yeah, we will be growing at a decent clip here. We maybe even want to dev this province. It's kind of a big province. Right, I think it's 7 locations. I guess it's not huge. Yeah, I wish we had some huge locations too. This entire run's just painful, man. It's maybe... yeah, there's some good stuff here. I think we're flipping this. Oh, this guy is Farsi, but we don't want to... We don't want to get any more Farsi pops right now, because that makes it harder for us to flip Armenian. Is the issue. That guy hates our guts. Let's improve we already are. But I think us being on auto expand on the RGOs, especially because we weren't really handling it, is gonna be a big come up for us. Start annexation. This should be relatively quick on the annexation. And then we'll just let this finish. And we will get Armenian. I don't have a land. Oh, let's see. Nope. If I really like economy building and don't care about warfare as much, is victory or EU5 better for economics? Probably victory. Probably victory right now. I guess it depends. So, where you build stuff in EU5 really matters, and infrastructure matters, and like it's much more city builder-ish, and victory is much more macro. So I would say that also if you wanted to play a much more city builders type of feel, that EU5 would make some sense, but I think in the aggregate, victory is probably better on the economy. Victory is really good on economy and politics overall. Did the new update fix the lumber and iron dust spiral? It makes it not as bad, but no. I don't think it was directly addressing it. The estates spam fewer trash buildings because they care more about the profit of the buildings, but that's like not really. We're going to be deleting these sheep farms and these fiber crops farms soon enough. Not the Republican tradition, no. Probably urbanize that. Clay's the new hotness. Probably urbanize this as well. How many presents does one of your stacks generate? Not a lot. Oh, maritime presents. I think they're just holding it at maintenance. But I'm plus 18 here. At full. Plus 26 here, so plus 17 here. And here I'm still ramping. But there's also, at this point, like 0 pirates. Plus 21 here. I don't know exactly how the pirate mechanics work, but I'm pretty sure you just have to get rid of the pirates. When are you spinning up your next victory run? I'm not sure. I wanted to try and do it before this patch, the beta dropped, but I didn't get it in time. I don't know. Trade capacity is attractive. I think we do want this. Construction speed causes these things to have causes a lot less pain, so we'll go for that as well. Proximity cost through port matters now. And trade range over sea is kind of something we want anyways, so we'll do some of those. And now we can explore some of these other places. I think we have way more range too. I think we have an explorer. His name is Dora. He's the Explorers. Go away, I think's on here. Can't explore that. We want to gain access to markets generally. I feel like some of our stuff is just stalling out. I felt like we started a colony. Oh, we started an exploration there, but it bricked because we released these guys as subjects. I'm being a silly Billy. I guess, yeah, construction speed kind of, a lot of it's also being driven by just, like, they're, like, jumping the gun on a lot of things. Like, they're building unis while you're having tool problems, right? And then every university, as it's in construction, is causing an issue. And then if it stalls out, it perma hits the issue. Another issue that is just caused by this is like this, okay? This lacks tools. What is being done, as long as this is queued up, it creates tools demand. So, like, they, like, log jam the zone with buildings that they're constructing, which use tools, wood, etc., and then you get to the point where you can never complete anything. And one of the problems is that, or one of the things is that these things just shouldn't demand this stuff when it's, like, stalled, but it always demands it. That doesn't really help really too much. That helps with prices, specifically, and it also helps for reducing the production efficiency issue, because like, this is exacerbating the problem, because when there's more demand in the market, the prices go up. But as there's just a ton of demand in the market, it is also making production efficiency go down. So now, by virtue of this building being stalled out, our lumber mills that we have are going to have less production efficiency because we have less tools locally supplied in the market. So this is going to pull this down while this building is stalled out. And when a bunch of these kind of all stack and they're all tools, iron, like wood, it stalls out the entire loop because it pushes the entire loop down in terms of prod efficiency. And the loop is barely break even without any prod efficiency, so you need the prod efficiency to break out. We're flipping Armenian for the thing that gives 66% proximity through mountains. Why is Iraq Mongolian? Why wouldn't it be Mongolian? I don't know what you're talking about. I think the net positive on the loop is about 0.2 lumber per loop. It takes multiple buildings of certain of the building types. And that's also... that loop, that assumption is also everything has 100% market access. If it has 80% market access, which again is somewhat generous, then it's like 0.16 if your math is right, yeah. Should you not be able to start construction yet if you have none available in the market? That would be available less than 0 before the trade? Probably, but the estates can ignore that. Vicious loop with goods, hard to play, yeah. So... it just goes into apocalypse mode, basically. And the AI is doing this and experiencing this in their markets. So if you share a market with the AI, there's, like, not much you can do. The thing that you can do is just have more higher control, but that's, like, not really a thing. But okay. When these finish, it frees up tools for this, and the logjam gets unjammed. But, like, that's... I think that's actually a big part of it, too. Which... I reported this as a bug in April, effectively. When buildings stall out, they keep creating the demand. It's generally not that big a deal, because stalling out doesn't happen that much, but if we're in an environment where stalling out is going to be common, the fact that this is actually, it's not even a big deal. It's not... that it creates perpetual demand is really not that big a deal, just in the aggregate. But if it's before this patch, but after this patch, that it creates constant demand, it just lowers the production efficiency of a bunch of stuff. Yeah, you might even just be able to hit a death zone where there's so much stuff queued up that you just can't, you can't finish any parts of the loop to unlock yourself. I ran through it assuming just default PM with 100% market access, but yeah, you need multiples of certain buildings. Yeah. I mean, like, what you really need is you need the RGOs to kick... like, RGOs are, like, the foundation of you being able to do stuff. You having an iron RGO or a lumber RGO or this type of thing allows you to start spinning up. And the thing is, like, a bunch of unis are getting produced constantly at all times for us, which strains the lumber, or strains the tools. I mean, maybe we shouldn't urbanize. Every time we urbanize, we create an opportunity for the estates to build all these other buildings. we can make another rival. Who's most threatening? Ming is the only threatening one. Ming in Egypt, and Vijayanagara to a lesser degree. Alright, let's go Vijay. Library is nice. It was already queued up. Yeah, this guy's definitely the first priority to annex later. I think we will get roads out here too. But, like, not running the surplus has also made it so that, like, we're kind of, like, a little bit more leery about getting, like, roads and stuff going. Wait, actually, we don't have... We have, like, a lot less... Well, actually, this is roads from after we move the capital, right? How much money is the estate holding on to? $24,000. How much power are they getting from that? Not even 20% power. Trade income versus tax base. Current wealth 8%. %, 4%, 4%. Because I'm kind of reluctant to build roads when they can just spam roads, but I guess they don't like the roads here. Or maybe there's just not enough input goods or something. Just monopolize the bad buildings to pick up private investment queue. It doesn't pick it up. Wait a minute. Yeah. Well, like, the thing is, you just, like, have to delete all the bad buildings, but god, that feels so annoying. Like, so here's what we do. Fruit orchards, don't want any of these anywhere. Because they're awful. Like, if there's, like, an eligible RGO, it'd also be great if they expanded the RGO first. But okay. I think we don't want the fiber crops building. We don't want the sheep building. I think we deleted all of these before. Oh no, we didn't. We preserved some of the ones above 50%. Well, we'll delete all of them now. There's some places where it's good for us to build those. That's just probably an overreaction. But look at this, they're just building them to flush them. If it's barely break even, like, it's just gonna be bad to have, so. Clay is also being pressured now in a way that it wasn't before. If you really hate someone just enough to take the land in their market and break all their construction, oh yeah, just queue a bunch of stuff, put stuff on the edge, and then queue a bunch of stuff. The thing is, they'll just embargo you and it kicks you out of the market, but... Nah, tools are scarce now. I play as Sweden and all my tools get traded away. Yes. Well, I'm not sure what you're disagreeing with. I don't think I said tools were not scarce. What? Excited to see some of those procs go up, though. We live for that. We live by the procs, die by the procs. It's kind of nice that we're getting to spin up a decent amount of this. it is getting us antagonism change, but that's like all it's really that good for. I guess it also gives us Diplo rep. I don't think it seems that we're not living in the world where we have a chance at this, though. Oh, we're not at a GP, just kidding. If we were a GP, we might even have that. Yeah, just because we've been using Diplo Endeavors for forever. In Dynastic Rule. Kind of hard to get if you don't go Diplo Ideas, though. Or not Diplo Ideas, Diplo Focus. How much smaller modifier are we getting? I guess we can de-urbanize some of the stuff that we want de-urbanized for them. Oh, wrong guy. Wait, this is urbanized? Get out of here, dog. What are you doing? You're annexing this guy, not the other one. Yeah, I just want to keep the ball. Well, actually, if we just try to keep the ball rolling, I was thinking like, oh, should we declare war? And it's like, yeah, we probably should. But I was like, just trying to keep the ball rolling so we can get Armenian, but it's like a decade away from Armenian. So I think this might be one more session that we'll need. But this session we got all the markets kind of fixed up and we're trying to spin up the economy. We're actually like equidistant kind of almost between these three markets. But with the governors it's been kind of interesting. It's been an interesting little mini game. I use nah in a Canadian way, like, nah, it's annoying. Oh, yeah. Like, nah. Gotcha. My balance for Chile is negative, and my demand is greater than... My balance for Chile is negative, got it. My demand is greater than my supply, okay. I understand that demand goes into... My trade goes into demand, and balance is not the actual traded goods. I think I have a video on what the type of question I'm... think is coming. Let's see. So my stockpile for this good is also positive. Is trade capacity my bottleneck here? Well, if your demand is negative, are you saying you have more demand than supply? Your bottleneck might be lack of trade, but it also might just be there's not Chile to trade into your market. So, like, if we were to look for gold, gold is generally kind of scarce. And so there's a lot of markets we can't trade gold in from because they don't have a surplus of gold. So you have to find places that have surplus of Chile to be able to trade it in. Your chancellors are dropping like flies? Not like this. Oh, we forgot to construct. Republican Assembly. It's just, gold's been an issue. But we don't get to see how good the proximity will be through these mountains that are like breaking us when the mountains get turned into plateaus from Armenian. I mean, I just think I think Persia's just like awful to play. But this is like, if we were to play Persia, this is how we'd play it. If I have full stockpile though, shouldn't I be eating from the stockpile? I think the stockpile will drain, yeah. When you have a deficit. The draining of your stockpile just doesn't add to the supply. Like, your supply doesn't go up because you're draining the stockpile. So as long as you have more demand than you do supply, your stockpile should drain out. But that's not what we're observing. I mean, we haven't seen anything stall out from lack of lumber in that market in a while. That is curious, though, because we noticed something completely to the opposite of that. I mean, maybe it actually was maxed out and it's just draining out. The UI is showing, like, a different max over here than there is max, like, here. Inconsistent in the UI. As far as I understand it, as long as you're negative, it'll keep coming down. But I guess we... Well, I guess we could kind of test this. 995.5. And then expecting to see this go down by, like, 7, right? We're just gonna get the research. We have enough gold that, like... I think we're exporting too. Yeah, the export might confound that. If you're exporting it, does it not let you drain the supply? Can you not drain your stockpile into an export? You know, maybe you can't drain your stockpile into an export. That's news to me. Are Canal companies still OP? No, they're not. They don't give you a free slot anymore. Golden issue? It looks like you have 167k to me. It looks can be deceiving. My stockpile doesn't drain, so I assume the bottleneck must be trade capacity? No, I mean... Is it somehow... I don't know. No. What you're observing is strange to me, too. But, like, this symbol for the stockpile... Oh, this is the maximum stockpile. And this did go down. Well, that's stupid. That... Okay, so we're not actually getting a... Sorry. Wait. Bueller? The stockpile in the UI from here is different than the stockpile if we look at supply. Oh, just kidding. It was different. What? I would say that appears not to be working correctly. The little green bars often lie. You gotta mouse over for the truth. Well, the truth isn't even telling us how much we currently hold. Over here? I don't see the quant stored. Is it like a hitbox thing where it's only in a very specific spot? There's a few things like that that are hitbox funny. If you scroll it out of view and then it drops back down to nothing, I noticed this a while back. Oh, sure, we like that. Brandenburg run stalled out, even with the hotfix, not enough iron or tools to be found. Womp womp. Well, one of the core issues is that the loop is very inefficient, so getting the sides of it pulled on it causes issues. I mean, this is one of the problems with production efficiency as well. Like, if you put a ton of production efficiency, well, they can't make the PMs way more efficient because production efficiency is insane. And I think actually the stuff in the queue stalling out the production efficiency of the loop is actually maybe what's causing a big deal for it. Almost no iron RGOs in the Berlin market. In very few provinces you can make bog iron smelters. Oh, you made the Berlin market? I would have tried to steal the Lübeck market instead of making the Berlin market. Just try and find a way to fight Lübeck and take their market capital. Would probably just, in the general, be a better way for you to approach it, I think. Maybe we want to delete the Tbilisi market and move the Tabriz market north. And move the Trebizond market this way. Would stalled demand from idle production fix the whole thing? I'm not sure it fixes the whole thing. There's a lot of moving parts that make it worse. Is the issue. Like, the sheer number of input demand that is siphoning out from the market's an issue. Buildings that aren't stalled out, that like you're building at a really not timely time, are also causing an issue because this demands tools while it's building. But like if you have enough stuff stalled out, the issue is that if you're running, the stalled buildings still contribute to the deficit. So buildings that are stalled still create all the demand even though they're not constructing. So if we have a building that consumes gold and gold is stalled, that lowers the production efficiency of everything in the market that's using it. So if a bunch of stuff stalls out on wood, then the charcoal kilns stall out, or they get less production efficiency. But also with tools, your lumber mills will get less production efficiency, like when it's stalling out. It wouldn't be a fix. It would just like make it like not as bad. I wouldn't call it a band-aid solution because I think that when stuff is stalled out, it shouldn't create demand. Like I think that that's effectively a bug. Like this is creating a constant demand in the market for gold. I think is a bug. Because that's making it so. Let's see what market this is in. That's making it so that if we have in this market jewelers, the jewelers are making less gold, less stuff. So we have some jewelers in Esfahan, right? If these are using... they're not using gold. But if they were using gold, we would have less gold supplied in the market. The ratio would be worse. Just because that's there. And then it would prevent... We'd get less prod efficiency. Like, we're at the point where we have a lot of capital economy, which I think probably helps to solve some of these problems a lot. But if you don't have... If you don't have like all these different sources of prod efficiency, you probably have just a lot more pain, just in general. Like look at if you're thinking of Europe, just think of this from the Europe perspective. Let's find a lumber mill. All right, let's think of this from a Europe perspective, okay? From a Europe perspective, average literacy laborers is pretty low. We've pushed it up. We are getting 50%, but 15%, on average, they don't have that, so minus 15. Minus 17.5, riches of Asia, you're not going to get it. Minus 20%, right? So you're not going to get this. Land of commerce, okay, they might be using that. And then, having enough buildings, maybe you have it, maybe you don't. And then minus 25 because you don't have dedicated forestry early on. So then you only have 5% prod efficiency. And then when this comes rearing its head, like if you run into negative prod efficiency, this is like apocalypse mode for the building. Because it's very, very hard for it to be profitable. And when it's not profitable... it will like stop employing up, and I don't think everyone's subsidizing all their buildings to like try and make it work. You probably have to be subsidizing lumber mills. I mean, I subsidize lumber mills. I don't know if these are all subsidized right now because you have to subsidize stuff repeatedly. But like, you have a bunch of things that I like. Us being in Asia and going capital economy helps out a lot. We'll throw up some subsidies, but if it gets to be negative, even if you need it, so if everything's expensive, and to some extent the trade accounting for 100% on exports, if everything's expensive, including the inputs, then actually it's net positive for you. But if the inputs are slightly more than the outputs, then you can run into issues. 70% cap economy doesn't help as much as I hope. Yeah. Well, the problem is everyone else in Europe is doing it. The game's economy and all that feels like EU5 to Vicky 3 transition thing would be really fun, where you save your game transfers over now. EU4 never felt right, but EU5 does. I mean, both use market systems, so there's some similarities, yeah. Low tools puts half the economy in 85% instant efficiency, which is brutal. Yeah. If you hit the point where you're at low tools and everything has minus 15% prod efficiency, then I think everything stalls out and you just die. Even with all your prod efficiency, you're running into this problem. Yeah. And like we have quite a lot over Europe on average, and we're relatively isolated. Like from I think some of the effects of some of our neighbors, and like having really high pops would also insulate you. Like them being able to build stuff to the like outer space helps a lot. They just have so much prod efficiency on that. To be fair, we have more prod efficiency on our stuff. Level 1, 87% prod efficiency. Because we have cotton supplied locally and then cotton RGO in the location. Just insane. Insane. I wonder if, God, it's not even getting exported. That's wild as hell. That an export of cotton is somehow not... Or an export of cloth is somehow not insanely good. We got the price down to 2 ducats. Because if we export it... exporting is probably just really good for us, because... we want to create demand. The thing that we actually care about is probably actual goods moved. Is this not sortable? Dog. So... Lar probably doesn't really need it as bad. Or that messes with our stuff in Lar. We could export down there. Makes over 1 ducat a trade. I mean, I guess some of these is... when we import stuff, we just, like, don't push down the price at all. And trade efficiency really cares about the base price. The price of this is not very high. Yeah, the way that we need to spin it up is transmuting it into fine cloth. Because trade efficiency will be much more valuable on fine cloth prices. But that's kind of interesting. No, but we will get maximum. Let's see if we can find fine cloth. Fortunately, we don't have dyes. Alright, let's do this, and then... Yeah, the prod efficiency, we don't see it. Alright, let's see it. We don't want you to use that, dog. Come on now. I think maybe it doesn't... Can the auto thing not tell that you're getting this bonus? About the market prod bonus? I guess you actually want to do both things. If you have... Because I think exported cloth doesn't decrease this, does it? Maybe it does. If it doesn't, then we'd want to export cloth and also do this. But now, like, 10 levels, 80% market access, 6 ducats, that's pretty good. That's not bad. See what it auto spits out as, yeah. Can confirm you just died. Combination of more expensive inputs because there's low local supply, and the fact that you get... Well, yeah, so that's another thing, is like, if you input stuff to solve your issue, it's going to give you negative prod efficiency, yeah, and expensive prices, and the combination of the two, or expensive inputs, is going to absolutely make it impossible to do anything. So yeah, that's another, yeah, that's 100% a big part of it. You can't import to produce the thing yourself, and for something that's so foundational to the economy as wood, you not being able to import to produce it yourself, just like, is doom. You're just dead. Right, so the things that are like the base level goods maybe need to, like, there maybe needs to be a stratification of goods that's not just RGO, finished goods, but maybe it needs to be basic goods. Clay, lumber, stone, sand. And these get a different treatment. And then RGOs and then finished goods. Something like this. Imagine exporting tools. Export tools to crush people's lumber mills. Profitability. Do you think we need a world market? No, that doesn't make sense with EU5. I think that already the lack of a Silk Road is weird. Like, I think markets should daisy chain trades a lot more. I also want to play Sweden against, just for the feeling. I think that, like, markets should try and establish routes that involve multiple, like, stops. You want to play Sweden, just have not have to worry? Apparently it's Sweden you even run into issues. Is this Rossbach? Yes. Because I don't remember seeing those produced locally efficiency bonuses in any of your runs. This is new. The produced locally is a new thing. But yeah, we could uber spin up the... The thing is, more money is not going to help us. We can't throw money at the issue either. Other than subsidizing buildings, but... So, like, I guess, like, what's the point of building spinners? Well, I mean, we like getting more money. What's the tax base look like for us now? Still not very good. Or there's still a lot of work to be done. Getting better. Dev's getting better too, with the stuff that we own especially. Even with subjects having access to Dev Province, I think it's still better when we own it. Because now we have so many bonuses stacked up. I can't imagine issues with Sweden. Someone was complaining about issues with Sweden, but they might have been hyperbolic. Majapahit probably has enough wood to export to the entire world. Yeah. Maybe some of our issues got alleviated when we found Majapahit as well. We can see what's going on with lumber in Majapahit. Not a whole lot. They're running a deficit, dog. They're getting to run way more of these buildings, though. But yeah, you look, it's just, it's all a bunch of estate buildings, man. Huge deficits. Chaining markets would be so niche. It would also buff land versus naval, but the way the prices system works doesn't really allow it. Well, I mean, but like... So... Like, the movement of goods has, like, some material things that are, like, not really simulated. Like, China, like, sent stuff overland all the way through here, and the silk got here eventually, right? There's not a economic, like, way of... There's no Silk Road. Silk is not getting to Europe by way of, like, China. And, like, another thing is, like, there's no simulation for ships carry goods. And when they move from Europe to, let's say, West Africa and empty their goods, now they have empty ships. And so importing anything from there should be much more lucrative. And that's why you have, like, triangle trade. Like, that's why the Europeans are sending guns to Africa, or a big part of it, because if you want to move goods from America to Europe, then you have to move stuff from Europe back to America in order to go back and forth. Well, what if you don't want to move goods from Europe to America? Well, now you have a problem, because now you have an empty ship. So you move the goods from America to Europe, and then you move the, like, guns and stuff from Europe to West Africa, and then from West Africa you pick up slaves and you go into like, this is why you triangle trade. It's not that Europe was just burning to send guns to Africa. It's that the ship is going to go to Africa anyways. So now any trade you do with Africa is effectively subsidized. Majapahit still runs an iron shortage, so the tool shortage, though. There's only one lead pile, so books and firearms are rough. There's simply too much money in the system, and PMs require too much wood. You can't produce your way out of the problem. No, you have to, like, unproduce. You have to, like, delete a bunch of buildings constantly, I think. And that play pattern's, like ungodly unfun. Because we don't have... we aren't running the same type of glut as Majapahit. Or, like, yeah, we're not running into a bunch of this stuff as much as Majapahit. A lot of our actual not having issues is just keeping these idiot buildings under control. They, like, the buildings are just, like... The entire economic system is just too heavy on the lumber. Lumber's too ubiquitous in the economy. I don't know. Maybe we could think of a solution for this. Greedy Tibetans hoover it up. Terrible. It's like when you're playing an RPG and you have 5 side quests to do, you don't go out and finish one quest, then come back and turn it in. You finish all the quests together and turn them in together. It's exactly like that. Well... It's like having 3 quests, and or it's like having 6 quests, and the quests are all in a big circle. It's like you start doing one, and then you do the whole circle. There's European silk RGOs, so Chinese silk isn't super needed. Yes. there's actually a lot of European Silk RGOs, which I don't even know if it's a good simulation. Like, the Silk Road was a means by which goods traded. But the Silk Road is a little bit interesting because the silk comes all the way this way, right? But then I don't know exactly what goes back the other way. But it might be like you take goods from Europe to the Middle East, and then goods from the Middle East to India, and then goods from India to China. And so this is like a kind of thing where you have one segment which is bringing the stuff all the way to Europe, and a bunch of other little segments in the same way. You can only type so much into one analogy. Womp womp. Even if you have automated deletion, the AI isn't doing that, so you're paying a completely broken world state. Yeah, the AI cannot delete the stuff. It's also an unfun gameplay pattern. I don't like deleting all this stuff all the time. I think we'll let some of more of these roads complete, and then kind of look to get out of here, because I think that we probably should be declaring wars, and I don't want to start another war right now. Wow. So much dev. It's using dev province. It's sparse. God. Playing in Persia is just not fun though. I don't know if but I don't think that they're gonna have this is like this for the weekend. I think. I don't think they're fixing I don't think they're doing another change over the course of the weekend, right? So this is, we've made our bed, now we have to eat it type of thing. A lot of urbanization spinning up too. Yeah, so the fine cloth is actually going to pop off super hard because we'll just have a super glut of cotton, and then we'll get the prod efficiency on the fine cloth. Like, an extra 40% is like big deal. The economy feels so much different though. For like so many reasons. The trade, the prod efficiency, the like bonuses, yeah. Like, our fine cloth price is so low. We could just spin it up by like infinitely by trading. We just have to force the trades. Even if we shuffle trades back and forth in a line. How is that the place that is making the most money? Wait, is this just not sortable? Where's the MBOMB? Oh wait, this is the place with the most fine cloth demand. It has to be just base demand. It lies. It has to be just like base demand that's like being created here. There's like actually demand in there, but I think that they might just have enough supply that they don't need our demand. Yeah. And this creates full demand for the good. Now the target price is 5.37. instead of like 3 point whatever. So that means the price on the output goes up by a cool 60%. Let's find the fine cloth that we were running. So the output value is going to go up by like 60%. That's going to go up to, wow, 40. So the amount of ducats we're going to make is going to go plus 15. So we're going to make like 4 times as much per building just because of those trades. How ridiculous is that? And it doesn't matter if those trades lose money, like we'll just add more in tax base. If I try and do multiple messages, you'll get confused because you'll read one, then play for 5 minutes, come back and read the second one. This is true. I have a short attempt spent. Horses, I thought, and guns. Glass. Interesting. Nothing back. China just exported. Well, it's not like China just exported its people. And they just moved Chinamen to Europe, and then once they're in Europe, they never leave. I think that it's also, I think it's like the people in China move it to India, and then they go back to China type of thing, and then these guys move it. It's not like one trip all the way there and then all the way back. Horses, camels, honey, wine, gold. Should I be violently treating your trades? Always. Yeah, gold is something you can always move. Maybe the problem can be fixed if you colonize the Congo. Reason it's 90% lumber. It takes a long time to make it work. Wait, is this... Wait, what? Oh my god. They're trading for maps, or India's gotta have all of this. I didn't... So, Orissa can't explore. Orissa can't explore down here. It's not allowed, but they can trade for maps. Let's take a look. Okay, it's just starting. Is Vijayanagara like colonizing this shit? This is not supposed to happen. Also Castile, wow. What's that about? Wait, what? I guess the AI is struggling a little bit, but this is not supposed to be a thing. There's some problems with this beta. I don't think it ever makes sense to only export, because in an abstract sense, exporting gives you purchasing power to import something else. Exporting is useful. Exporting useful makes your coin internationally valuable. Like, are you talking IRL or in-game? In-game, like, exporting is so valuable because it just increases the price of things. I do automate trade. I think people think they want this kind of change because it's how my own taxes work, but a main release is never going to be the same as meticulous crafting as a premium mod. Also, Mayu took forever to, like, reach, like, everything. Yankees fan, thank you for the $2. I typed all those 2 messages 15 seconds apart. Just trying to focus on it. Trying to play the game too. I'm bad at multitasking. Well, the thing is like, I think we should declare war, so then we'll be focused on the war. Tell me the game to export goods you're producing could make a fun gameplay loop, but it's not worth the UI. Let's see. Thank you so very much for the $2. Big nice. But yeah, there was a delay between those two. Volume of trade of Silk Road was pretty asymmetric. I don't know about that. So what did you're saying that the guys just like, I mean, you could only trade for gold. This is possible, but you have a bunch of well, you can trade goods if you're moving like beasts of burden and then selling the beasts of burden and then walking your ass back. Or sailing back even. Indians and Mamluks colonize Africa every game I played. Well, the game setting is... Only countries with capital in Europe will explore. Right? Orissa doesn't start out with the I side of this, so Orissa beat someone up for some maps. Or something. And now this will be a very warped game because Orissa will be able to colonize real fast, really well. Also, these places will... This is relatively new because there's not a lot of dev, but... They'll dev up real fast. And this will just be a very strange game. Indians and Mamluks colonize Africa. Maybe you just gotta turn off... No, I don't want India colonizing Africa every game. I like the AI exploration rule. With this on, though, Orissa somehow has gotten... With the new maps stuff, Orissa's somehow gotten access to this. I assume because they've traded maps. Because I think you could trade maps too. Is it a friendly action? So the AI is just shared a map or something. Didn't China mostly only import gold and silver because there wasn't that much China didn't have to begin with? I mean, maybe. If you have a bunch of beasts of burden and then, like, you're moving them back with nothing, it seems a bit of a waste, but... I did research, and Silk RGOs does make some sense, because the Byzantines sent spies. Yeah, I know there's some silk production in Europe, but... the Silk Road was, like, still a thing. Sell maps to the other Indian powers to make them fight over Africa. I mean, I think the play is to try and, like, nip it in the bud somehow, but, like, I don't think there's a good way to nip it. Well, actually. They clearly don't have vision anywhere else, otherwise they would do something somewhere else. So it's just that you have vision on all this. Colony is relatively barren, but then that's still not supposed to happen. A second kill wall run to stop them colonizing, obviously. This is the way. I mean, I think we're reaching the end of this Persia run too. But let's see if we can find someone to raid on Twitch. Because it's gonna be another decade before we can do the thing. Ham's going. Maybe we raid Ham. Playing Anno. Normally Vic3 player. But I haven't seen much of this game, so maybe watch a little bit too. I am really hungry though, I haven't eaten today. So... let's do that, and then be off and away. It's not about good or bad plays, it's about content. This is actually true. 100%. Nope, that's correct. It's about the memes. It's about, is it content? Big true. Seeing, I guess we're getting a lot more of a better understanding of, like, some of the issues with what's going on. I mean, I think the thing at the bottom of the Jenga pile issue is that everything is dependent on lumber. But, take care, everyone. We'll say goodbye to the YouTubers. Oh, wow, we went 10 hours. Alright. See ya. And then goodbye to the raiders. Bye-bye now.